And sometimes, like, Team Spirit's the ultimate team to just say, like, screw the formula, we're going to throw that wrench in there, and you're going to have to figure out how to apply your formula in a completely new setting, completely new circumstances, collapse. I think he's blowing minds with how many times he's snatched that Aegis. Like, you gave that hypothetical, but I think it's more likely we see that at least one time in this series as opposed to not. And I think it's a great question that you posed for Team Yandex. I personally think that they're prepared. I really liked DM's mindset overall when he was communicating in the interviews leading into this series about the way they think about the game. I think expecting to have no expectations is the best route against Team Spirit because you just never know what you're going to be against.
100%, you know, collapse, stealing Aegis. How many times have we seen your Toro pick up a DD and all of a sudden, you know, bringing them back from a 20k deficit? You have to be ready for this kind of game if you're Yandex. So, you know, this question will be answered pretty soon. We see the draft develop already. We're going to get, you know, the hottest takes in the Dota scene, I guess, on what is good. Yandex, very much trendsetters at this point because they've been dominating and everybody's looking at what they play and how they play it. So they will decide to go with the first pick Prophet, which we haven't seen really so far. In the survival stage, not once, I think. We've seen Saxa play it once for them. It's obviously we've seen it play mid by some teams. I can only assume that it's, you know, an option for them. And then obviously Watson Prophet, that's an absolute classic also. I don't know how much he's played at the tournament yet, but he's played it in the past and very comfortable on the hero. So very open and flex pick for them.
Yeah, so Prophet has a bunch of different identities in terms of what he offers to the game. There was the patch where he was mainly about maxing out the Sprout and ganking with that. Nowadays, you're maxing out the Trance. And when Saxa played, he's played it twice so far this event. I do believe they have the option to flex it between Shearer Jr., Watson, and Saxa, but I'll never forget watching Saxa. It was 13 minutes in, they are winning the game, and he TP'd to the enemy tier 3 tower in front of the carry and denied creeps in front of him. Like, that was what he did with his time, and I'm like, okay, this is such a Saxa thing to do. This hero's very annoying. The thing about what they do on Yandex is they throw this threat out, this problem that you have to address, and then it can come in many different forms. Is it the carry Prophet that's going to go for the Mjolnir carry items, or is it going to be the support Nature's Prophet that goes earn into Silver Edge and plays for ganks and macro around the map? You just don't really know what to expect. You have to account for all of them, be prepared for all of them, but also like stick to your own game plan at the same time.
And to me, the Earth Spirit pick of Spirit is interesting. I think it's a little bit risky in the sense that, I mean, obviously a great hero. Okay, they do ban the Slaughter, because like I was going to say, we've seen answers develop against this Earth Spirit mid, because it was probably the first hero that really broke through in this tournament, where we started seeing it everywhere and it was dominating. And this is when the Slaughter mid started to appear. The Lina mid also made a comeback, mainly because of this matchup, because people are looking for options to shut down the Earth Spirit and to stop his, you know, map domination. So is this a Lina game for Shearer Jr.? Is it not? You know, they took away the Slaughter, which I think is a really good ban from Team Spirit. Invoker's also out. These are like the 3 most common answers we've seen so far against Earth Spirit.
Yeah, you were talking about how well Shearer Jr. has been performing. My first instance of watching Earth Spirit versus Slaughter mid, I've since seen it like 3 or 4 more times. Shearer Jr. dumped on the Earth Spear. Like, it was like double up on CS, 2 levels ahead. There's a reason that they're banning it. And then all the other times I watched the matchup, it really wasn't that bad for Earth Spear. Like, it maybe go like 60-40, but he still had a game. So there's some X factor that Shearer Jr. brings to the table where I would be a bit nervous, like you said, to open up with Earth Spirit, especially with, you've basically removed the flex potential of it. Usually it is flex between 2 and 4. Hoodwink's most likely the 4. So now, like, Shearer Jr., he's ripe for the picking when it comes to counter picks, and he's got a lot of them up his sleeve.
I have to say, I'm a really big fan of Yandex's drafts already. I feel like these are like just really good heroes right now. Like, these heroes, they already have so much. Like, they have very strong laning presence, absurd actually. Like Undying Prophet, even Centaur, very dominant laner. And these heroes right now are as good as like in the early game. Then and same with the late game presence, because I'm thinking of Prophet late game. We've seen Centaur, you know, with the hard build, with the cart eventually. Undying also, I think, scales incredibly well in the game now, especially from a support position where all of a sudden you have to deal with the core. Like, it's just a very well-rounded draft already that by Yandex.
Yeah. They can pick another range carry if they wanted to. I'm mostly having my eyes this series, don't know if it will come out this game, on the Lina. I think Watson so far is the only one that played it on the carry role, and it looked so good. Of course, he's also the one that started the whole trend when it was a common meta pick.
So he used that to beat 1W in the group stage, and actually Shiro copied it yesterday. They picked Lina early on and then flexed it to carry and also beat 1W with that.
Lovely.
You guys have been seeing a lot of Witch Doctor on the mainstream.
Yeah.
You talked about the level 20 talent, Seb, that gives a percent-based healing combined with all these high HP heroes. Even Earth Spirit as a core doesn't really build strength-focused items, but will end up with like 3k, 4k plus HP as the game goes on. I think, for me at least, when I look at the Witch Doctor as a Centaur solution, is that Centaur is often, he's rushing Heart. You can't really kill him in the mid game because you drop him down to half, but Heart as an item has been reworked where it gives you more regen as you drop lower. But the Maledict, that's actually going to finish you off. So I think one of the few supports in the game that actually represents a gank duo or trio that can bring down a Centaur with a Heart like early to mid game.
Yeah, it's a very good matchup for Witch Doctor. I think the Kaz also fares pretty well against the Centaur on the lane. Like, this Witch Doctor Kaz lane is a very scary lane to go against. So a very strong safe lane, you know, on Spirit side. I think Yandex at this point, I'd say they pretty much committed I mean, actually they could still pick a Watson hero, to be fair. It could be Prophet and Centaur. I'm not the biggest fan of Prophet and Dying support duo, but maybe Ember fixes it in a sense. It's a very good Ember game. I think, like, absurdly good Ember game if you ask me. Like, both these supports are quite bad against Ember, like Witch Doctor and Hoodwink. They hate getting chained. They just die if they encounter Ember. And Ember's going to have a lot of help, you know, Stampede, Prophet, Global help, Prophet ulti eventually. Even Undying, it's just like a menace running around together. There's so much damage between DK, Soul Rape, and the Ember spells. So I have to say that I'm a big fan of Yandex's draft. I think Spirit have a very solid draft too, but they're going to have to figure out, you know, a very strong 24 pick. And it's going to have to be Collapse. And I don't think we've seen offlaners really utilize that last pick as much, because safe lanes are just so strong these days that it's just, they're usually struggling, offlaners, like in the first 10 minutes of the game. So I just wonder how Team Spirit is going to be able to bring this back, like in the draft.
Yeah, I'm thinking why ban the Viper? Because are you thinking maybe it's like a Collapse Earth Spirit flex to dominate this Ember Spirit, or is there a particular carry that you're wanting to pick, like Spectre or something that would suffer against Viper? Like, this is a weird ban to me, Seb. I don't know what you think.
Very weird, indeed, yeah. No, I don't know actually. Collapse Earth Spirit, I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, it's like if it's not a flex Earth Spirit, then offlane Viper has to scare you for some reason. Maybe it's one of the few offlaners that can actually boot Undying 5 out of the lane with like combination with Hoodwink.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, I think.
It's a good thing that Team Spirit hasn't used any of their bonus time, because this conundrum, they can spend a lot of time on this if they wanted to.
Yeah. I would be confused by that.
Oh, they're gonna have to, but it is very confusing, this Viper ban. They're definitely cooking something. Maybe it's a way to shut down the Undying position 5, and they're just afraid of the laning presence. Because at this point, I do think that Team Spirit, they need a little bit more, you know, early game presence on the lanes. Because I don't think this Earth Spirit will have the best game. We'll have to see how the matchup goes. Because we're getting now to the later stages of the tournament, so these mid laners are absolutely dominant, and they execute their lanes like perfectly. From my book is that Earth Spirit should have the upper hand on Ember, like for the first, you know, 5-6 minutes of the game. It starts turning when Ember gets, you know, level 7, level 8 eventually, and obviously when he gets the Mage Slayer, now it's a whole different story. But I do think that if Larl, you know, executes the lane properly, maybe he can just have a pretty dominant start, and maybe it's just good enough to play versus Ember.
I mean, I'm curious if Yandex elects to go for the Watson Phantom Lancer. I know it's not the most amazing synergy with Undying in lane, but they've willingly picked it into counter picks like Axe in the off lane. They've blind picked it as well, and I don't think Team Spirit's draft deals with it particularly well, because yeah, he has like one spell that hits AoE, but the rest of his stuff you can pretty easily dispel his damage over time.
They're banning mid laners, huh?
Yeah,
I think you're right. They think it's a Collapse Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Very
Unusual.
Maybe, okay, so what I have seen some of these teams do is that they think if you leave that hero as is, they're going to win. So even if they think that's probably an Earth Spirit mid, but the one way that the curveball you could throw us, like we've seen it where they ban offlaners even though they've already picked an offlaner, because if, you know, they have a Largo and they're like, we're going to ban offlaners anyways, because unless you pick a summons guy, we're going to be able to beat you.
Yeah.
So I think it might be kind of hedging that might be their statement of, with the draft as is, we're going to win.
It's like their only way out.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense in that case. I wouldn't be surprised that Collapse can play. This guy's so talented, he probably can play anything, but it's definitely something we haven't seen from him in the past. So it would be cool. I'm kind of hyped for Collapse Earth Spirit just to get to watch that.
Something new. We got 2 carry bans coming out from Team Spirit, both the TA and the Terrorblade now out. So far Team Spirit's read is that Nature's Prophet will be in the hands of Saxa, but that is something that Yandex will reveal to us in about a well, they have about a minute, so they can take about a minute.
I'm just thinking a little bit about Morphling. I don't think it's the best matchup versus Witch Doctor, but I think it's pretty good against Kez, and it used to be like a go-to against Earth Spirit, like for carry players, because once you start getting, you get your ulti. Okay, they go for a Mirana. This is interesting. So I guess it's just going to be a Saxa Mirana, and they will just play the Prophet position 1. It is a pretty good Prophet game, position 1, in my opinion. Like he has such a dominant support duo with the Ember Spirit, which is it's a pretty free Ember game, I have to say. So there's gonna be a lot of opportunities to TP, a lot of info from the map, which is I think where Prophet strives. Like when you play with Prophet, like you really want your team to be active around the map so that you can safely TP to places, because you just know that they can't stop you from farming these camps, and eventually you get so far ahead that it doesn't really matter which matchup you have, like carry matchup, you're just so farmed that you just win as Prophet. It doesn't matter. Kaz, Spectre, you name it. You just have too much gold.
So yeah, most of the time, Prophet will leave the lane around level 5 or 6, start farming the 2 camps above his tower, and he'll want to rotate back to lane situationally if the opponent's showing that they're somewhere else. But I actually think he's very susceptible to carry rotations through the gate, because that is where he wants to linger, and Kez is great at doing this. So I am a bit concerned for this 5 to 8 minute window for the Nature's Prophet, what his role in the game is going to be. So I think it's going to... The reason why I am concerned is because I think the Centaur is going to struggle in lane against this Witch Doctor Kez. And as a carry, I'm always thinking if the offlane is going to struggle, that's going to spill into my lane. They end up going for a collapsed Tidehunter.
Yeah. Which is also what I was saying earlier. It's sure, you have last pick offlane, but I think in this meta, you're laning versus Undying Prophet. It's one of the most toxic lanes you could ever go to. So you have last pick, but as an offlaner, he's probably yeah, I don't know what I want to play against that. I see a lot of good picks, but I can't enter the lane. So you end up going for Tide, which I think is going to be a very rough lane for Tide. Undying versus Tide is just very good for Undying. We'll have to see. Tide Hoodwink. At some point, it's going to start being okay. If they get some stacks and Tide gets levels, I think as soon as he gets level 5, he can start, entering the lane and being okay with it. But I think Spirit, they have the scaling lineup for sure. Earth Spirit, Tide, Kez, Cores, and on Yandex's side, if they're really far ahead, as I said, Prophet will outscale any hero if he's, far ahead in gold. But they have to make the early game stuff happen, in my opinion, with this lineup.
Yeah, in my experience, the more polarized the lanes are in terms of strength, the more action happens in the early game, because teams, it doesn't make sense for you to just sit there and static the lanes. So I think both safe lanes are heavily favored. You have 2 mid-game carries that come online very quickly. You have very volatile mid-lane matchup where they want to get active very... I think we're going to see a very high amount of rotations and amp up the pace in just the early game. And I'm looking forward to this low cooldown skirmishes that I think we're about to witness.
Are we also expecting Watson to just be everywhere with that in mind?
I would like to consider that he needs to be a +1, because Kez, as a carry, does that and offers that to the game, and I think that's why they might have left the Nature's Prophet in that role, because there's not many carries that do that.
Yeah, 100%. I think he should get active this game. He has a Tide that's laning versus Undying, so Collapse is going to have a slower start to the game. Earth Spirit has been counterpicked, theoretically, so it would be cool if the Kez could get involved.
So we don't really have a clear favorite here, then, based on the drafts.
No, we don't. We don't.
Good.
This is going to be, everything is up in the air. 2 of the best teams in the world battling it out. What else would you want? What else can you ask for?
That is quite the treat for everyone watching this best of 3 series. Game 1 of our grand quarterfinals coming your way with Kezu and Sunspan.
Team Spirit versus Yandex in the playoffs here for EWC. This is going to be a hype matchup. That's a hype set to start things out. Beautiful, beautiful creature we have here on hand, played by the great DM as we have a pause 33. I know he's been eliminated from the tournament, but he just wants to make sure the lights are up to snuff here.
He's got to keep up the legacy, of course, of his lights here as Yandex and Spirit. Now, like he said, this is going to be an absolute banger. Also have to remember, this is single elim. You don't get no second chances. You know, you got to go up against the big boys.
They're looking up. Yeah, it is lights.
They get it.
Soxa used to be on a team with 33. He probably learned a lot of little tricks.
But shouldn't he be the one to then like stop this legacy of the lights since they have so much beef, as people like to keep saying?
Do they have beef?
Apparently so.
Is it beyond beef?
They're playing tomorrow.
Okay, just double checking. As we get this wrapped up here, and yeah, if this doesn't go 3 games, I'm going to be severely disappointed. We've been saying that over and over again.
Now, out of all the games we've cast, because we've had a lot of like 2-0s and stomps, like one way or the other, this is, like we talked about, it's playoff stage. This is 2 of the best teams, and if you would have asked people beforehand, I wouldn't be too surprised if these 2 names would come up a lot in like, what's your top 3 for the tournament? You know, Spirit, Yandex especially. I think they've been on fire. They won Blast not long ago. They're looking very good. I think they have very, very improved players. Like, to me especially, I would say CJ is one of the most improved players of like this entire season. His KDA of the last 8 games is like ridiculous. And I think when it comes to Spirit, a lot of their players kind of do the talking themselves. You don't really have to hype them up because we all know what these players do.
Yeah, Miposhka back as a coach. And you can see the difference that he makes. I mean, I would assume maybe it's just a coincidence. You know, they win 2 TIs with him as player. And now they're ramping things up, which they've looked very underwhelming for most of this year, I want to say.
To be fair, right? I feel like they do that in most years, even when he's not there.
I mean, that's...
you get to the end.
They show up to the big tournaments.
Yeah,
I mean, it's all part of the play. You don't want to play too well early on because then you just get your heroes nerfed.
True, like Flacons.
That's right. Falcons got decimated. Like every Amar hero is just nerfed to the ground.
But then it doesn't matter because he goes to the next one and then he goes back to the Timber after like 1 year and then he just goes 10-0 anyway. So who cares? If you're good enough, you can make up for all the other things, whether your hero gets nerfed, you find a new build, you do something different in the lane. But yeah, I'm very excited about this early game that we have here because, you know, we heard them talk about it on the panel. I do think the overall aggression should be on the Yandex's side early on, but it also has to be. If I'm looking at later, you know, Spirit's mid-game teamfight is crazy good with the Tide, but he is also a slow and clunky hero, so this is something that Yandex can abuse with the heroes early on.
All right, how many Aegis steals in this series for Collapse?
2.
2?
I'm going with, you know, 1 is boring. 0 is whatever because it's Collapse. You can't say 0. It means you're stupid.
You got some stats on that, didn't you? Some real stats.
Well, so supposedly his actual, like, how many Aegis has he stolen throughout his career is like 14 or 15.
I'm going to call it's Knoxville.
You're calling out Knoxville?
That's bullshit. There's no way that's true. I've cast about 10 of them. So you're saying I've cast most of his Aegis steals?
It's possible. Maybe,
no way.
Maybe you're the dude.
That's true. Maybe I'm just that good. I'm the good luck charm for Collapse. So we got the Spirit Brothers in the mid lane. Cheer versus Laurel. Ember versus Earth. And how is this supposed to go?
So we've seen this many times now. So from what we've seen and also overall strength is Earth Spirit does very well early on. I mean, both of them just kind of farm, but throughout the game, I definitely give the advantage to the Ember Spirit. You know, you can go Vessel, you can go Mage Slayer. You're not really ever in threat. The good thing that I like this game about the Earth Spirit is that Earth Spirit is incredibly good against Nature's Prophet. If we think about what Nature's Prophet wants to do, he's going to TP and set up plays, right? He wants to collapse on a tower. Earth Spirit, first of all, you're very good at making the first move onto the Nature's Prophet or answering that first rotation of the game. And overall, with how Laurel has been playing, definitely got my eyes on him.
And for the other side, DM playing the centaur that we've mentioned. I mean, how good is Malady going to need to be in this laning stage? The panel was kind of talking about how he needs to bully Collapse.
Yeah, you have Nature's Prophet Undying. It's a super good lane, especially against the Tidehunter, which was last picked. But a Collapse, he should be in for a good game. You know, I'm talking about the fact that his hero's a bit slow, but there's an insane value for the Tide chart in this game, right? You know, you got the Anchor against the Ember, so you can't Remnant. You also have the Anchor against the Stampede, which means it's completely useless. You're not going to be running away. But the good thing is for Spirit, they've got the Chicken Man, you know, Mr. Yatoro.
The Chicken Man, yes.
There's something special about this CIS Kez. And maybe it's like the innate aggression that those carry players have, because Kez is this type of hero. He's very squishy, but he deals an insane amount of damage. And I do think that Yatoro definitely rates up there. Well, he rates up there overall for the best carry, but also for one of the best Kezes that we currently have.
Yeah, but there's an Ember Spirit on the other side. He has a taunt that uses shish kebabs.
Is
there going to be...
Maybe that's the counter.
Is there going to be chicken shawarma on the menu here
There could be. And hopefully it's better than the one you had recently.
Yeah, it was not good.
Oh, collapsers.
And getting quite low. Pops the Fairy Fire to survive.
Rightfully so.
And Panel kind of talked about how he might have a bit of a rough laning stage. Malady, not much mana to speak of at the moment, though.
This,
he does have 3 mangoes.
Yeah, like this matchup has a lot to do with the supports, but this is another strength of like Nature's Prophet carry. You can always put the Treants on like the side lane, help your 5 to bully the post 4. And yeah, it's just overall a very good lane for Malady. And I've been very impressed with Zombie. Like overall, you know, it helps you with a good lane, with the Roche later. You can get the shard. People have been buying it more and more. And Malady, this guy, he slaps on the Zombie. He's not afraid to go through the gate, run mid, just go in and die, respawn, and just do it straight again.
I mean, one of the games that we cast, he started, I think, I want to say 5-0 on Undying, something crazy early on.
He had like a 16-minute Blade Mail shard on Undying with treads.
Completely absurd. But finally get to this stage of the playoffs that both teams are going to be pretty evenly matched. So every little mistake, we'll see if the opposing team can capitalize. And so far in the mid lane, 16-3 for Chira Jr. and 12-1 for his counterpart in Laurel.
He's doing quite well. Also, like the small things at the moment where you have like a lot of sustain still on CJ because he's been able to dodge a kick or two. Maybe giving up a bit of his lead here because he's tanking way too many tower shots. Because I do think he was starting to get slightly ahead in this mid lane. But Lal kind of able to, I would say, recover the lane.
So far, not me doing a good job of keeping Malady outside of the range of the Tide, as DM will take a little Maledict action.
Yeah, this is a hero that I don't think we've seen too many Witch Doctors ourselves, but I saw it a lot in a lot of the other games, and he just looks incredibly good. You have all these fat, beefy boys in the offlane that are being played. We all know, you know, through the history of Dota 2, Maledict destroys these heroes. You know, the Tide Hunters, the Centaurs, whoever else has played, you know, Axe, and Witch Doctors just looked very good. Also, the fact that your Death Ward is pure damage. The hero has very good talents as well. Laurel in some trouble.
Laurel trying to run this off. Chira is committing completely. Popping the Fairy Fire is Laurel. He's just going to die to the tower if he's not careful. Blood Grenade coming out from Root, taking the TP and the kill. So punished in the end from Chira's side. And Spirit going to be very happy with Laurel just literally right-clicking the fountain, wobbling his way over there. Meanwhile, top lane, collapsing company, they kill off Watson. That was not expected at all. And Malady should be able to finish the job here onto Collapse, although it might be able to deny. Nope.
He still got the gush off.
Does get the kill, and yeah, the gush into the bushwhack. That's a double kill for Not Me to start this top lane for Spirit.
There's some things happening that should not be happening. Like, Laurel in mid, you know, he has the magic wand, the Fairy Fire, so CJ goes for an overplay, a bit of a misread, but especially also in this top lane, and this is why it matters so much how you skill. A lot of Tide Hunters in this lane, they would go Kraken Shell and like just chill and, oh, I'm gonna tank through the treants, but without the gush, all of these plays don't happen. Sometimes aggression is your best defense, because getting a double kill in this lane, honestly, it's kind of criminal here for Spirit.
Yeah, it definitely was not something that the panel was expecting, or you for that matter.
Absolutely
I, of course,
not.
expect everything.
Of course.
It's
you
chaos.
expect the most stupid things.
Life is chaos, as they say. And you can see mid lane. I mean, how far back does this put Chira Jr. in the mid lane matchup now? We're getting a minute away from this first power rune situation.
I mean, you can see it matters a lot when it comes to like this early on pressure. As Yotaro trying to chase down Sax a bit with the... Oh my god.
Chira, okay, second death. Not Me all over the place now. Makes his way to the mid lane, and I assume he bushwhacks for the kill.
It's also that Earthspirit is being played a little bit different, right? He has no levels in the rolling boulder. That was like another reason why Ember was so good. Well, if you rolled on him, he dodges it with the Sleight of Fist. You end up in the tier 1 tower, but with the high levels in Silence and the kick, you know, they buff those spells, they're way better. So find themselves a secondary kill onto CJ here.
Yeah, we're gonna watch a replay. Chira, yeah, the silence, oh, a bushwhack just on the edge. That was as close as it gets to rocking.
Perfect execution. The good thing is still for Yandex, they do have the top 3 CS on the board, which means they're gonna have Nature's Prophet ult in not too long. You still have, you know, level 6s coming out, active rune as well now. No arrow available just yet for Saxa though.
Yeah, 6-minute power rune. Bushwhack not gonna hit. It's gonna be bottom. Root picks up the haste, as it looks like Malady is gonna suffer the consequences. Actually puts down the tombstone. They're gonna try to take it out as Chira Jr.
Deny.
Gets the deny. Would have been a lot of gold going the way of Spirit, so a little silver lining for Yandex. You have to be a bit careful as Collapse left to his own devices and actually just gets killed off by Watson. I'm not sure how that happened.
No, we're seeing some good shit happening. I'm loving what's going on.
It must have been super low to start.
No, definitely he was low, and then Watson, we could also see towards the tail end, right? A lot of body blocks with the Treants. Of course, Tidehunter, he's a big, juicy guy. He's easy to block. You don't have any phase boots yet. So nicely done by Watson to squeeze in a very unusual kill.
Yeah. I'm surprised we're not seeing the arrow quite yet for Soxa. I mean, their setup is not the craziest. Searing Chains is a classic.
Yeah.
To some degree, Sprout, Hoof Stomp to a degree.
Definitely needed the early levels of the Star Storm early on to help with the lane.
Yeah, early Ring of Health going to be denied here for the time being.
Malady wants to go for his patented play.
Yeah, he tries for it. They watch the replays, though, and they are very, very ready. As Collapse, although Watson coming with the TP, and now Chira Jr. joining the party as well. Maz is going to be the first to fall as Collapse has to pop the Kraken Shell and now run away. But look who's inside. It is now Laurel inside the Wisdom Shrine, but he's going to get caught off guard as Watson just gets the easy triple. He just stands there and right-clicks and somehow comes out on top. And now they're going to go on top of Collapse. He gets arrowed up with that level 4 now being an ultra kill for Watson. All right, so everything unexpected is happening at the moment.
Even with this Wisdom Shrine invasion, they didn't even have the Tombstone. You know, it's not the same play we saw the other day from Malady. But the thing is, there's no Magnetize, there was no Ravage early on, and this is also what we heard earlier, right? Yandex need to be playing aggressive early on, and they absolutely made the best of that. Maybe if Yatoro can look over and have an early TP, you know, you could counterplay it. Of course, he didn't have his ult available.
And the fact that Malady just, I mean, he wasn't going to survive there regardless, but he was there so early, just denying the Wisdom Shrine until the rest of his comrades could come help out. And speaking of Yandex, they're going to find Rue caught off guard and taken out swiftly.
Oh, they are cooking early on. Now also, next Nature's Prophet ult in 10 seconds, and he's very close to a Maelstrom. This must be one of the fastest Maelstroms we've ever seen, because you don't usually get some random ultra kill injection minute 7.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, 3K lead already for Yandex. See if they can separate from the pack or if Spirit have something up their sleeves. I mean, in terms of fighting potential for Spirit, we've talked about Kez. He's going for, looks like the Mage Slayer.
Yeah,
he did things out.
Did lose his Ring of Health earlier, but he's getting it back now. And we've seen Centaur so many times. If you don't shut this hero down.
Oh yeah, Toro actually goes back in and gets hoof stomped as a result. Uses the Raven's Veil though.
Yeah, invisibility.
Get away.
Invincibility, of course.
Shira.
Invis on Invis action. Not for much longer.
Spot him now. Can they go for the Searing Chains into Arrow? Soxa.
No mana.
Yeah, unfortunate for the side of Yandex. Actually read this beautifully, but wouldn't be able to finish the job there, so will back away in the end.
Okay, still some good early pressure as they do force out Yatoro out of the lane, which means tier 1 down bottom is gonna fall, and in the top lane, you still have a full HP tower. You've got your Undying there, you've got Treants to hold it off. So Yandex definitely, like even with some of the early kills that came out, they now have a 3K gold lead and they are taking the first tier 1 of the game.
Yeah, and it's a level advantage in the mid. Like, he got first blood. He died twice on this Ember, and he's out leveling.
The difference, as Malady is taking a bit of pressure, but the difference between Collapse and Watson right now is illegal. Level 5 to 9 and double net worth.
Yeah, that is rough as Collapse. Not used to being in such a position, getting chased out. This will take a while. Watson actually not even interested.
Blood grenade,
backs away, wants to get some farm. Stampede will help them catch up. Pops a Kraken Shell, but to no avail. So Yandex in the last few minutes have gotten everything that they've wanted. See Spirit take a smoke, but like you said, Collapse. 10 minutes in, no Ravage yet.
This is a good play that Spirit are setting up for, right? You know that is Centaur who's playing here, quite aggressive, tier 1 is on, and he has no Stampede. That's the big deal. He did use it in the last play up top.
And they're going to start things out. Sharpshooters coming for him. And with that, Maledict will eventually tick out. Only question is who gets the kill. It will be the Chicken Man, Mr. Yatoro.
It's a very, very necessary kill down here. Otherwise, he will just play down here forever. So making use of the fact that they did use the Stampede aggressively. I've seen this in more and more games now. People are really trying to shut down Collapse. It happened yesterday as well against Liquid. Just continuous moves into his lane. I mean, he's very weak, even if you try and help him out. It's just like a defensive Ravage into kind of nothing. So second tower on the deck here for Yandex.
Malady, the same level as Collapse. Going to use that Flesh Golem. Going to get rolled on, though. So TP support for Collapse, who's been desperate to get back in this game. And
yeah,
this will help. they're going to get the tombstone as well, so Collapse actually being fed a little bit of an injection there.
Yeah, he'll be quite happy about that. So, you know, Malady kind of feeling himself. Of course, sometimes when you play the zombie, you just want to go ham.
You just wanted to show him that, hey, I'm the same level as you, bro.
Hey, man, you need 3 friends.
Yep, Soxa gets opened up on, but has that leap at his disposal. I mean, how hard is it to hit arrows in a lineup like this? Because Hoof Stomp is kind of, I'm talking about long arrows.
It's on chains, which is, I believe they should be maxed out soon enough. Collapse, though. At the same time, Malady
Getting
is...
burned down as the first magnetize of the game onto Malady, who,
he still has
now that we talked about him being level 6, has been dying quite a bit. And a nice stone. Is it enough to tick away? Pops the stick is fine. Meanwhile, though, Bushwhack onto Soxa with the Maledict as well. So across the board, it's a 1-for-1, but Larl gets completely collapsed on. Big roll, though. Earn charge applied as Chira wants to finish the job with a sleight of fist if he can find
2
him.
seconds.
Now, not quite enough is now TP support in the form of Yatoro. Stampede going to help out, though, as Chira attempts to exit. Gonna get cast up, maledicted up, and now he knows he's dead. So good turnaround there from Spirit. A little bit too much of a chase from Chira. And we'll see if Spirit can now pressure this tier 1 as a result.
Oh, definitely got to be careful about that, because like we're saying, Yandex are ahead, but they also should be, right, with that type of draft. And they've been playing very, very well. CJ, those got to dial it back a little bit. It's now the second overplay for him in this game. And honestly, Spirit, they kind of need those, you know, and get a little bit more gold, hold back on the map, not lose your tier 1 tower this early on as well. Honestly, is a big benefit here for Team Spirit. So we see some stacks coming out.
Who has the better Roche taking team? Not including Collapse as a person.
It has to... well, it has to be Dire. Like, right, you have Nature's Prophet, who's ultra... He's an ultra monster. Like, 8,000 gold at 13 minutes is... we're talking about Alchemist net worth here. And most importantly, you've got the Zombie Man. Of course, Undying, very, very good at Roche. You've got the Flesh Golem, you've got the Tombstone. Which, of course, means in return that Collapse can up his numbers on the Aegis steals.
Yep, very true. I'm sure a lot of the Aegis steals that I'm thinking of were him actually getting Roche as well, technically speaking, which felt like a steal, but 14 seems too low.
It does seem too low. Maybe it's like when he got the last hit anti-Aegis. I don't know if that's like what the stat is for.
It has to be, no, it has to be snatching.
Okay, yeah, it does seem too low. But we'll, of course, double check the numbers. We've got the Lenovo Legions to help us out with that.
Yep, that's right. Collapse getting some farm out into this triangle here.
Bro, Malady's got
in the
beef
cover of
or
Moonlight
what?
Shadow, and they want Rue. Should be able to clean him up, although Silence comes out making this a little bit more difficult, along with the ult from the Witch Doctor, but eventually they do find the kill.
Malady's got beef with Spirit or what? Bro just keeps running here at minute 14.
Yeah, he's a bot for the shrine.
Yeah,
he's programmed to need that thing.
Minute 7,
sustenance.
I go Wisdom Shrine.
That's right. The DM. It's funny because we talked about this a little bit yesterday. A lot of times when you see a Centaur, it's like, okay, he's gonna get, he's gonna get an okay amount of farm. He's gonna get this cookie cutter build. This tournament, I feel like it's completely changed. He's threatening top net worth every game, it feels like, this hero.
No,
It's
all
really
the time. Like, you have a good early laning stage, you go for the Dominator, and it feels like once you get the armor component, it's really hard to knock you out of the lane. And teams have also done a good job. You want to open up this tier 1 for the Centaur, either bring a couple heroes to him, because he farms so easily. I mean, this hero kind of has a cheat code right now. You just run to neutrals with return, you double edge him with high HP region, and in the meantime, you send your stupid creep around there just holding your next wave.
Yep.
So you're just playing PvE. And then at some point you have good items and you tell your team, I have Stampede, you guys do your thing.
That's right, your thing.
Here you go. Yeah, gotta do your thing.
Well, he is going for the Lotus Orb, so takes off Magnetize. Cast can be reflected. Anything else I'm missing that's
Vessel.
very important?
Silence. The stupid Kez stacks.
Yep.
Quite good. The minus armor on the Gush.
Yep.
I like. Also gives you more HP region. Because all Centaur really needs to get big is he needs HP region that you can spam double edge and just keep spamming it off cooldown, stay high HP. And it looks like overall with how Yandex are moving, I'm liking this one because 60-minute active rune and mid tier 1 is kind of what you're looking for here. They're incredibly tanky on their heroes. 2k HP on the Centaur, Malady as well, 1400 HP, Ash Legion Shield and Flesh Golem to boot.
Now, Collapse just finished his first item. Now that we're 16 minutes in the game, he has the wraps online.
Mr.
A
Yatoro.
little bit tankier, yeah. Opening up onto Yatoro, able to get the veil off though. to exit as a result. They get the roll in onto Watson, but the Stampede comes out. Magnetize already expended. As Sharpshooter, not going to be quite enough here. So a little bit of a reset from both sides as DM looking for a hoof stomp, no connection made. Trying to defend this tombstone a bit, but Collapse gonna dodge the arrow. Looks like it'll be denied. As Collapse gets put back onto the high ground, so no casualties from either side. And Chira's still sporting that damage rune, just ends actually.
A little bit lucky there, I would say, for Spirit. I mean, Yatoro, good job getting out there, right? Raven's Wail grappling out, but if you're Yandex, looked like they had a potential there to maybe Stampede on top of him, get the Hoofstomp connection on top. Because again, any seconds or minutes where Spirit get to keep their tier 1 mid alive is absolutely crucial. It is the tier 1 that kind of matters the most.
Yeah, this thing is dead. The question is how many heroes will try to defend. Malady looking for the potential deny. Not going to get it. Instead, he's going to get rolled on, and another death to the Undying. The Malady racking them up with 6 at this point.
Well, he will insta-respawn, so I guess in terms of his mind, who really cares, bud?
Yeah, that's the second use of Ceaseless Dirge in 8.
Longest cooldown that we've got in the game. Rightfully so, it's a free Aegis. Bro can run around feet and come straight back up.
Remember when those were talents for heroes like Lina?
Oh, thank God we removed those. Or when it was on Bloodstone. And if you had high charges, you could like just suicide and respawn.
I forgot about that. I mean, there was many different variations of charges on Bloodstone as well.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of missed some of it. It's Watson with the Mjolnir and just about to finish the Hurricane Pike.
Honestly, crazy net worth on him. I'm surprised that Yatoro was able to keep up that nicely. Did get to finish up his Desolator, Saxa. Nice pushback.
And he's super dead for Mr. Saxa. His lead hasn't really grown in favor of Yandex at all. Spirit closing the gap a bit in terms of the differential.
Oh, the last couple of minutes are quite bad for Yandex. Maybe in terms of the net worth doesn't reflect it all that much, but they didn't get to take the Spirit's mid tier 1 and they lost their own. Now they lost their safe lane tier 1 tower. So you can see the lead shrinking a little bit. Collapse.
Attempting to TP. Not going to have any stuns here. They almost had the damage though. My goodness. He has the Blink Dagger online. Going to go for the shard as well. Is it going to try to initiate onto Chira Jr. The silence keeps him at bay for a bit, but eventually finds the distance. Very, very mobile hero, especially once you get that Aghanim Scepter a little bit later in the game. He's going for the BKB first into the Kaya.
So I would say kind of a normal build, right? Yeah, very like safe. You're playing up against silences. It makes sense. You want to be able to keep scaling, but also go into these fights and not really be in too much threat of dying. But we talked about Collapse early. He had a slow game, rightfully so. He's slowly creeping up. He's not that easy to kill anymore. He now also has a Blink Dagger to follow up with a Ravage. And once he gets Blink Shard combo, you're suddenly not that safe anymore on Yandex. Mirana can't leave, Stampede is useless, and Ember can't Remnant out. They find Watson.
BKB pretty soon. Watson spotted. They're going to use a Ravage just for him, and well worth it. Top net worth in the game. Z will go to the grave. Malady there too late. And this will provide a little bit of opportunity for Yatoro to catch up in the farm department. Like you said, he is farming well. It's just that Watson has been farming next level.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's been farming heroes and everything else on the map, but just overall good read and also nice vision that Spirit got off earlier, right? Not me with a very aggressive ward in the Dire jungle. Was able to spot out Watson there on the prior kill. Let's see, CJ is playing down here.
Yeah, they're making a gate play. Collapse. Going to be spotted though. Takes the hoof stomp, and with that, the Remnant away. Collapse. Again, blinking in. Doesn't have the shard quite yet. As you see, the Essence Distillers being traded. That's going to provide the chase opportunity for Chira Jr. You're not getting away.
What a force that.
As this squirrel. Nami should die here. Makes it a little bit more difficult, and they're going to try to turn this into a Tormentor play, and it looks to be relatively free.
Yeah, they absolutely should be able to. I want to see like what Yandex will be like communicating and if it kind of also reflects in their gameplay. I think for them, if the Ravage is down, it's definitely... Yeah, he bought his own shard again, right, on Malady. Yeah, I've been seeing this more often, and honestly, it looks very good. I like that we're seeing this. And now CJ, he's getting closer to his BKB, and he got the shard from the Tormentor, so he'll be quite happy.
Absolutely.
Or never...
Again, does not have the dead in the water yet. In fact, how close is he?
Very close.
400 away.
It's going to make a huge difference. Of course, you'll have a couple cores that will get their BKBs.
Yeah, Chira is about to purchase the recipe right now, so unfortunate timing for Collapse in terms of the Ember Spirit specifically. DM will stampede to safety. Soxa inside the tombstone. He gets grabbed by his ally, will leap out, eventually falls. So they actually get a cancellation of the TP, so another death for Malady. Double kill for Yotaro, getting those Deso stacks up. Has 4 to his name.
They're finding some big kills on Spirit.
Yeah, his BKB about to come out as well for Yotaro.
Because a lot of the items that are coming out right now are very impactful for Spirit, right? We're talking about the double BKB that both Lol and Yotaro have. You have Collapse, who has a multitude of items. He's got the Rats, the Blink, now the Shard completed as well. And this is Roche on the deck. There's no Tombstone, no Stampede. And it's not like they kill it poorly, you know, you've got the Desolator, you've got Gush for the minus armor, and they will constantly stay full HP with the heals from Rue.
Yep, not too shabby. Yandex going to be aware of this. The Treants are going to provide a little bit of vision.
Very good
with
positioning.
that, actually Spirit exit the pit. They know how easy it is to steal Aegises.
I mean, Rue has nice positioning too, right? He's got his ward on the right side to also cover if there's ever a smoke. Oof, the Sleight of Fist actually breaking the smoke from 2 heroes here.
And they have Malady set. And he's going to get the first dead in the water of the game. And that's going to be an easy pickoff. Does he have his innate up again? It's been a while. No, still a couple minutes away. So that's 30 seconds with no Undying as Moonlight Shadow activate. Nice senior chains onto 2. The arrow will hit Laurel. No follow-up though. Bushwhack connects onto Chira Jr. though. Has to pop his BKB, gets batched up. Will Remnant out. And he's actually ticking out very slowly here.
Thank God.
Live.
I had to use the BKB Lotus and I think also feed him a Lotus.
Surely now that's enough for Roche to be Spirits.
But this is also where some teams can learn something from Team Spirit, right? You get scouted out by the Treant and you don't take the chance to just keep hitting Roche. No, they back off. Notme was waiting in that area for so long. In the meantime, his team smokes around and they find a kill. They always go for like the 100% chance play that you don't have any counterplay yourself. So even though Yandex have the lead, dropping the first Aegis here into Yotoro's hands.
And still the lead remains on Yandex's side. And when it gets to the late game, you favor Spirit's lineup?
I would say so. I mean, Dota is definitely more about like it bounces back and forth when it comes to overall item timings. Like when Watson later on gets a potential Silver Edge, you know, where you get a break against the Tide, it could be quite good. Looks like for now at least he wants to go full out damage because Nature's Prophet scaling is not bad. It's the same with like Centaur and also Ember, but I think the next like 10 to 15 minutes should be kind of Spirit's way.
He still has a Fairy Fire.
Yeah, kind of goes to show you that he's not really been pressured all that much.
Yeah, the one time that we saw him get ganked, it was just a Ravage into can't really do anything.
Yeah, just a full stun lock.
We'll see how much Yotaro can get out of this Aegis. As Collapse looking towards a Shiva's Guard. Chira silenced. Able to dodge some spells though. Dodge a lot actually, both the Boomerang and the Sharpshooter. Remnants to the north. Now the leash applied to both heroes because of the Lotus it seems. Into the Stampede though for DM. Arrow hits the Tide as Yotaro gonna try to chase DM. He's gonna be spotted though. Nice dust coming out from Not Me. And DM likely to knock it out here. Cancellation of the TP, so another big kill for Spirit.
Good job by Yotaro just getting the markup for the little mini stun onto DM.
Eat your fish, come on. Collapse.
Eat your
fish. My goodness.
He's not interested.
Need to buff those so they actually care. It's just like the old Nature's Prophet facet with the gold. They wouldn't even pick it
I
up.
feel like it should just like come flying to you as they are chasing.
Yeah, the roll
nice
is successful into the kick out. And Watson's going to have to BKB. Well, 4-staff TP now.
We'll be fine.
It's good.
It's still
Spirit forcing a lot of BKB uses.
It's kind of a weird game because you have Spirit that are getting all of the kills going, but when you look at the net worth lead, it's like either staying even or Yandex are even like pushing it a little bit, you know, up there, as Watson is continuing to just have crazy net worth in this game.
I mean, at what point do, like, if you get 7 slotted on Nature's Prophet, it feels like you drop off at a certain point. Is that still the case?
You kind of do, but it's more about like finding the right engagements. I still feel that Yandex can look for plays maybe a little bit more. Perhaps they're like, it's always hard to tell like when we're observing because we see everything. There's definitely a chance where Spirit continuously have like right people at the right time and in the right place where Collapse is like blocking all these moves, but DM has had a Blink Dagger for a long time, and we've never really seen any connection of like a good Searing Chains into an arrow or like a Hoof Stomp with a Moonlight Shadow. So they are quite passive at the moment, but might just potentially have a read to wait out the Aegis. Let me get close to this Daedalus here for Watson.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Chira to get truly online. It's going for, I believe he just purchased the Sange into that Kaya Sange now. So next item up is Aghanim Scepter, and that's when the hero kind of takes on a whole new level. And Toro will be able to claim this tier 2 tower in the meantime.
This
Is this enough with this Aegis, you think? Are they happy about this?
They can still look like if Yandex go overly aggressive here in this bottom side, I would not be surprised at all if Spirit look to take a fight into them. Also, now that they've cleared up the first tier 2 tower, it means that you can flip the map, kind of go over to the enemy outpost, take that over, and start building a little bit more of a map advantage. I could also see, I think if you're Spirit, you should be thinking about a gem relatively soon. First of all, you're playing against Mirana, and Yandex aren't really looking to fight you all that much.
And Watson, or Chira rather, able to get out of the Chicken Man's arms.
This is also like a very important aspect of these elusive idiot heroes, as I would like to call it. You can't, just because you can kill an Ember, you cannot allow him to just walk down the top lane. So I like that Yatoro is staying there, kind of keeping a very strong foothold on the top lane and where it's pushed into.
Well, Aegis is expiring in 30 seconds, so Spirit gonna try to claim one more tower before that comes to be. Fortification comes out though.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And that's not one that's gonna refresh, because they've already killed off a tier 2.
Okay, we've got a read here potentially that maybe Malady would have been here. Seems like he changed his program.
He's gonna pop his Flesh Golem though, taking a full duration. Okay, wraps himself into the tombstone. Gonna try to wait out.
He's fine.
This Maledict, yeah, he's perfectly fine.
4v1.
No way.
Get out.
No way he dies, pops back out, and that's a delicious treat for Yatoro to get another stack on his Deso.
Yeah, it's quite a bit of gold, but of course Malady will be straight back up, as there is the gem for Not Me.
Now they, despite not having the Aegis, will try to still finish off this tier 2 mid.
And with all the good things they did against Collapse's Tidehunter early on, and even though he is bottom of the net worth, you can tell by how Yandex are playing that this Tide is having very big impact. Saxo trying to get out scot-free here.
Ooh. Close. Good attempt from Laurel.
Well, they're just happily scaling up. You've got a bunch of greedy enchantments, I'm pretty sure, here on the Yandex side. You know, you have Saxa who's going for the Aghanim Scepter. You have Ember with a greedy enchantment, Centaur, and then we already know that both the supports have it. So that surely will help you a little bit when it comes to the gold lead.
The fact that everybody takes it just makes it lose its meaning, don't you think?
A little bit, yeah. At least, you know, Collapse doesn't have it. He wants to play like very honest, get some health, some HP regen.
If this enchantment didn't exist, how many different heroes do you think we would see? Like, how much is it predicating what people are picking?
It definitely has quite a big impact. I think you'd see at least a lot of support.
Like, if there was a patch where that's the only change, you think it would be a drastic meta shift?
Not drastic, but I do think over time you would see it. Because let's say you're playing Mirana in this game and you don't have a greedy enchantment. I don't even think he would have queued up an Aghanim Scepter.
Right.
Or if he did, he would have half of it at this point. Same with like heroes like Centaur. It's crazy good when you play these Timbers, Invokers, Centaurs that you can go greedy enchantment, as Yatoro wants to go Invis and check out what's happening in the neighborhood.
Yep, Chira was spotted taking that damage rune.
God, he is so strong on this Kez right now. 4-0 and 3 Yatoro with a very, very good itemization also. You know, the Deso, the Mage Slayer, nothing too crazy. Aghanim Scepter, BKB, and now the Crystallis. If you let this guy get a couple clicks on you, you are absolutely going to be shredded.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for this inevitable anime-style battle.
It's happening.
You have to explain how that works, because you know, I don't watch anime, but get that reference as much as anything.
Sure. I know exactly what you meant, but maybe it's the one guy farming up forever, which is Watson, to then go up against the villain, which is Yatoro, I guess.
Oh, Yatoro's the villain in this case, I see.
I mean, I think so. Like, even though they're behind, I give them the slight strength when it comes to like overall fighting. But I am still happy to see what Watson is cooking up, you know, with the Daedalus. As hold that, DM.
Yeah, Maledict is applied to him. Attempting to TP. Spotted. And is out. Very close. Is going for the shard now. Has the Heart of Tarask. So that regen doing work for him.
Yep.
But with that TP means that Spirit can take this Tormentor now. And it's going to go between Laurel and Rue.
Okay.
And Rue will be the recipient. So
that's pretty nice, right? You get to like dodge some stuff. You can go into your Death Ward. And again, it's different ways to keep your Death Ward going, to stay alive in the fight. And any type of way that you stay alive longer in the fight, that you get off another round of spells, is quite good for you. As Yandex looks like they've kind of had enough. It's time to get a kill on the board or some type of aggression.
Yeah, damage rune for Chira.
They need a stomp into Arrow.
It's going to get hoof stomp right off the bat. Searing Chains to follow. He's going to be dead right off the bat as Rue comes with a nice Maledict onto 2. As Yatoro, very scary. Nice grab ally though, as Yatoro can't go for anybody. Gets a Raptor Dance on just creeps, and despite being in the BKB, dies regardless. 2 dead for Spirit. As Rue, completely caught off guard, will use that newly picked up shard, but gets blown up afterwards by Soxa and his Aghanim Scepter with a double kill. 5k lead for Yandex now. Yeah, and that is the power of the Tombstone.
They were holding back, but they just find one good move, right? There are some BKBs, so you can't go with the chains into the arrow, so you need the hoof stomp into the arrow overall to go for the connection. And I mean, Yatoro thought he could do a lot more, but Watson is just able to stand his ground. He has nothing for this route. They're all just dodging the Raptor stance.
That's why I didn't mention it. I was a little surprised he didn't go for Battle Fury, because I feel like it's just naturally, it's just something to get out of Sprout all game long.
Yeah, I guess you can try for the grapple, or you play with like some 4-steps overall. It's just that Battle Fury doesn't feel very good. I mean, this is a very, very bad death here for Yatoro. I'm sure he knows that one.
And Yandex kind of separating now. 7, make it 8k lead. Ruin Not Me on the low ground. Their triangle was invaded successfully though from DM. Although Collapse.
Okay, Anchor.
Stampede completely countered. Arrow's gonna hit Collapse. Immediately Kraken shells it off as they get the damage. A little bit too greedy for DM here.
Okay, finding him out of position. And it is around the second Roche at the moment. So this is 1 minute without DM being on the board. Need to see how Yannick can go about this in, like, macro-wise. Can you push in all the lanes? Can you keep poking them? Because you have a 7k gold lead at this point. If you can just squeeze out and delay it a little bit, wait for DM to spawn to then take the Roche fight. It seems like Yatoro is making the potential call that maybe he wants to finish up this Daedalus before a fight breaks out.
That's 30 seconds away for DM. How much more can they do in the pit? They're going to attempt it, and you can see Yandex are actually really far away. The Belch comes out, though, so they're now aware. They should be Moonlight shadowing towards that pit. Arrow for a little bit of vision.
Yeah, it's still half HP.
Yeah, only the Starstorm hits from that Aghanim Scepter. Put a Remnant down in as Laurel trying to create some space here. Looks like they're fully committing. There goes inside the pit is Chira Jr. Malady comes out as the snatch comes out from Chira. They're going to kill off Malady in the meantime as Chira does get out with his life. So a little bit of Collapse's medicine being force-fed to Spirit. Soxa TP's out, so in the end, great move from Yandex.
Yeah, just a little reverse Uno. Suck on that Collapse.
So it looks like the Roche banner was claimed from Yatoro.
Can help them, of course, a little bit later.
Where are the items spawning? Is it always the same?
I feel like Aegis
is always in the same spot, and then the rest are kind of random.
Yeah, I think that the banner is usually like a little bit more higher, whereas the Aegis spawns a little like down below. I mean, it's just good poking overall, and then they get in here. CJ, quick on his fingers.
And I think if this were to be replayed, Collapse is like, I'm just going to take it.
Yeah.
Because I click faster than every human being on the
I will wait for
Earth.
Roche to die and then blink in.
That's right.
I like Watson's strength also, overall. I think like with this butterfly, he can absolutely stand his ground. And then the last item will be, you know, swapping out the treads for the Satanic. Certainly playing with one item advantage here into Yatoro's Kez.
He didn't go for Silver Edge, which is a bit curious.
I guess
maybe Collapse is not somebody they care too much about at the moment?
Yeah, honestly, not really. I think at this point, perhaps it's just more important for him to have ultimate 1v1 power, as you referenced the anime battle, of course.
Thank you. Some
Itachi versus Sasuke type situation, which I'm sure you fully understand.
Absolutely.
Or Son Goku versus Frieza.
Go anime.
Or Majin Buu.
Yay. Yay.
Hey, people here like anime. I like anime, and we've got a lot of
Yeah,
viewers watching.
spotted. Looks like another unfortunate death for him. He's going to reflect the dead in the water, but won't be able to go anywhere.
Nice reflection on the grapple. Still will take a tumble.
So 70 seconds. Of course, like we said, Chira Jr. is the one with the Aegis, so there's no real rush from Yandex either.
No, and he can play quite aggressive, right? He's got Shard, he's got the Aghanim Scepter as well, now an Arcane Rune. So it's definitely one of the timings here for Mr. CJ to start amping up the pace.
These Maranas with Aghanim Scepters, this item's kind of weird, but it really does pay off if you get to 25.
But they are scaling very well, and I like that. I don't know which patch it was, but you used to have to choose between Starstorm damage and multi-arrow, as maybe we cursed him.
Yeah, of course.
One more leap to boot.
Nah, he's dead.
He's got a Lotus, doesn't want to use it though, just gonna chill. But yeah, like nowadays on Marana you have a good level 20 talent and a good level 25 talent to go with the Aghanim Scepter, which honestly gives, you know, quite a big buff to being able to buy this Axe. And what people underestimate too, your Moonlight Shadow level 15, it gives evasion. So, you know, some random hits here or there from your Toro, they might miss.
I mean, I'm sure he spotted this butterfly for Watson, so is he going to have to go? Yes, he is already going MKB.
Yeah, he definitely did spot it. You can tell in his quick buy.
So Aghanim Scepter likely to be consumed, or it can just swap out the treads for the time being. He still has room to grow, which is a bit scary.
He does, but even with what we've been seeing, Yandex have done a good job at, like, you know, reflecting kind of what's going on the map, getting the Aegis into their own hands. Because we saw it in the last fight. If Watson gets to, you know, hit onto this Kez, Yotoro definitely in a lot of trouble.
This has been such a close game, I have to say. As Eon Disc now picked up for Malady. So another save for him, along with, I mean, even if he gets jumped now, Eon Disc procs and he can Tombstone either himself or an ally.
And that's like, it's the other annoying thing when you play against Undying. Like, sure, you can kill the Tomb, but it's kind of Kez is the only one. And you don't want to use that time, especially when you're already kind of losing the one-to-one carry matchup at the moment.
Collapse was being pursued. Chira Jr. showing off the Aghanim Scepter. Hookstomp's going to be avoided from Collapse. Finally, a Searing Chains locks him in place, but he's a tanky boy. As there's the official pickup now for the Satanic on Watson. Fully 6-slotted now.
Okay, right now,
absolute beast mode.
This is one of the biggest power spikes you can ask for on a Nature's Prophet. Like, if Watson gets to go in these fights in a way that he likes to, where he doesn't get gone on first and he just gets to TP on the backside or after they've like chained or stunned someone up, he is crazy strong. He's also got the triple HP and triple damage talent for the Treant, so a little bit more of a
But he's
map
not going
play.
to be growing much more than this. Like, even if you get Moonshard or Ags, it's
not that much. Of course, you still can, right? Like you said, you can do the Moonshard, you can eat the Aghanim Scepter, he can buy the Shard. You can also like do some swapping in and out of like BKBs, buying a refresher later for like double ult. But it is one of the strongest timings, so you want to try and make something happen. You don't want to force it, but you want to be aware of it to try and use it.
It's more like an incremental increase from here on out, as opposed to this big power spike that you're getting with this 6th item.
Which is definitely why you want to kind of like push it into Spirit, you know, make them, tease them a little bit, or like go aggressive on the map with a gem, push it back.
Yeah, well, 3 minutes away from knowing when Roche is coming up. So Yandex, I'm sure that's what they're going to be waiting for, one would assume.
Okay, they do have a Wind Waker now as well onto Collapse, which of course is a good counterplay, right, into the
Stone
Hookstomp
on the high
arrow.
ground. Collapse trying to get some D-ward action. Watson's going to put him inside of his Sprout with some right-click action as well. Nice remnants out from Chira Jr., making Laurel roll away. And as the zombies will chase Collapse. So Vision Battle, I suppose, goes to Yandex for now.
Definitely does, and I do like this Wind Waker. Like, when you play against a draft, and usually the mid to late game will boil down to there are specific ways for one team to win the fight, and Yandex need like the Hoof Stomp into Arrow into Watson deals damage, so this Wind Waker can absolutely put a stop to it. But now if you're Yandex, you need to find an answer to the Wind Waker, which should be most likely a nullifier on someone. I don't really know who wants to buy it on Yandex, but someone should be at least eyeing it, so you can like counterplay the counter that they're buying. Seems like that maybe Malady's got his eyes on that one.
I was going to say, Malady, it's not really an Undying thing, but it's a Malady thing.
And he's got Blink Dagger. Blink Nullifier is a great item combo.
Yeah.
Of course, it will take quite a while for an Undying to get there, but I do like what he has, you know, that they're talking about the correct things.
He's got the greedy enchantment.
Of course,
He'll
which
get
will
them
help him.
eventually.
Yeah.
Really, it helps them. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Greed will be his downfall. As Collapse gets the anchor, although Watson TPing in to get some right-click action on it. Collapse taking quite a bit of damage as Laurel's going to pop the BKB and pop the Shivas as well.
Holy
Turn out to a full-on
Pasado.
fight as Collapse just gets deleted, and now Laurel completely surrounded, nowhere to go. Triple kill for Chira Jr. They lose Sox at the beginning, but they get 3 kills in turn.
Yeah, well, if you haven't seen a Timeless Conjurer's Catalyst, welcome to Dota 2, baby. As CJ they just both evaporated. Sure, it was Watson who started off, you know, whacking away at the Tidehunter, but then just a follow-up blow from CJ coming in with the Ags. Yep, we'll see it here in a moment as Collapse, you know, they think they've got the easy one here onto Satsa. And you can see Watson's damage, it is very high.
It is.
And then here, hello, everyone's dead.
Jeez. Like a nuclear bomb going off there.
Nah.
Absolutely ridiculous. So Yandex in good position here. 13k lead, already poking at the high ground now, despite not having the Aegis, but obviously those 2 big core kills, no buybacks for either of them. Would think that this is going to be a lane.
And absolutely will be, and it could even be a threaten on the second Rax, unless they want to like play it safe, you know, already look for the next Roshan, which it could be spawning from now. It is a very long spawn, which should help Spirit.
And they will back away, so the range barracks will technically survive. Not that it matters that much.
I definitely need to commend Yandex on how they played this game, because mid-game, like, even to me watching, it looks like quite strange in a way, but I think just understanding and being confident in what heroes can do, I would say especially Watson, you know, having a very clear view, okay guys, let me farm, I need these couple of items, once I have this, we just flip the switch and we go complete aggro mode.
It's a pretty late Roche, so I'm not sure who that favors exactly, but Yandex, if they can get this next Roche with all the goodies, they're going to be in extremely good position to end this game with Spirit. Of course, with Collapse always available to steal. Already been a steal this game, but not for him.
I was going to say that fact that it's not an instant Roche spawn favors Spirit, but the fact that it's this long and the next couple items coming off for Yandex are quite big, I do think it favors them. Like Watson is holding 8k gold, you have a buyback now available on CJ in the next fight if you want to. The card is quite close for DM. You're also closing in on the nullifier on the zombie man.
Yeah, they're going to have potentially 2 saves with the cart and the tombstone. Laurel on the cliff. Oh, they open up things up onto the Tidehunter though. Wind Waker going to keep him safe for the time being. As Malady's just going to chase in that Flesh Golem form. Laurel already getting gone on as well by the Ember Spirit. They find the kill on the Rue right off the bat as Yatoro upon the BKB in retreat, trying to fight this out, but he's the one taking all the damage. Chira Jr. just ripping through him. No buyback as well. 100 seconds on the deck. As Not Me ticking away, will be able to get back the last decay into finally the Wind Waker coming out to save his life. Buyback now from the Witch Doctor, but they lose the Hoodwink in the meantime.
He killed him with the arrow?
And they get the arrow connection onto Laurel. He's dead. The Ravage comes out so late. It matters not. Collapse now falls, and that should do it for game number 1 as GGs are called. Yandex take game number 1.
Damn, quite convincing too. You know, like the early to mid game, they're ahead, they're constantly ahead, bleeding some kills here or there. But when you just look at their overall strength of their heroes, just winning every fight back to back, it looked like Yatoro maybe should... I thought he was going to be able to do more in this game, right? He had a very clean game on the Kes, but then he comes in once in their own jungle, just kind of dies for free. That was one of his 2 deaths. And then he dies once here at the end, and the game's just kind of over.
I feel like Spirit never had a fight as a team where Collapse was initiating, getting a Ravage into Kez just right-clicking, doing his thing. It was always Yandex pouncing on them instead. And as a result, they took every big fight. And Watson, I mean, this performance on the Nature's Prophet completely absurd. It felt like Chira Jr. was carrying towards the late stage, but that's because Watson's just sitting back right-clicking. Nobody can really do anything against this hero when he has this much farm.
Now, and you can tell how much it matters when you have a clean game on a couple of your players. Like you said, I think Watson with very good itemization and very good understanding of the game as well. Apart from the 1 or 2 overplays from CJ and where Malady just kept going ham on the enemy Wisdom Shrine, I think apart from that it was very good. And Spirit might have to rethink a couple of these heroes. Nature's Prophet carry has looked insane. Same with the Centaur offlane. I don't know the last time we've seen this hero have a bad game.
That's true. I mean, he ends 2 and 4 on Centaur, but he did his job and he was extremely farmed. So what else can you ask for as a Centaur on your team? And this was the first big play of the game where the Wisdom Shrine was being contested by Malady. He sat there, basically sacrificed his life just to make time for the rest of his team to show up. And this is where they end up stealing the second Wisdom Shrine. They get the ultra kill early on for Watson, and that really was the beginning of the snowball. And of course, I mean, for most of the game, Yandex was up, what, 3K? It wasn't like a gigantic lead. It was really just Watson leading the pack in a one-man army, at least for the early stages of the game.
Yeah, and then I just think overall, when you look at Spirit, they're the ones that find good fights. But from the mid-game onwards, also with this very nice Aegis deal, right, by Yandex and CJ overall, it was a very quiet, like, later team fight game from Spirit, which is not what you usually see from them. They always find a way to, like, have a nice angle, have a good initiation to the fight, but this time around, it's all Yandex.
Yeah, let's go to Sheever to wrap up game number 1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, this was a quiet game from Spirit. Credit goes to Yandex for being able to pressure Spirit at the exact right places to make sure that Spirit never really felt the time, Brian, to come together, to make those moves that we expect from them.
Yeah, I feel like I mentioned before the series that VNX is a combination of Gaming Gladiators and former Tundra, and I feel like we saw more of the Tundra side of things in this one. Like, Gaming Gladiators is more about grouping up early and punishing you with that lead, but instead, they got that early lead. Felt like Team Spirit were getting all the kills, and yet the net worth was not moving, and then the second they get the kill on Laurel on Earth Spirit, and then Yatoro tries to come in and salvage the situation, gets sprouted for 5 seconds through BKB. I felt like the game just entirely fell apart from there, and yeah, I don't know, that just looked like a lot of things went right for Team Spirit, and then they still lost, so that was pretty scary for me personally. So,
no, I agree. I think they kind of lost in the sequences where you'd expect Team Spirit. It got to the point where we're like, oh, okay, now this is a Team Spirit game, you know, like they actually stopped the bleeding, you know, Yatoro's getting his items, you know, Collapse is back on track from a pretty poor laning phase, and actually it looked like this was like the worst time of the game for Team Spirit, essentially. When it came to the scaling part, they got their items, they got their timings. So it makes you wonder who's more comfortable going into the late game. Is it Spirit or is it Yandex? Because if it's not Spirit, then I don't really know what is their strong suit in this matchup in that case, if it's not the late game.
Yeah, it kind of felt like the core element of Team Spirit was shook in this game.
I think so. I think it was a big statement by Yandex. It's like, yeah, we don't mind this game dragging on, and we don't mind getting to the team fight, 5v5 sequences. We're more comfortable than you playing these sequences. So I think that was pretty scary.
Faster as well.
Yes.
yeah, I think the part for me that was the most surprising is when Yandex has done this so far, from what I've seen, it was always with Watson on a hyper late game carry, one that is meant to have a rough start or slower start, like Phantom Lancer, for instance. But seeing him on a tempo carry, be so high net worth, and then also still play comfortably for the late game, from an outside looking in, I don't see a weakness from Team Yandex. And like you said, if Team Spirit doesn't feel comfortable in the late game, it's a tall task to go into game two and strategize for that.
Yeah, and we knew that Yandex was going to do fine on the net worth. That's what you get when you have a Nature's Prophet. You just get a little bit of that extra gold. So that part made sense. But the moves, Yandex was just able, I don't know, they were able to dodge, and they were able to, when they did make moves, those were the ones that ended up getting the advantage in the favor of Yandex, of course.
Yeah, they have a really good understanding on when to strike and where to strike. Like all the moves landed pretty much. I mean, as we've said, they had a very quiet sequence post laning phase, pretty much, where they kind of let Team Spirit dictate the pace of the game. They were a little bit, getting picked off here and there. It's meant to happen. In Team Spirit, they have a lot of catch heroes. Like you think of Hoodwink, you think of Earth Spirit, even the Tide with the Blink Shard. And eventually they got their timings. Like essentially, it was like BKB on Ember, Heart on Centaur, Aghanim's on Mirana. The Prophet was already pretty far ahead, and they clicked the smoke, and that smoke led to 3 kills, a tier 2 tower, 5 kills, like however, 5 key gold difference. Like all of a sudden, one smoke just turned the game around completely. And it's because they attacked the exact, the best area of the map. They found the key heroes. I think it was a little bit of a mistake also from Yatoro, to be honest, because he doesn't really have to go in. He decided to go in, got sprouted, and just like ended up dying when honestly it was his strongest timing in the game. So a little bit sloppy from Team Spirit in a sense. They had a really good early game in my opinion and really good first like 25 to 30 minutes. There was also the Aegis snatch that we'll be rewatching. I think a big turnaround to the game also because Team Spirit were in the driving seat and they did not get the Aegis, so they couldn't push, the tempo even higher. Just a very well executed and a lot of clutches, all around from both teams essentially.
It really was. I think that Team Spirit have a really tough job ahead of them to try and figure out and pinpoint exactly what they can fix in the short 15 minutes. So definitely a tough ask. We're gonna, in the meantime, rewatch some of the moments that were so pivotal in this game. Seb, I believe we're gonna start with the rune experience.
Yeah, it was quite the experience for Team Spirit indeed. So I mean, Yandex, it is to be expected. I think these are great contesting wisdom contesting heroes. I'm thinking of the Earth Spirit. He sits there with the shield, the Undying that can place the Tombstone, and obviously the Prophet that can also TP. And don't forget, we're gonna watch the Treants also. They are incredibly strong in the early game and they take down any hero if you're not able to kill them. So we'll see the Wisdom Rune is spawning. Cheer Jr. is looking at it. Madly is already there, and he understands that on Undying that they cannot take this fight. So he kind of sacrifices his life to give Watson a later entry. And Team Spirit, they're trying to contest this rune, but they're tanking the full fire, like the shield, the fire shield from Ember the entire time. The Treants are going at it. The Undying did a lot of damage, obviously, with Decay, and he kind of prepared them to die. And all of a sudden, that is Watson getting a triple kill, and eventually Collapse trying to get the creep waves that are just dying to the tower. Dies also, so that's ultra kill from Watson 7 minutes in the game. It's crazy. If you look at him, he's the highest level on the map, highest net worth, and this is exactly what you want as Nature Prophet. You accelerate to the point where you're almost unstoppable. I want to show you a second clip, which is much later in the game, but I think to me it was the pivotal moment of the game, which was Team Spirit really making a comeback on the back of some really clutch kills. They're getting the Aegis. It's a big issue for Yandex, I think, if they get the Aegis, because they can start grouping up, taking down tier 2 towers, maybe even attacking your base. And look at Cheer Jr. Telling Collapse, you have nothing on me. I'm not impressed with your Aegis till I can do it as well as you. And honestly, this was just based off timings, because he has a remnant in the pit, but the arrow from Saxa has been shot way before, so he had no vision. This was just him basically counting down in his head. 3, 2, 1. Roche is dying. I'm going in. Gets the Aegis from them, and honestly, I think this is the kind of play that saves a game, and it just writes a completely different story. So props to him for showing that, I talked about, do they have the character to go for these plays and, clutch it against Spirit? Because we know Spirit will do it. Well, the answer is just yes, I guess.
Very poetic to have the Aegis stolen from Team Spirit, as it doesn't happen very often. Normally it's the other way around, but I think that's kind of the conclusion of this game, Brian. Did Yandex out-spirit Spirit?
Yeah, I had to double check if Ember Remnant with Shard gives vision, because it was so perfectly timed from Chira. When I'm watching that, I do feel like to some degree they did out-spirit Team Spirit. One thing about Chira Jr. specifically, up until this tournament, I haven't gotten to watch him, so I think a lot of people at home are getting their first taste of this guy's clutch factor. He looked like he was being a little bit over-aggressive early, and maybe there were some nerves involved, maybe he was just pushing his limits, but he had a couple early deaths and did not get off. It's not like he popped off and then just was vibing throughout the entire game. This guy kept his composure in a high-stakes game, so you talk about the element of Team Spirit. I think the most important part of that is that the game does not go smoothly. If Yandex just stomped this one, I don't think it would have really answered our concern, if Team Spirit puts them to the test, but I think they got put to the test, and despite that, despite the ups and downs of the game, he still made that sick play. I mean, that is literally Spirit, but Yandex doing it.
I'm the biggest fan of this guy, Cheer Jr. I have a Discord log of, I won't mention the team, a well-known coach was asking me, they were looking for replacing their mid laner potentially. It's who do you think? And I'm there's this guy called Cheer Jr. It's 3 years ago. And I'm I think this guy is one of the best mids in the world. I don't understand why he's just there playing pubs and not on, one of the best teams out there. I'm really happy to see him get the success he deserves. I think he's incredibly good mechanically, but most importantly, there are a lot of good mechanical mid players.
Yeah.
I think his macro is just all of this work. He has such a good understanding of Dota on what to do with his hero, what are his timings, how to fight, everything really. I would compare him to Quinn in that sense, and Quinn has been, dominating the scene for a while now. And yeah, I guess his,
Legit.
spiritual son in a sense.
Yeah. And he's doing very well. And the question is, what is Spirit going to do? Is there a simple answer?
I mean, win, hopefully for them, so that we can get a game 3, and for us in a sense, but they're going to have to step it up. I think they need to adjust the early game presence. I think against Yandex, they are that good that why give them a head start? Don't give them a head start. Just try to make it a little bit more even. I think when you draft yourself like a Tidehunter, and you open with the Lard hero, like you just show it to Shira. So you're going to have 2 of your lanes that already are like on the back foot. I don't think it's ideal, especially when your last player is Yotaro. At the end of the day, he's going to be hitting some creeps. Like, he's there to carry the game. So maybe just try to get a little bit more tempo, play so that you can answer like the index early game presence. That would be my bet, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about picking your poison heroes that you kind of know are coming and you're going to need to know what to do with it, the Centaur has been by far the most standout hero for me throughout the entire tournament. And in the hands of DM, it's looked insanely powerful, and on paper I'm like, oh, Kez Witch Doctor, that's going to own Centaur, and DM was like number 1, number 2 net worth, other than the ultra kill from Watson. He was up there and number 1 on the CS, and I'm like, if you can't beat this with a pre-planned strategy that on paper should, that's what I would remove personally.
Yeah, there's a lot of routes Team Spirit can think about, and they have a little bit time left to think about it. Very curious to see where they will take it. Before we get to that second game, though, we're going to check in with a couple of other members of our broadcast team. For example, our commentary duo.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome to the single elimination playoff. Suns fan here with Kazoo. We have Spirit versus Yannick. This one, I know I've said it a lot, but it's a doozy.
No, the other days you were coping out of control because those games, they were not doozies, they were not that good. But today, it's true. If we don't have 3 games and at least one of the games doesn't go to 52 minutes, Shannon will take his shirt off.
That's 52 minutes. I agree to
Go above.
60.
Oh, then that's just...
We need tier 5 items because I get really excited about them, as you know.
You don't, actually.
We're supposed to hype it up. We love tier 5 items here.
I do, actually. He hates them.
All right, well, we'll see how the match goes. I hope it's a good one because it's been 2 O's for us. We're bad luck, specifically him.
Hello, I'm here with Watson of Team Yandex. Watson, you've had a pretty long career at this point, but this has by far been your best year. You've been winning tournaments routinely. You guys have done really good this tournament so far. How's it feel to finally have the success that you deserve?
I'm very happy that I work not for nothing, I would say. So yeah, I'm just happy to play.
Yeah, I'm happy you're doing great. You guys had a lot of days off here. You won your group, so you had a break day and you didn't play the previous, 2 days? So how has that time been spent for you guys?
I mean, we were playing pubs, we played scrims, we went to some restaurant as a team, just to eat together.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just were playing.
Okay, that's good. Do you feel confident still despite the breaks?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, it doesn't affect you guys. That's good. 1W and Aurora got knocked out yesterday. Big surprises. I feel like you guys are the best team left in the tournament. Do you think your chances are really good for going far?
Maybe. I don't know.
Depends on the games?
Yeah. We will try to show good Dota.
Okay, that's what we hope to. Well, thank you for joining me, and good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Team Spirit and Yandex on stage for elimination. With Yandex 1 game up, we are ready to go into that second game of this best of 3 of the grand quarter finals we have in front of us. And game 1, I think, played out a little bit differently than we were expecting. Obviously very clean and controlled by Yandex. We did not see the Team Spirit oomph that we normally enjoy watching so much, Seb.
I mean, it felt like we were gonna get it at some point, you know, like they had a really rough start to the game, and I think their heroes it was unavoidable in a sense, but then they brought it back. Like they, you know, lots of cool sequences. I think Not Me played again exceptional. I think he really carried them in the early game. Like he won his lane, you know, made some really cool rotations, turned the mid matchup essentially. Like anyways, like he had a great hoodwink, but when it came to, you know, really cementing that lead, getting the Aegis and transitioning into like mid-game domination, well, a couple very clutch moments from the Yandex players really stopped that train, and then the game was more even, and when it was their time to strike, they nailed it.
Do we think then that for Team Spirit, if you look back at this game, Brian, that they're, for example, going to be quite happy with at least the draft, and they feel like maybe they fell short on the not letting their Aegis get stolen or the sequences that Seb's talking about?
I never like to just chop it up to the draft. I think a lot of times that can be very dismissive of the intricacy of the game. But also at the same time, if you're getting a double kill on Tide Hoodwink at like minute 3 or 4, and then 3 minutes later, Watson's 3 levels ahead and double your net worth, I feel like there's something fundamentally wrong if you're picking your offlaner last, and like you said, it's nature's profit on dying. Is there a single offlaner in the game that you're like, I'm excited to counterpick this?
As
there's
a fellow
some meta that doesn't
offlaner,
do.
I'm telling you, the jungle is what you're excited about when you have to face that lane. You're super excited about the jungle and the stacks.
Heck, I love the jungle camps that are recovering on the side there. Those are those have been legendary for offlane.
Nothing can go there, and Profit has been banned. Klebs is like, yes, that was it, guys. I don't want to see this hero ever again on my screen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I will tell you the other first phase ban. So we have actually got the teams on the same sides, but the pick order got reversed. So other heroes that are left in the pool that we did see first phase ban previously was the Snapfire and the Invoker. So those are interesting to note. And the Lone Druid also still in. It is a hero that Yandex has routinely left in and also has routinely beaten.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, the adjustment, like the Team Spirit last game, they opened with the Lard hero. I mean, they kind of kept us guessing, and to be fair, maybe they didn't, but Yandex were banning, you know, like mid heroes. So we thought maybe they have an insider information and it could be a collapsed Earth Spirit. I don't know if that was the case or not. Either way, if it was not a flex, and if it was like just straight up Lord Earth Spirit mid, I don't think I'm the biggest fan of that approach for Spirit. I think when you play versus, like, the more teams are going to face Yandex, probably they will realize that, I think Shiro Jr., like, you can't just give him a free game or a really good matchup, whether it's his 1 versus 1 mid or enemy supports, and he's picking up the runes and he's creating pressure and opening up the map. Like, again, I'm comparing it to Quinn because people are very familiar with Quinn's, you know, playstyle. He's dominated the scene for a couple years, couple seasons with Gaming Gladiator, and it was all about enabling his side laners, you know, enabling Duracho, enabling Ace. It's pretty much the same here with Shira, and I think either you pick something like that, you know, no matter what, you will crush the lane, because I don't think Snap has bad matchups, or you need to protect Lard's, you know, like, matchup a little bit more in the draft.
I agree with everything you said, and we talked about picking your poison. I thought it was interesting when I looked through all the drafts for Yandex throughout the group stage so far, and yes, they've been routinely beating Lone Druid, but everybody that they've been playing against, when left in the pool, first picked Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Nobody's actually experimented with just not banning it and not picking it. I thought they might take this approach because at the end of the day, the Yandex has proven almost unbeatable at the strats that they have presented thus far. So maybe, yeah, hero that's been routinely banned, there's perhaps like scrim context that they have that we don't know about. But the fact that Lone Druid's still in the pool and it still wasn't taken by Yandex, I think they just don't particularly respect this hero in terms of, like, they think it's been solved. And, you know, at the end of the day, Team Spirit elects to ban it. I think the Alacrity Bear would have been absolutely terrifying. But we saw this happen at Dream League, which was the first Tier 1 event that Snapfire became meta, where she was used as a Huskar, pseudo-Huskar in terms of dominating the melee heroes, and then people were picking like Invoker, Tinker, Zeus, like backline spellcasters that trade about evenly with Snapfire, and then later on in the game outscale her. So you mentioned the flex potential that you wish they had in Game 1 with the Earth Spirit on the side of Team Spirit. I'm hoping that they're worth considering the Snapfire being flexed to something else and not just slamming it for Laurel here.
Yeah, no, it's very much a possibility. I do think that in this matchup against Invoker, like Snap will have the upper hand anyway. It's just it turns at a certain point. I think once Invoker starts getting levels, maybe level 7, level 8, this is when the Snap is not really as free. Like you have to worry, maybe save Cookie, because like the way Snap dominate lane is by being able to spam both spells. It's like you Cookie on top of the other hero, you click your
Scatter Blast.
Scatter Blast, thank you. I was gonna say Little Shredder, but and then it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. You clear the creep waves, like you just basically cruise through the mid lane. But against Invoker, I think it's pretty scary, because if your Cookie's on cooldown, all of a sudden Cold Snap goes like the wall, any support that comes in, Snap's just gonna die. So I like this adaptation, like this answer, I mean, from Yandex against Snap. I think it's gonna make Lar second guess, how aggressive he wants to play, because this is a hero that can punish Snapfire very easily with a little bit help from Saxa or Melody.
Yeah, I think it's Yandex's approach to drafting is so interesting, because I think most of the time this would be a Snapfire mid for Laurel, and just like last game we saw the Earth Spear come out and they last round banned mid laners instead, saying like if you leave Earth Spear mid, we have no problem with this. I think they're kind of making the same statement by banning Puck and saying if you leave Snapfire mid, we're perfectly happy with that. This is the one mid laner we think outscales Invoker, we're going to remove it.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's also maybe related to the supports that they want to pick, because usually Puck, you care about Puck only if it's the freest Puck game. I think especially now where the hero has like a pretty bad win rate, it hasn't really looked very strong unless it's just so good that it's completely uncontested. That they go back for the Centaur. This is one of their trademark. And it's their way of drafting. Like, they make a lot of space for Watson unless he already know which hero he wants. I mean, last game, to be fair, even though Prophet was first picked, we talked about how it was being flexed until the very last pick. And they ended up picking Mirana for Saxa and decided, because Watson was probably like, yeah, I like Prophet position 1 this game, so give it to me. But he could have also selected his hero ultimate last pick. And this is what DM also does for that team. Saxa has been really known, right, with 33 back in the days for having their lanes that they know how to play by heart, and they will play it versus anything. They just pick these heroes no matter what. Like, they don't care what they're facing, and it's always stable. I think they were able to replicate that here in this team with DM, where like they have their laning combos, like they have Centaur Mirana, Cuddle something, and it's like, we don't care what we face. We just blindly pick it. We're stable. We're either winning the lane or trading even, and that leaves so much space for Watson for just coming up with these gotcha picks that are coming much later in the draft.
The Pango, we've seen Pangolier yesterday in the hands of Collapse, and the day before that in the hands of Mid-One on this stream, and the hero has looked very good and very impactful, and Collapse on it, of course, yesterday as well, dominating streak at some point too.
And it was against Invoker also.
Yeah.
It was against Liquid. They first picked Invoker, and Spirit instantly responded with the Pango. So yeah, they're doing it again. They won that game also. So
and more flex potential coming out again.
It's one of their answer, yeah. Pango versus Invoker. I mean, it's one way to make sure you get on top of that hero and lock him down essentially.
Yeah. How is Team Spirit going to deal with the Centaur? Because we mentioned him a couple times. I feel like we're watching a little bit of a repeat here with the Undying coming out as well. But the Centaur already, I mean, we see DM on a previous game. We know, we've seen him in the group stage, and this hero as well. It's just incredibly strong. How are you dealing with it?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because DM's, I think the first one I saw that didn't just always rush hard, he usually stopped back for a Lotus Orb against... A lot of the lineups would buy like a Spirit Vessel or have substantial DOTs that can tick damage Centaur out in the like 15 to 20 minute mark. And I'm like thinking about what hero combo in the game deals with the potential of a Lotus Orb Centaur who's like 2000 HP with a bunch of armor and Stampede and a Dispel, and a 3,500 HP Centaur with a Heart. Like, what lineup deals with both of these? I don't actually know. I think Pangolier is a cool solution because just burning his mana does address both of those things. One of the few heroes in the game that buys an early defusal still nowadays. Now, we talked about Collapse playing the Pango. I think he's one of the generally better laners against Undying. Like, you can disengage the Tombstone. You're not going to win the lane, I don't think. But oftentimes you can at least get away with, like, get out of the lane decently. Now, I have some PTSD, Seb. I don't know if you knew it was me, but I picked Faceless Void against you in a pub like 2 weeks ago, and you dumpstered me in lane.
What was I playing?
You played Beastmaster.
Oh, okay. Well, that's dirty. So apologies for that. It's a very Beast favorite matchup. So luckily for Yotoro, I guess
it's not as bad against Centaur, or
I think it's not amazing. I mean, okay, let's put it this way. Against some center lane, I think when the center lane has kill potential, let's say I'm thinking Centaur Lion, Centaur Rasta, these kind of lanes that are gonna lock the Void down and make sure he doesn't get his time dilation off, it can be very good because Centaur obviously has an overwhelming amount of damage on the lane, especially if he's allowed to go stun and double edge. We've seen it yesterday, like where they would get 2 points in double edge, and that's like 700 damage or something when they double edge into stun into double edge again. I don't think it's the case with techies. I think if Team Spirit is ready and either they have a good ward or the position 5 is keeping track of the suicide, like the blast off possibility from techies, I think Yotoro's just gonna do okay on this lane. He's maybe gonna lose a little bit on last hits just because Centaur is, you know, it's just Dota for dummies. Like, the hero has insane base damage, insane HP regen, great attack animation. It's just hard to contest. But I think the Void is going to get through the game.
Yeah, because it's interesting, like, the approach we've seen throughout this tournament. Like, even last game, we saw Undying, Nature's Prophet in the safe lane. Like, very oppressive lanes. The Drows, the SFs all getting banned out, the Lone Druids. But Faceless Void, I'd say, is about the polar opposite of these in regards to the way that he approaches the lane. It's great against Invoker in game. It pairs very well with Snapfire. You have Hoodwink as well to dish the damage out. You have, like, a primary initiator that causes chaos that will set up for the Chrono with the Pangolier. Like, on paper, the Faceless Void makes a lot of sense. And I was personally surprised a bit that we didn't see it more in this tournament. I think we've only seen it picked one time, but I think there's a reason for this, and it's usually just the laning phase. So that's why, like, I agree with everything you said. I think even if he gets out of the lane, I believe the Centaur is now granted free farm.
Yeah,
would you agree with that?
It's a very slow hero. Like, it doesn't really fit the meta in a sense. But the one upside for Spirit is that they have Snapfire, which I think, like, Mortimer Kisses and Chrono, you know, obviously very known combo in Dota. It's been abused over the years. I think Snap makes Void not as slow as, because now you don't have to rely on Void getting items. Like, every Chrono will be a kill. Like, if when they both have their ultimates, Invoker will die, even Centaur will die. So in that sense, I think it's not as greedy as it looks like. If it wasn't a Snapfire, if it was anything else really, then I would be very worried for Spirit, but I think the Snapfire enables the Void pick.
Do you want then the Snapfire to be 5, or are we looking for a new 5? Because, for example, Jakiro and Witch Doctor both also are great with the Chronosphere.
I think it almost has to be mid in a sense. Like, they really need this Snap ulti and the Snap spells. I mean, if it's 5 and it has a bad game for any reason, then their lineup is so slow. Like, it's going to be troublesome. But with Snap mid, I think no matter what happens to Void in the early game, every Chrono will be a kill on the court. So in that sense, they will be able to stabilize the game a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of carries that can't innately defend their tower with spells, like with wave clear, need some way to make it so you don't just walk in and kill the tier 1 at like 7 minutes, and that is the Chronosphere kill threat. So I agree with you, Seb, that if this is not a Snap mid, then that window is going to be very punishable. They end up going for the Lich. I think they had a lot of options here.
Yeah, this is
Lich,
cool.
Witch
Like,
Doctor.
this is a lot of team fights. Like, Snap ulti, Lich ulti, you know, like, Chrono is going to be deadly. Like, you have to watch out and respect it if you're the Index. And I don't think the Tombstone save is really... I don't think it works against Chrono. Like, I think the range is not that amazing. It might be a factor if they're on the edge of the Chrono, but essentially, I would say it's a really good Chrono game. It's super enabled by the heroes that have been picked on the Spirit side. Taking a page out of Rune Eater's book, like, they have run Lich twice very successfully. I think this hero is quite underrated, if you ask me, but yeah, I'm glad to see Lich. I think it's maybe undervalued this tournament.
Ike absolutely owned with it yesterday, and Malady as a 5, he's been playing very greedily. Like, he's going Blink Dagger and Eon Disc last game. Like, not a single support item in his inventory. What we see from Lich is just Blink Shard, and you actually represent solo kill threat on most heroes. I'm wondering if Yandex goes back for something like the Phantom Lancer, a hero that, like, right now, if they see your hero, they have so much damage on the side of Team Spirit. They're going to kill the hero if they see it. So I'm wondering if they go for that Chaos Deceptive game, which I said in the form of PL being with illusions, I like Clinks because it's a ranged carry that pairs well with the Undying in lane, but it also plays off map. It's not easy to catch them. If you do, sure, but I think they're gonna be playing that split dodge game that we saw from the last game on Yandex, and kind of that assassin, find that one Centaur stomp. They didn't really have the best follow-up to it without Watson's pick, so I can see what they're going for, but this game's going to be all about the information. Do Team Spirit get the team fights they want? Because like you said, overwhelming amount of team fight coming from them.
And based on previous game we thought the drafts were pretty even. Now that we know how previous game went, is this an even draft?
If this was anyone else than Team Spirit, I would say the drafts are even, but I think Team Spirit got exactly what they wanted. Like, they have ways to make the game stable. I think they have a lot of cool spells. Unless they really crumble in the laning phase, that would be the one opening, like the one weakness that their draft could have. But again, I don't think they're supposed to. I think they have very solid lanes. If they get their spells and their ultimate ready and they're able to make the game somewhat stable, because Yandex, they have like a very powerful lineup. Like it's gonna come, like the pressure is gonna come very early on Spirit. But they are the best team in the world at weathering the storm, getting to their timings. I don't think we're gonna see them get picked off around the map to some Invoker Clinks. Like, they're very disciplined. They're gonna place the proper wards, the proper sentries, wait patiently for, you know, a good chrono, and eventually it's going to be the Yotaro show, because I think at this point there's a moment in this game where it's just going to be a unstoppable Faceless Void. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but I feel like if you get 6 slaughtered or something, it's just over. This Void is just going to kill everything.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen here as we are ready for game number 2 and see if the defending champions will continue here at EWC for a game 3, or if Yandex will take this one 2-0. We're heading over to Sunsfan and Kezu.
Thank you, Shiver. As we get into game number 2 here very shortly between Spirit and Yandex. Sunsfan with Kezu. We have a very important question before the game can go live.
Yeah.
How many different hairdos has Yotaro had throughout his career?
He's had quite a few, but let's check into the super search of our Lenovo Legion, of course, which, when I type it in here, how many hairstyles Yotaro Dota 2? We're at 7. He's had blue, blonde, brown, bald, red, and silver.
Silver, that's a color.
That is a color here at
It's not
EWC.
gray, it's
no,
silver.
it was silver. It's
okay,
silver.
let's get into the game here.
What's wrong with this guy?
Silver. As game number 1, of course, went to Yandex, and Spirit need to win this to stay alive to force a game number 3. Do you think they will do it with this draft?
Ooh, this is it's a tough one. I do like what Spirit have, and I gotta hope that they will push us to a game 3. First of all, I want to be selfish. I want to see more. We've only seen 2-0s. I don't want to see 2-0s in games that we cast.
You're cursed.
And second of all, be quiet. I'm talking.
Okay.
Yotaro faces what he hasn't played it for 2 months. He's been waiting. He's been practicing with the anime arc, and you only bust this shit out in the last moment. They don't see it coming. You're down 0-1. You get 3 bounty rules. Boom, baby. You pick Faceless Void. You buy a Battle Fury, which he has queued up right now, and you're slapping him in the head.
Okay, well, if they can hang on long enough, it'll get some good farm eventually, but is there too much pace on Yandex's side? I mean, Seb brings up a good point. If they didn't have Chrono with the Snapfire ult, with Chain Frost, this would be way too slow over here on this meta, it feels like.
Now, the good thing with Void is there's 2 things. First of all, he has a lot of backup, you know, when it comes to smaller spells and also skirmishes. You have great teamfight with the Pango. You have 2 great supports, and most importantly, the Snapfire. And secondary, maybe a First Blood.
Yeah, he's going to time walk in to try to take out Soxa. The Hoof Stomp being faked out. He's going to use it onto the Lich instead. Soxa is fine under the Tier 1 tower. So no First Blood quite yet. I mean, that would be shocking if a Void gets a First Blood in
But there was
game.
still very good pressure, but he did lose a couple of CS in the tower. I believe at least 2. But yeah, so the other point of Void, it's a very good time dilation game. Especially against Invoker. If you get a couple of levels later, you can also counterplay without the Chrono. But one of the many good things that Yandex has for themselves is, first of all, pace. You have Klings who can play very quickly. You have very good Sunstrike setups as well with the Hoof Stomp and also potentially, you know, with the Techies. But on top of that, they have insane Roche capabilities. You have Klings and Undying again. And one of the biggest counters to Void, of course, is the Aegis against the Chrono.
Yeah, very true. Let's collapse. Hoping for a better start to this game. He already is level 2, so that's already better than last game on that Tidehunter.
Yeah.
Very struggle bus city for him. Is that a thing? Struggle bus city?
It is now.
Okay, we'll just go.
Never heard you use it, but you made me chuckle, so that counts as a W.
And Laurel, the Snapfire. This is what I'm most interested in. How this is not a hero that we get to see all too often in the mid lane. How does it go against Invoker? How does it go with the game outside of the Chronosphere?
You definitely win this lane. You used to win it even harder when your innate worked on denies, which now it doesn't. But you still win this lane. Obviously, Invoker doesn't interact with you all that much, like when you make early moves. Invoker is greedy. So Snapfire and Larl is going to be up to a great start. And also, it was banned, actually, in Game 1 against Spirit. So this time around, they did get their hands on it. And I would expect Larl to have a very explosive early game.
Yeah, off to a pretty good start. 13-3 CS versus the 10-1 of Chira. You talked about the Sunstrike capabilities, or the setups rather, with the blast off, with the hoof stomp. Is that enough to? I mean, it's not like you have a Chrono into.
Yeah, that would have been pretty nice.
Would have been pretty sick.
I mean, the thing, so they have okay setup, and also like the thing is, this is CJ's absolute best heroes. Like when this guy showed up in pubs, it was Pango, Puck, and his Invoker. So giving this hero up in an elimination game, and when you're down one game against them, is definitely a little bit, you know, of a bold statement. But they did find a couple of good answers. Pango, Snap, and Void, I would all consider them to be good core matchups into the Invoker.
Well, nice cookie from Laurel. Going to pressure Chira a bit here with that Scatter Blast. And I assume that, I mean, what exactly the build you go for? Because late game we've seen the right-click variation of it, but they do already have a lot of physical damage in the Pango and the Void. Do they really want to triple up on that?
I wouldn't mind if he just goes Magic build. That's also what he is queued up at the moment, which is the most normal. Travels, Blink, Shard, and you go like Kaya Yasha. You can go for a BKB later on. With all the talents you have on Snapfire, it's incredibly strong. And I don't think you need more physical follow-up currently. You also have Pango later. So that should be what Larl is eyeing up at the moment. Blink is also like so good on this hero.
Yeah, it feels like more of a utility build, technically speaking, but from the mid lane, so you just get it at an accelerated pace. As Collapse able to delete a courier for the time being. Malady, again playing the Undying, had a... I mean, he was 1-10 in that game, but he played well. He played absolutely out of control. Sunstrike will hit Collapse, and that is going to be first blood for Chira, who denies a Water Rune and gets another. So off to a pretty damn good start for him.
Yeah, very big sequence for him. And maybe even while, you know, he's walking around to get the Water Rune, maybe Larl doesn't have like full vision of CJ, because usually when you play these matchups, you are yelling, Sunstrike, Sunstrike, you know, in that moment. So because you just see Collapse, he's walking straight, one line, nothing's happening. So CJ finding a perfect moment.
So what you're saying is Larl's fault for not saying it.
He definitely could have made a difference. But maybe he didn't see him, or
maybe he said it and the reaction time wasn't great.
Yeah, maybe it's Collapse's fault. This guy sucks, doesn't he?
Time dilation onto 2 here. You talked about how powerful that spell is this game against the Invoker. Against, I mean, Undying has Decay on very low cooldown.
It's good against all the heroes, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, as Blast Off going to connect from Soxa. As DM is there with a hoof stomp, and they will clean up Rue in turn. Yatoro trying to get the job done with the Soxa, but the Lotus keeps him safe. As he will be pressured out, gets off that time walk. So, I hold that thought. Bushwhack onto 2. Very nicely done on the Malady, as Watson now getting blocked off by Collapse. We'll be able to get back to this tier 1.
Not quite. Still very good pressure. Getting some kill here, and you also see that Watson is on overall low HP.
Is there, if you're picking Void, which again is not the most common thing, is Battle Fury just the way to go, or is there actually a choice here?
I don't think you always need to go Battle Fury. I still like, you know, the overall Maelstrom into Mjolnir's overall a good build. We've also seen some games with like Dominator, but for now, I do think if you're playing Void in this match, you need some type of HP regen, which is why the Ring of Health should be pretty nice. Because going up against Centaur, like Void does not pressure this hero, which means DM should be up to a very good early game.
Yeah, are we getting to territory? I mean, I guess it depends on how this game goes, but are we going to start seeing Centaur bans in the earlier state? Like,
I think we need to start seeing Centaur bans or like high physical damage heroes that shred this guy. Like maybe some TA +1 in potential lanes.
Or maybe if you pick Undying on your side,
that helps.
Potentially is. You see the Cold Snap going to work on Not Me. He's going to be cleaned up easily, as he did get to steal the rune at the very least for the Spirit side. And Laurel is level 6, so Mortimer Kiss is online. Sunstrike will be shared by the creep, so Collapse lives.
Yeah. Nicely done to just make sure, even if the Sunstrike is there, of course it will
considering,
be shared.
I mean, we talked about Void being a really slow hero, but because of all these combos, do you think that there's any opportunity for Yatoro to kind of TP to mid lane, get a time walk into a Chrono, into the Laurel ult?
Absolutely. I do think it would be
we're going to see the first Mortimer's Kisses as nice gaze there from Rue to help set it up.
It's definitely like you're looking for it, right? You'll be happy free farming, but if a play opens itself up, you're definitely going there. CJ definitely overplaying here quite a bit. Might get
DP coming in, collapse, gets off the swatch.
tornado.
The tornado hits all three, trifecta. But the cookie does hit. Deafening blast comes out right after. It's enough for him to walk away.
Well, I was saying he's overplaying, but he made the best of that, because in the meantime, look what happened to the Wisdom Shrines.
Oh,
Double
again.
up here for Yandex. Malady.
The Wisdom Shrine bot himself, programmed to do one thing and one thing only. Doesn't matter if he dies 10 times in a game, he will be going to the Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, every 7 minutes he will be there, even without the tombstone this time around. So
you might as well give global vision to Spirit, because you know he's going to be there.
Well, just making it work though, because very, very costly. You're bringing so many heroes mid to this Invoker, using your TPs, using resources.
They're going to spot him here. Swashbuckle gets him to relatively low HP, and Malady will fall.
They do have, so the first snap...
But he's back!
Which is very nice. But they do have the snap ult against the Centaur early on. It's also another thing. Like, he just reaches the state very early where you can't really kill him. But snap ult, honestly, if you have a snap mid, you don't care what heroes the enemy team has. If you have any stun or slow with a snap ult on top, that hero is dead. Shield rune?
Ooh, Chira does pick it up in time. And now the cold snap onto Laurel with the tombstone as well. The
That's
good pushback onto 2, though, into a cookie onto 2. If only they had Chain Frost. But here comes Yatoro. Is level 6. Might not even need to use anything drastic here as Chira Jr. getting chased. There's the Chrono onto 2. Not that much follow-up, but
Stupid
Chira
taser.
Jr., the Stampede is going to be there, but not in time as Collapse gets the kill with the Swashbuckle. A nice turnaround here from Spirit. Very disciplined on the Chronosphere.
Yatoro was waiting 10 years for the taser to pop, and then the one hit on CJ while he stampeded was a bash. I'm pretty sure without that bash, he actually would not have died. This is why you...
Pseudo-random for the win, I guess.
sure. When you're, I guess when you're Yatoro, Team Spirit, and down one game at EWC, you prime that shit.
Yeah, let's see this replay here.
Yep, it is a nice rotation, but now watch this.
Yeah,
He's just
disarm.
waiting forever for the taser to dodge the disarm there. And now watch the bash. Come on, what am I watching? Genius.
Not
Genius
bad.
Void player.
Very genius. As Yandex not in the same position that they were in last game. They had a 1 to 2K lead at this point and started to snowball it just slightly.
They did have an ultra kill on Watson minute 7.
Yeah, that does help. Watson only 0-0 at this point, so not the same impact. Not used to seeing Saksa play techies.
Yeah, not really. I wonder kind of what prompted that, like early on in the draft, as we can see a lot of heroes here in the safe lane. And it is nice if you can do this to Centaur, where you pressure him a little bit. Obviously, he can still pull some creep waves around and whatnot, but getting some aggressive moves without needing to use the snap ult, it still means that everyone else has to be in danger and at least be threatening and respecting it. As Larl unlocks a little shredder level against his stupid tombstone from Malady.
True. A nice little counter for them as the game progresses. Yatoro has the Perseverance now. Been left to his own devices for the most part, outside of that one gank in the mid lane.
It's not.
But then again, so has DM. And that's exactly what Centaur exists to do in this current meta.
I guess like that is one way to go about it. Like, it is not easy to pressure Centaur, but if you can make sure that you have like this ultra carry matchup, which Void generally is, right? So if you're trading farm or maybe losing slightly, it's okay because you have the Void matchup. We can see here that Watson is looking for a move. I don't know if the scan clipped him earlier, but obviously if the fight breaks out in 10 seconds they have Chrono, so if you don't burst him, there's a lot of counterplay available. Chain Frost also up.
Wrapping around. Yatoro seems to be somewhat aware of this possibility. Watson shows himself, goes for the curry, but he's going to get greeted by a couple of members on the high ground. Gets up a decent amount of damage onto Laurel. They get the connection onto Yatoro, and he gets bursted to the ground. Mortimer's Kisses comes out, though, as Watson just going to be buried underneath the blue fire. As a Chain Frost doing work as well. Not me with the sharpshooter to finish the job onto the Centaur. So a 3 for 2 in favor of Spirit.
They could not have asked for a better start to that fight, as Malady wants to keep it going for now. Like, killing Yatoro's Void from full 2-0 with a beautiful blast off. But you can still see their supports there's so much damage in these 3 supports on the Spirit side. I call them 3 supports, it's a mid-snapfire.
In a way.
Yeah, but he does play more to, help your team out. Because this looks like a disaster. That Watson goes up the high ground into like 2 supports, but this Chain Frost went ultra ham. 3,000 damage from Ruin this fight with the snap ult just it's literally one support and the mid just killing everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice cleanup there for Spirit.
Wonder if DM, because currently he has the hard queued up, and we've seen some deviation, you know, early. Lotus Orb, maybe a hard. Pipe is ultra giga against this Team Spirit lineup. Could help you to survive, you know, the Chrono Chain Frost combo, and also the Chrono Kisses, as we have ultra stacks here in the Radiant Triangle.
Looks like he's opting for Heart first, actually.
Yeah, I wonder if he will change that around.
If you go Heart, do you even go Pipe after? I feel like I never see that.
No, because you can also go, like, you can go Ring of Tarrasque and then still decide which one do you turn it into. If you're buying Pipe, it's definitely early, because then you would use it to kind of over push into these fights, but it could just be, we've seen it in some of the other games, people decide to go for like the more scaling stuff for themselves and just push it through, go for the late game, scale it up, get fat on all of them. It's kind of what they did last game too. They didn't really fight that much into Spirit.
Yeah.
They were just happy farming.
Malady's going to go for some stacks here. Watson, in the meantime, on the Clinks. About to finish, well, not actually about, 1,300 away from finishing the Desolator. And for his counterpart in Yatoro is a broadsword essentially away from finishing the Battle Fury, which means he can actually start farming at that point, because right now it's quite pitiful.
He's quite happy. Or most cores are fairly happy with how the game is going, even Collapse, you know, being down on the net worth, does have a Diffusal Blade. But CJ is whittling down this mid-tier 1 tower over and over.
Speaking of heroes to steal Aegises, I'd say Pango's right up there.
Probably like top 3 even, right? You can always go in, you're super mobile, you've got the Rolling Thunder to back it up, and you're stunning everyone who's not BKB'd.
Spirit with the smoke. Oh, Chira Jr. takes the time dilation and the chrono. Mortimer's not even needed, really. Easy pick off for Spirit, and it's a big kill.
No, that was 4 ults down the drain. Let's see if Yandex can turn it into something. At least CJ, while being dead, gets to play the Force Spirits. Saksa blast off
with the mines. That's a lot of damage. Not quite enough to get the kill, though. Not me. Gonna try to turn it around to Saksa instead. Scatter blast, but the Stampede to keep him safe. Wait, where's Malady?
Yeah, he's not here.
Malady.
He gave the program to Watson's computer for this Wisdom Shrine.
Inserted virus, and Watson loses control of mouse and heads towards the Wisdom Shrine randomly. Interesting.
Does get it. And CJ, while he was dead, took the enemy Meteor 1 tower and denied an Arcane Rune with the Forge Spirit. So it's important that while you're dead, don't tab out, don't walk off the stage. Stay up there, control your forges. Little tip for all of you guys at home, stop tabbing out for the YouTubes and the Spotify songs. Stay locked in.
I bet a lot of people do that.
Oh, they do that.
Very sad times we live in. A lot of brain rot going on
start
here.
Start scrolling your TikTok.
Yeah, listen to us instead. Definitely no brain rot in us. Yatoro spotted. Cold Snap into the Tornado. They have their stun connection. Do they have the damage? Absolutely, with a Meteor Hammer finishing the job. Chiro Jr. gets a little bit of revenge after that Chrono kill.
Great move and nice smoke, like just including your Invoker there, because you don't have any real like instant stun. It was a Cold Snap into Tornado to set up all this follow stun. Getting a kill on Yatoro into bot tier 1 as Malady finds himself in, yeah, gets a tower defense.
Yeah, that's a big juicy zombie. We'll defend it successfully. And man, he goes for Shard every game on this here. It's really interesting.
I like it.
I don't see this on anyone else. Right?
So Kateomi did it the other day as well, and I like it in these drafts. Because I think, first of all, you're kind of hard to kill, so you're walking in first, and eventually people kind of ignore you or they want to kill the Tombstone. It just gives you like something else to play for. And just dodging like a Chain Frost or like some Snap Kisses can be insanely good. So might need Laurel to, you know, be within the fight and kill the Tombstone.
Do you think he'll go for like an Aether Lens for the Chrono saves potentially?
I don't know. Probably not. I think at least for now he's okay.
He'll put down the Tombstone. Not me gets cookied in as the sacrifice is Malady, as Spirit just completely destroy him. Yeah, I'm surprised that's already up again.
Yeah.
Like I just heard him laugh a couple minutes ago. Watson wants to open things up. They get the blast off onto 2 with the mines coming out and the Sunstrike. It's enough. Collapse dead to rights as Chira Jr. finds a little squirrel on the back line as well.
They're clutching right now on the index. You go towards the bottom side first, you kill the Void, open up to tier 1. So now you can just leave DM alone. And they, again, it's just a Cold Snap blast off into the Bombas combo. And you kill Collapse from full to 0.
They're going to fortify here, and there's the Battle Fury for Yatoro, which means fighting time apparently.
Yeah, I'm surprised he TP'd to this fight, but this is like very good read from Yandex.
Yeah, I mean, he does have Chrono, so the Chrono Mortimers. But he can go to work now on this soon-to-be ancient stack. Soxa. Again, it's so weird to see him playing techies, but so far so good for him.
No, he's kind of owning. He's had an overall pretty good laning stage. Now finding
Radiant's top tower.
play after play where they connect. And the Forge Spirits, once again, even though you defended the tower, they just squeeze out the last hit there. So gold injection and map play here now should favor Yandex early on.
So it'll be the first item after Battle Fury, Manta for Yatoro,
Yep.
which I would assume dissuades the... I'm not even sure. Do you go Bloodthorn anymore on Clinks? He has the Deso to start.
You definitely still do, but it's more like later on. I would assume that is quite a good nullifier game for him as well. And you just need to build damage on this hero. Whichever way you feel like you'll get that out like more quickly, whether it's a Daedalus, maybe you need a nullifier because there's some Lich Shield, is totally up to you. But you definitely can go Bloodthorn still.
I mean, it's definitely good against Pango. He has Shard, or once he gets Shard, won't be able to use it while silenced, so we'll have to actually upgrade to a Disperser eventually to dispel that. I mean, you used to see back in the day Lotus, but you don't want to buy that on Pango, really.
Not really. Only if you like really need it, and like you said, for now, there's no real like ultra reason for it. Of course, the armor would be nice.
What happened to the Yules, Pango?
I mean, it was back in the day when you were just playing for like this ultra giga chain stun with like the Yules. I think nowadays...
Does it still work that way?
It still does. I mean, it's like not as good as it used to because the stun is like, first of all, way lower. But also, it's just the fact that you want to scale on Pango. You want to go Diffusal, you want to go Blink, you want to go Shard, Aghanims, and then like whatever luxurious stuff like Octarine, Nullifiers.
You really wouldn't put Batcher in that category.
Definitely, it still comes out like around those items.
Well, there's the heart coming out for DM as Collapse is seen. Tornado not going to clip him. Gets off the shield crash just in time, but the Sunstrike's doing so much damage. He gets killed up before the TPs can come in. Now the counteraction onto the newly picked up heart from the Centaur. DM taking a lot of damage. Even the heart not enough for him to survive. Watson opens it up on the support, so deletes the Lich.
I don't think
There's
he's
the
killing
bonus
anyone.
here, but absolutely no follow-up for Yatoro. So Yandex, they get 3-for-1 special. And they're going to pressure this tier 2.
They've got the way better mid game in this game. And I'm not only talking about heroes, I'm talking about execution and what they're doing. Going here, you find this is another fight where Collapse just doesn't do anything. Watson finds a clean engage, and then Yatoro kind of wishful thinking there to go for a turnaround play with the Chrono, because as long as Soxa is there with the Taser, you're not really killing anybody.
The Yandex now with a 6K lead feels eerily similar to last game. And I mean, it feels like a lot of their games, actually, where it's kind of close and then one fight just puts them ahead. And the question is, can Spirit fight back and try to equalize, especially with Roche now on the menu potentially, along with the Tormentor?
They definitely still can, but the problem is that most of their kills will come out from... Well, first of all, you need to roll. Like, if Collapse has 3 fights in a row where he's not getting off any spells, they are in big trouble, because you need the team fight. Yatoro needs time in these fights to deal damage and to look for the right Chrono. Because with how the game is going now, you know, Yandex, you've got Desolator up, you have Medallion, it's very easy for you to take the Roche. You know, it's 20 minutes, it's super easy. You've got the Zombie as well. It's currently setting up a Tormentor play. But Soxa's kind of intercepting this one.
Yeah, runs right into Laurel. Gets off the sticky bomb, but that's all he's going to get off. 30 seconds, no techies, but Tormentor already going away, and that's a free shard for DM. That is
Oh, this feels
big.
so good. He's now top net worth. Like, the thing with Centaurs already, and I feel like a broken record, because this hero is nearly top net worth every game. You get once you get the heart, it's very difficult to kill you. Now you just want to go Blink and Shard, be super annoying, get like 3 stacks, maybe 4 on the double edge within the fight. If DM has a good start to the fight and gets like 1 or 2 heroes Collapse.
Oh my. Burns away to cheer us.
They're just getting...
Another big kill for Yandex.
They're just getting gamed. Like, in the early game, CJ, they try to gank him, he gets out, they get the double Wisdom Shrine, and now here, play after play. This is an Exort Invoker that's setting up plays and getting solo kills this early on. It's not really something you expect.
Yandex just having terrific performance. It just took the Meteor to burn him out.
That was an insane angle on the Death Blast, because you didn't want to push him straight down. He needed to push him diagonally with the Meteor, and he did. I mean, just showcasing why this guy, he's kind of a goat on Invoker.
Yeah. This gonna spell trouble for Spirit, because Yatoro's not even close to being online, really. I mean, when would you consider this hero to be online? A 3rd item after this Manta?
It can be on your third item, but his third item is BKB, which means his damage output is not crazy. And you're not playing with any Solar Crest, Bloodlust, and Power. That's like kind of letting you skip an item.
And Saksa finds one in the Squirrel, and Watson there to help clean up. Sunstrike not going to hit. Not me stuck inside a corner. The Mortimer's just ripping Saksa a new one as Yatoro able to claim him. A good turnaround here for Spirit. The Yandex, I mean, if that's all they're going to give up, then not the end of the world at all.
Yeah, that was a snap ult used, and you know where all the heroes are, so you don't really care. There's CJ as well. This is a very annoying combo. The Ghostwalk Shard combo with the Searing Signet. You're just clearing like every creep camp and every creep wave. Very, very nasty.
I've noticed that Yandex in general really prioritize shards on average. I wonder if they have like this hero pool where they're just not picking certain heroes that their shard just sucks ass.
Honestly,
you're picking Malady. He gets his shard every game really early, and I'm not saying this is a bad shard. He hasn't used it. Like, it's been literally not been used a single time, but it opens up the Tormentor to go to somebody that could be even more valuable, with the Centaur being the
Centaur is definitely one of the ones that I love seeing this early on. Like, the fact that you have a chance to get it is definitely ultra nice. And there's something about overall how Yandex play the mid game. I feel like they're very disciplined, but not in like a, oh, we're just gonna farm. They farm nicely for map control, and then they always squeeze in like one explosive play into back off.
Right.
Wait a bit, find the same scenario, set it up on the map, and then do it again.
Very calculated. Stealing some farm now from the enemy Ancients. Chira Jr. is going for the Glip Glop, as he'd like to call it, Leipnir, so extra AoE.
Definitely love that one. They're closing in on a gem on Not Me, but he will die first.
And Watson claims him, and let's see what his progress is. So effectively a recipe away from a BKB on the Clinks, and would assume that with that... Actually, let's see what that ends up aligning with, because Chira Jr. is going to have his Gleipnir by that point, and DM, who just picked up a Blink, is already 1,000 into, actually more so, has the Ogre Club, and
look at CJ
getting a BKB next. Indeed, Chronosphere comes out from Yatoro. Do they have the follow-up damage?
They
Absolutely. Mortimer's Kisses with Laurel, focusing it with the BKB. Big kills coming out from Spirit into Roche. This is a huge play for them.
This is really big, because with what it looked like, I think Spirit were gonna go Roche anyway, just so it doesn't go to the bottom side on the 25th minute mark. But now he just kind of handed them free kills.
Is he actually going to try for this? Malady actually jumps in, but Roche is not even remotely low. Yatoro jumps on top of Watson, gets cookied right on his face, collapses, not going to survive, but they do kill off Watson in the end.
DM.
And DM joining the party now with the double edge into the hoof stomp. Where's the backup, though? He's got his little baby Centaur to help out, but that's about it. He gets cookied, completely stun locked as Malady shows up in his Fletch Golem. Not nearly enough as Spirit. A 4-for-1, and they're going to get Roche on top of Malady in all likelihood. They kill off the Tombstone here shortly, along with Malady, and that is a full team wipe for Spirit.
I don't know how this team does it. Definitely have to question at least a little bit what Yandex ended up doing there, as they want to kill Roche before he goes all the way to the other pit. In the middle of the river, a absolutely much needed play here from Spirit. Finding like this two-man go at first onto both CJ and Saksa were quite aggressive, because this game was really starting to go out of control. And I do think Yatoro needed to chrono here, like there is a BKB available onto CJ. Yeah,
it's so funny to see a Snapfire BKB to get ulti off. It's just something uncanny about it. But it's extremely effective when you have the Chronosphere setup.
I wonder why they committed like so much on Yandex. After you lost two heroes, maybe you just like throw in the Tombstone or let Malady do it on his own and just, you know, play a little bit more time on both DM and Watson.
Yeah, it felt like a little domino effect here, as they just desperately tried to get the delay for Roche to switch spots, but in the end it didn't really matter. They lose everybody on their team and Roche dies mid-river anyway.
Can definitely be one of those things where, you know, you are playing against Spirit, you're in the playoffs, you don't really want to give them anything they don't deserve, because you know what they can do later if they do get the gold and the time to get there.
Yatoro knows that Chira's nearby, hounding him a bit. Laurel joining in on the fun.
They all see each other, as both sides have nearly identical wards and sentries.
Gonna need some high ground vision for that ward, but we'll back away for now, as Looks like the Lich is going to get dropped here. Gets the Chain Frost off, but to no avail. Yandex still with a 5k lead, but we'll see how much. I mean, anytime you have a hero like a Faceless Void that you want to get to late game, if you could just, even just taking the Aegis away from the enemy to delay, buying extra time for this hero is huge.
Any time and space is really all that you want.
Now Rolling Thunder. Watson in a bit of trouble here. Laurel is nearby, doing a lot of right-click damage to Collapse. There's the Mortimer's Kisses as Watson's going to try to brush it off with that BKB. Yatoro looking for a bash, gets the Chronosphere, and that's a kill. 75 seconds on the deck now for Watson. Yandex trying to open something up on the bot side of the map, not happening though.
That's another, and you know how they knew that Watson was up there? They have a sentry on their Watcher next to the Radiant Wisdom Shrine, so they knew that he was walking through this area.
Probably because of Malady.
Yeah, probably they're ready for the Wisdom Shrine bot to walk over there.
This tier 1 tower still up, but not for long.
These are big moves. Of course, they did have to use the Chrono. Let's see if Yandex want to try to do something on that timing.
Actually will be defended. Yeah, don't think Malady's going for this shrine this time.
No. And you asked about the Yule Scepter. You will receive one, as Collapse did just finish it up. Because just trying to make sure to live through some of the stun log. Klinks is also the type of hero, like when you're trying to get away from him, there's still like 14 projectiles following you. So you can look to dodge that, which is quite nice.
A little surprising though, I think.
A little bit.
Because no Bloodthorn ended up coming out for Watson.
Definitely will be coming out later.
If you have like a Cold Snap or something like that, you have the Shard already on Pango.
I think also one thing Spirit learned from the last game, tier 3 greedy enchantments, they only had 3. They now upgraded to 4.
Oh wow, that's good.
The only one that doesn't have it is Yatoro. Basically, the only 2 guys that don't have it are the 2 hard carries, because they actually need to hit heroes in the face.
Very interesting mechanic we have in the game. Collapse. Rolling Thunder. Gets the dust. Chira Jr. has to pop the BKB now in retreat with the help of the Stampede as well. Gets off the Tornado, attempting to TP in the cover of the BKB is fine. No piercing stun without the Chrono up.
Yeah, do need Yatoro there to at least use 1 auto attack or a Chrono.
Malady.
Nice dodge.
Will grab himself. TP's coming in. He's going to get broken thanks to the Sharpshooter. Just getting destroyed. But the Hoofstomp comes out onto Yatoro with the Meteors as well. That's life number 1. Very little commitment needed from Yandex.
Okay,
Look at the damage onto Rue. Completely decimated. Now Yatoro getting help with that Bushwhack into the Mortimer's Kisses. Clink's getting bashed up now. There's the Chronosphere on top. Is this enough damage to kill him off? It is. Another death for Watson. Leibnier onto 2 as Yandex want to continue to fight despite not having their Clinks. Laurel gets isolated on the other side, gets Hoofstomp into the double edge. Looks like he's going to drop his Yatoro, trying to right-click down Malady. We'll get that double kill. And it's Collapse attempted TP. Looks to be fine. Nope, the Yules cancels it. Into the Sunstrike, into the kill for Yandex. A lot of back and forth in these fights.
There are just some things happening that other players would not pull off. The fact that Malady dodged the initial Bushwhack because he tombed himself was a huge deal. It made him like overcommit, stay on the Undying, stay on the Tombstone. Because even though Watson died very early on, look at, they have so much damage on all the other heroes. Like DM if the fight drags on. Like, look at this dodge. This is crazy good. It gives them time to like come over with the rest. Because even here, he stays alive, eats a Lotus, has the Soul Rip, and they just get 1 full life for free out of Yatoro.
And Watson cleans up the Lich very easily, but another death for the Clinks, a bit costly for him specifically, but Yandex still win this fight, I would think overall, at least a little bit. Still relatively even.
Like also making sure that it's not just all on the Clinks, you're getting more gold, more XP on your Invoker, on your Centaur, so they can start being annoying, make it a little bit, you know, harder for Yatoro to play around these fights. We see again Saksa using the Yules, easy setup there on CJ. Who is, of course, locked in here on his Invoker.
He's been owning.
Yeah, they are large and in charge on some of their heroes. Level 20 talents up on the Invoker and on the Centaur. 4,400 HP even without using a single double edge here. So can easily reach the 5, 6, 7k HP on the Centaur.
And what's he going for next? It's going to be the Lotus, which I thought might be optimized a little, or picked up a little bit earlier because of time dilation, but not the case. I mean, BKBs have been coming out in full force.
Yeah,
so.
they do kind of need it, and I think it's the correct choice. This way he also gives himself a little bit of armor. Should maybe be looking on a Shivas later on for one of the heroes, as they don't have one of those
Wait,
yet.
what is Yotaro building? Is that an Ag?
Yeah. I mean, but they swapped it around so much, you kind of need to go Ags nowadays on Void. It's way too good. It gives you so many effects. You just get the, you get your kind of old chart, how it used to be, and you also get the AoE bash, which is very nice. So Yandex had to fight for this Tormentor.
Yeah. Raid boss down.
What was
now all 5 shards coming in, so
what
Techies
was the
gets it.
Techies abbreviation? Mutual something destruction?
Assured destruction.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you to the fan out there that educated us.
And you signed his stock, of course. Very
that's
important.
NA and German education system failing us.
Yeah. See, Spurter looking for a bigger play. There's a 5-man smoke. Roche can't even be out. Okay, this is the classic Yotaro finding a amplified damage rune.
And DM, I think he's dead. Pops is, okay, he's not dead. Barely gets out with full HP.
I don't know exactly what happened.
I thought they would definitely jump him.
It looked like that Yotaro initially turned around. Maybe someone showed on the midway for a moment and they were looking at something else. Because
I guess, we have the vision, obviously. They don't know if everybody's behind him. You don't want to just chrono a single centaur. Or do you? I don't know.
You could, but even then they needed to cancel his blink, maybe also pull him with Rue. But you can tell that, Yandex making the best of the map. I like their map split currently. CJ can always be on one side lane, push in the lane with the Ghost Walk, keep your Force Birds there. Did get pushed out of it now, because they still have this top tier 1 tower alive, which, for Yandex, definitely very, very helpful.
Now the Aghanim Scepter online for Yotaro, starting to hit pretty hard. Can obviously do the backtrack shenanigans, so doesn't have to commit fully to a fight anymore.
But one of his next items, so he's queuing up Lincolns, which I assume is, to counteract the hexes, that they already have one on CJ, and that in the late game, when you play against some of these supports, especially Saxa in this game, there's a Lens, a Yules, a Force, eventually there's going to be one bigger one, which is also a hex. But it does mean that Yotaro's damage output, it's not that crazy.
Yeah, I'm not going to question Yotaro. Okay.
He's the one where this comment is actually true. You should not.
Yeah.
So Lincoln's, and then on his last item,
maybe he knows this game's going mega late anyway, so
maybe he's waiting for the 60-minute Stygian. That's gonna be his damage.
That's right. He'll need a little bit of attack speed though, additional on top of that though. And what would you like to see him go for, a butterfly?
Butterfly could work, maybe even Daedalus, Silver Edge, Refresher. Even though it was nerfed on a lot of carries, it can be a very good late game choice, of course, for the Void.
Yeah.
I guess one of the other things, if you're a Spirit or a Spirit fan, I do think you're kind of waiting for Collapse to start showing his face and his impact in this game. It's been rather quiet.
In the series, even.
Yeah, it's true. In the Tide game, quite shut down.
We were hyping him up with all the Aegis steals.
It's true. Now he's letting us down. He is closing in on a Nullifier, which of course is quite good. It's going to help you try to, keep some of these heroes in lock, especially also Saxa's Yule Scepter and the Taser, most importantly. Super annoying spell to deal with. So Yotaro is clearing the wave.
Actually, smoke on both sides. Not fully connected yet onto Yandex, though. As Roche up in 13 seconds, so victor of this fight will likely get Roche.
And Malady gave his script to Saxa this time for the 35-minute Wisdom Shrine.
Very nice. Pass it on, young man. That's hilarious. 35-minute Shrine. How much does that even matter anymore?
Honestly, it did not that much. I think the first one is by far the most important one, the first two. Because when you get your first one stolen, sometimes you need the second one to get level 6s on your subs. Yandex have a good setup.
Oh yeah, it's Hoof Stomp into the Sunstrike. That's a kill onto Collapse, and he's dead for 70. And Roche is now up. Oh, can Spirit defend this? Do they even want to try? It's going to be difficult without a Rolling Thunder to work with.
It certainly looks like they are just going to give it up. And Yandex are they have a very good, I feel like they're very, not just confident, but also disciplined. They have very good reads on when to take one step forward to look at what's going on, place a quick ward, boom, find the immediate play. As this is now a free Roche for them.
That's one of the benefits of the virus, is discipline, apparently.
Yeah, it's a good virus, this one.
Every 7 minutes at a shrine, and then every fight, you just go in and out. You don't need to overcommit.
As there's not me gonna clear some bombas.
Watson with the Aegis, and they have Roche's banner as well. Although I can't find it. Oh, there it is on Watson as well.
Okay, gotta see what Yannick's gonna execute with this. And find themselves a squirrel. We'll TP out. Of course, no basher on Malady yet. Might see that later. It's
That's a sick-looking zombie, actually.
It is. He's currently chasing the squirrel into the base.
I was committed. Cameraman was not.
That's all right. It would have died anyway.
Oh, no.
It's okay. You get the next best cool thing, which is Centaur set.
Rolling Thunder, but the BKB coming out from Chira Jr. And Collapse just going to back away. Yatoro not close enough to commit to a chrono play. And of course, you are fighting into an Aegis as well, so... And you're going to have to defend this bot lane. You got a couple siege here.
I want to see how Yannick's go about it. They are looking for a smoke. They have multiple big items, right? You've got the Daedalus and the Aegis available. You have a Hex also on CJ. So if you do find a correct play...
They find a hoof stomp onto Rue, but Cookie safe. Smoke still active for the majority of Yandex at the moment. Looking for any kind of an opening.
So Yatoro is still looking for this Linkens. A card also is available on DM. It's currently flying out to him, so you've got another set of save.
Indeed, so
Malady's,
of course, ready to go.
Malady's buying a heart himself as well, so he's going to be, he's already a big bad zombie. He's going to be an even bigger one. Well, let's recap the scaling on Team Spirit. Okay, hold. Just a little poke. You've got level 25 and the Linkens on Yatoro. Snapfire Lakeim is also ultra strong. Like the level 25 talent, you will kill anyone, even if they're BKB'd or they have a Heart of the Rasp. It's a lot of damage, and he's got the Timeless Enchanted Bobber. If he wants to, he can keep this for later, and they have insane damage. Can keep recycling, more spell damage, more debuff duration.
Okay. Would like to see that, now that Tai Lung is out of the tournament.
Yeah, true.
Gotta have somebody that's a successor, after all, pass it down.
Gotta have another miracle performance here if they do want to stay in the tournament for Spirit. It's another Hex completed on Saxa.
Yeah, this Aegis, I mean, so far they haven't done... They've been constricting the map quite a bit. You can see the lead is continuing to grow ever so slowly in the favor of Yandex. 15k at the moment.
I definitely don't mind that Yandex aren't like, you know, doing some weird play where we've seen this from other teams, right? Oh, we have Aegis, we need to go high ground. You just play the map and what is in front of you. If the map looks good, if you get a kill, you go for that, maybe then you can go high ground. Otherwise, I'm a big fan of the, you know, you wait for the double siege wave and then you can drop the banner. So minute 40, maybe with that wave you could look to poke, because you could force Spirit potentially out of position to kill the banner on the siege creeps.
See Spirit kind of isolated, not able to go too far outside their base, which leaves a lot of the map for Yandex. They find a squirrel and they get him. And the gem, apparently.
And the courier, so very much a freebie. That's also Watson. I think he bought an Aghanim Scepter, so could just help them to potentially, you know, go up to the high ground, drop your army, help yourselves with the push.
Yeah, is backpacking the treads for now. And Roche banner play, so the siege has come for Spirit. What can they do? Alacrity applied to Watson as well. And can right-click down from very far back. They're going to open things up with the Rolling Thunder, but the save comes in with the Workhorse. It's enough. Saves out the Clinks. Obviously had that second life, but no need to use it right away. And again, that Roche banner still up and running. They get the bash onto Watson.
That's
they have good amount of control, though, as Watson in a bit of trouble. He gets grab allied, though, at the last moment as Laurel just blows up to the Sunstrike. 80 seconds on the deck. And now in a 5 versus 3 situation, Yandex in extremely good position. Watson about to use his Aegis. Yatoro claims it with the Time Walk Ags. This barracks has been destroyed.
Not an easy hold at all. You have no more Pangarol for 40 seconds, and Laurel finding himself with one of some of his bigger misplays that I've seen in a while.
Yeah, they're just going to get this with Forge Spirits. Not a real commitment needed. Alacrity allows this opportunity to arise for Yandex. 22k lead. Do they know about the buyback situation, though? They do not, because this is a gold-related one. Only 240 gold away for buyback on Laurel.
I think especially like with that type of play, which is already not normal, you would assume that he has buyback. So Yandex can just keep playing it cool. Also with how much money they've got loaded up in their bank. You have CJ on 9,000 gold.
Yeah, there's no need to rush this at all. Especially with a lot of this dead gold that you're talking about. Now, Heart on Malady. Okay, so he's Blade Mail Heart. How much HP is he going to have when he hits Flesh Golem? That's we'll have to pay attention to.
Well, it depends also on how many of the K stacks he has up going. So he can definitely reach like 4 or 5k HP.
Insane.
In the next couple of fights. And he's not the only one, because DM is already rocking a basic 4900 without even doing anything.
Is it time to get rid of Greedy or never?
Depends kind of what he has going here on the Centaur. I mean, you can...
I was looking at Undying, but sure, anyone.
Oh, okay.
All the same.
For the Centaur, if once a fight breaks out, I think you can just take the Pendulum with like whatever you want. You can go Evasion.
Okay, so you just wait for a fight and then click
it. Like once you don't need... Because at this point, you're starting to be full slotted. You're waiting. If a fight breaks out, you take that. What are Malady's options? I mean, same story. He can just go the Pendulum if he wants. Or the Idol of Skriok. I like this item. Get yourself a bit of slow resistance, some evasion.
Still 2 minutes for the next Roche potential. And I'm sure Yandex, their lead will grow even more.
Oh, it absolutely will.
So from Spirit, what exactly are the power spikes? I mean, Yotoro's obviously going to be the #1 on the list in terms of what can he buy. Still not going for straight damage. It's going to be more stat related. So he has the Lincolns into Scotty now.
The Scotty is good. I don't think it's the biggest difference maker yet. I'm honestly just looking at Larl. I think you need... It's more about their spells as it is some of their items. So like a good Snap Ult with a potential Chain Frost and the roll. I mean, the next big timing in my mind for Spirit is the 25 talent on Larl here, which will take a bit. Obviously going from, what, like level 23, which he is about to be, to 25.
Foxa spotted. Can't commit though for Yotoro. I mean, I'm trying to think of Yotoro's play here, because Refresher you brought up as obviously a classic Faceless Void item. But if you don't have right-click damage, and you're using, like, a lot of your damage in the Chrono is your spells, which is ultimates. They're going to be off cooldown already after that first Chrono is over.
It's true. And also, of course, it doesn't refresh BKB anymore nowadays.
Yeah. No, Sox is going to find himself a little treat in the form of Rue.
Well, Yandex have a superb hold on this game. 27k lead. And it seems very, very difficult for Spirit to like find any type of move. When they go, it's like Yandex, they get out with like low HP, they walk back, they just bait you in like very, very deeply into the fight. Also, CJ went for a Wind Waker as opposed to finishing up the Refresher. So if there's not a nullifier on that initial target, you will always have the Wind Waker available.
Oh, Yotoro's getting chased. Looks like he'll be fine though. Collapse gets out as well. Oh, the cover of smoke. Yandex looking for an opening. Get the initial stun, but the shield crash came out, and he's a little bit too tanky for that kind of play. They are slowing the Centaur to a great degree. Yotoro comes in as well. He's going to use the workhorse, trying to turn this around onto the Faceless Void instead. Pops the BKB. There's the grab ally on self again. Collapse already using his ultimate. The Chronosphere is there with the Mortimers right on top of the Yules. Applied to the Clinks to stay alive. They get the Hex. They get the turnaround to Yotoro. Dead for 100 seconds. And Yandex in prime position to end this series. Laurel gets forced at barely getting out of that damage from the Sun Strikes. And it's a double buyback for Spirit, but they find themselves in an enormous hole, an abyss. 35k deficit for them.
It's 80 seconds without Yotoro. Like, Yandex might just do one of the impossibles, beating Spirit this early off at an EWC playoff.
Good Sinister Gaze, but the Tornado is coming, gonna not clip anything. They actually do kill off DM. He's gonna buy back instantly, knowing that the Faceless Void likely cannot get back into this game. Gleipnir onto 2, Sheep Stick to follow. Gonna wrap around, and Watson just focusing on the barracks. This is going to be a second set in favor of Yandex, and they can go for the Megas right now if they want.
There's not a lot of damage left on Spirit. They can just walk it up.
Yotoro's 1,700 gold away from buyback, so not even remotely close. So 45 seconds they have to defend.
There's also no ults available.
Watson with the Alacrity. Bushwhack as well. DM gets the opening stun. Into the Tornado with the Meteor to follow. Collapse has to swashbuckle away, and this can provide a lot of space for the Clinks to hit buildings, or the Lich, in fact. They delete Rue, and now the buildings shall melt. And these buildings, and this is going to be Megas, for sure, for Yandex. And they're likely going to back away because the virus is telling them this is disciplined play. You have to back up. 15 seconds on Faceless Void.
Wisdom Shrine in 3 minutes. Time to wait for that if you're Malady. Well, 37k lead, Megas, lots of... You can build whatever you want, and with how Yandex are playing, this is an incredibly hard comeback for Spirit.
And Roche is up as well, so likely to take that next once they regroup with all these extra items coming out.
You can just see, like, they're making so many small problems. When your Toro goes in, they have double hex. You can use, or even the use, you can use one to break the Lincolns, then hex them up. And they did, kind of forcing something small out of it. There's a roll, and then if there's no nullifier on this Wind Waker, it's definitely a big problem, and you saw it there. They couldn't even kill Watson in the chrono.
Likely one last stand remains for Team Spirit. Former EWC champions might be vanquished by Yandex, who have had quite the incredible year, an unexpected year.
Yeah. No, they've
Watson
been...
opens up on Roche.
They have been priming.
Where's Collapse? Pay attention to Collapse.
He's got to go big.
He might not be trying for it.
No, I mean, it's difficult, right? Against Megas, it's so obvious. Also, mines, you have to go through that.
Yeah. So this will end up being a freebie. Your prediction of 2 Aegis steals not going to happen.
Not at all.
Seems.
Not even close to 1.
Well, there was one, but on the other team for game 1.
Yeah, I was talking about Collapse, so I have to take the L
we can
on
let that
one.
slide.
Okay.
So if they can hold on to the next round.
That's another 10 minutes. 20. I need 20 minutes with 2 Collapse Aegis steals. It can happen. I mean, if they want to stay in this game and the series, they'll have to pull out something like that.
So Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard. Watson's holding the Refresher Shard in his backpack right now. I mean, surely Chira has an actual Refresher Orb now, so that's why he's not holding it.
I think he can keep it on the Clinks. You can go double army and just throw a bunch of garbage out there in their way.
Double army, does that equal the original army that they had like 6 months ago that would just melt buildings by itself?
Probably. Maybe even the one army before is stronger than a double army now, because that hero was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And good luck reacting to the techies' minds now, as Saxa unlocks his 25 talent. It's got a Catalyst, another neutral item we talk about quite a lot.
What is the delay normally for the mines? Is it a second?
It's like over 1 second.
Yeah,
that's quite rough. Now it's like near instantaneous. It's an overwhelming blink for DM. He was already a nuisance. Now he can dodge, well, not rather dodge, but like cancel blink daggers, give vision, like you go in with overwhelming blink and Shivas. They also have pendulums. Honestly, quite good neutral items, right? The overall against the Faceless Void, they kind of play for this overall, like blowing you up from full to 0. And 3 of their cores are holding onto a pendulum. Or rather 2 cores. And Malady, who's kind of a core when it comes to the HP.
It is Team Spirit against Mega Creeps, though. Would you pick a different team to defend?
Absolutely
in
not.
all of history of Dota.
It has to be them. Don't have like, they have okay defense, right? Of course, you have a Battle Fury, you have Void, which is fine. Snapfire is okay. You have Lich Shield also, which is quite good against defending later. And if you ever reach the 25 talent, you get the HP regen.
Yeah.
I mean, also something else I want to see from Rue. Like, you have buyback, you have Chain Frost on death. After using your Chain Frost, I think you just blink in there and die to skeletons and pop another Chain Frost. And hope, and because you need every type of damage. When you're down this far, you need to scrape for every damage and every idea that you have. All right, how is Laral doing? We need his 25 talent.
Man, he's still not there. Wow.
He will have it soon.
That was, I feel like you had that conversation like 10 minutes ago.
He was level 23. They're not killing any heroes. They're losing every fight. They're just getting outplayed by Yandex. They're not giving them anything.
Chira looking for an opening. What are they waiting for Yandex? Is there an item? Okay, well, they're going to smoke nonetheless. And they're going to try to finish this right here, right now. Wrapping around to the bot side of the map. Pick a lane, any lane, and make your presence known. There's a couple of buybacks available for Team Spirit. Collapse shows himself, gets hexed. Nullifier applies to the end, it's not doing too much. Gets off the shield crash, but he's going to get Sunstrike. The cookie actually saves him for a bit, but he still ends up dropping in the end. 2 minutes down and out. Malady, okay, they get the Chronosphere onto 2. The horse cart is on techies. Not the target he wanted as the Invoker does fall. Obviously, Chira does have buyback, and they have Sinister Hole, by the way.
That's a good one.
And they follow it up with anything. Batch connects. There's the Sinister hole onto 3 heroes.
Yatoro.
Trying to do some damage. It's Yatoro, but he gets melted. Absolute destruction on his part. He's going to buy back instantly along with Laurel, but the damage is overwhelming from Yandex. As look at the Clinks just going to town on these buildings. Now an AoE deafening blast likely to end this game here. Another team wipe in favor of Yandex as GG's come out, and Yandex, they vanquished the previous EWC champions in team spirit.
Yeah, they are my favorites from this point onwards. They've been looking so good for a while. Also, I don't know if people spotted, so Collapse died without buyback. Malady blinked behind him. When Collapse rolled up, he made him roll into his own team because he blinked beyond him to then punch him into the Yandex side, something I've not seen in a long time. Yeah, Yandex, they are looking clean, confident, and insanely good.
A very rare Collapse performance in this series. 1-9 on the Pango, the Titan, I don't remember the exact scoreline, but it left a lot to be desired. You have to give Yandex credit. They focused him down very early in that game number 1 specifically. They never really let the Pangolier get out of hand here. And I would agree with you. Yandex, in terms of in all the games that we've seen, in terms of the ceiling for these pro games, this has been the team to beat right now in this tournament.
The overall execution, they bleed so little. Whether they're ahead or behind, they know exactly what they want to do. Like even this early on, when you look at some of the highlights, I think Watson is in so many moves. And it's also like they're both ending the game 11-4-11. I think CJ, I talk about it time and time again, such an improved player. Very like individually skilled how he's performing.
That's a gamer face right there. He's ready to go. He's locked in.
Yeah, that's and the same. Like we talk a little bit, you know, about Collapse who had a quiet series. I think Yatoro too. It's like these are some of the players you're expecting them to come up big. And I think even in this game, you know, a lot of time, but not really pulling through. And I think Yandex just clutch from position 1 to 5 with how they play the map, the timings that they're waiting for. They are absolutely scary. I would not want to face this team.
No, absolutely not. They've shown all year round that they are a very tough team to beat. They were a little bit inconsistent, I would say, earlier in the season, but not here today as we go for an interview on stage.
Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the Slayers of the Dragon, the beaters of the title defenders. Give it up for Malady, everybody. How we doing? Sir, the caster said it best. You are the scariest team in Dota right now. And let me ask you why. You guys play the same heroes. You guys make the meta, yet still, they just give it to you and you win. I don't get it. You guys play the exact same thing you always do, and one of the best teams in the world could not solve it. Why?
It's just the consistency, you know. We're just a stable guys who does the normal things, and it works out every time.
Absolutely it does. In fact, we can talk a little bit about the Undying. A lot of people are starting to pick up this Undying. Seems like they're kind of copying some homework here, but nobody quite does it like you. In fact, that Shard I know is a huge part of your gameplay style. Do you value this item a lot? Is this a must-have for your gameplay?
I feel like it's very good. We were practicing it on scrims, and I was buying the Shard early on, so once we get the Tormentor, so my other core can get the Shard, and I think it's very good.
All right, well, you could definitely tell. Okay, let's talk a little bit about your upcoming opponents. The next series is going to be Paravision. They're a scary team. But then, there's the Kazakhstani brothers over on Rune Eaters. Tell me, I don't really care what you think about Paravision. I've seen it a million times. What do you think about Rune Eaters, man?
I think they so far beat the Aurora Gaming, and I think they have a pretty decent chance to win the Paravision. I was texting with Malik, and he said, if we beat the Paravision, we're gonna beat you as well.
Damn! All right, well, we'll see if they can do it. Do you think they have a chance? Do you think you'll be seeing them?
Yeah, I will give them maybe like 30% chance and 70 towards the Paravision.
Well, that's depressing. Okay, fantastic. Well, I sure hope that our underdogs have a better chance than that. But let's welcome your team here. Gentlemen, please, to the stage. Here at EWC, we got some stuff to do, and you all should be extremely proud. Give it up for the boys. Taking out the last time's champion. Gentlemen, you ready to crush some keys? You ready to crush some souls? Let's go! It is time to go to the Crusher, baby! We're gonna open things up for you here. All right, now I need to know who's gonna be the Crusher.
I can crush.
Shira Jr. crushing dreams. All right. Mr. Chira Jr., please, to the station, approach the Keymaster. Satsuka, bend down really low with me. They want to see your face. Get lower. Drop it like it's hot, big dog. Here we go. Chira Jr., crush Team Spirit's dreams. Here, boy, get in. Yes, yes. Keep your ass back. They are crushed, my friend, and you will move on. Congratulations, Yandex. We're gonna get this for your inspections like a fine wine. I know you're a man of culture and class, Chira Jr. Please take a look at their broken dreams that build up your. Damn, you liquefied that shit. Okay, take a look at it. Do you approve?
Oh yeah, I'm approved.
You know we approve, baby. We're coming back. Next series coming up soon. Back to the panel.
It must be extra nice to crush a key that is extra special because Team Spirit was the defending champion. A new champion will be crowned this time around as we have Yandex making it through a 2-0, and we thought Team Spirit had a better shot this time around, and to be fair, it looked a little better than game one, but we did see Yandex not dropping the ball almost at all, Seb.
It was an impressive performance. I think, we said in game one, maybe they out-spirited Spirit a bit. I think they definitely did. I mean, you're able to beat Yatoro. It's like Yatoro Void, and you're able to take it to the late game. He's getting 6 slotted and you're still, like, I don't know. I'm very impressed because, honestly, before this series, I thought they can do it, but I didn't think they would do it this way. I thought they would maybe out-tempo Spirit. They would maybe, outdraft them because I think they have a really good grasp of the meta. We heard Malady with Undying and the Shard and whatnot. Like they are on top of the game right now. But I don't think it really came down to that even. I think they were sequences where it's just better all around, like in every single aspect of the game. So I'm a big fan of that team.
Yeah, for me, Dota's all about limits. It's all about knowing how far you can press it, knowing when to back off. And I feel like for Yandex, their decision making in every facet of the game, whether that's macro, farming, team fighting, disengaging, re-engaging, like every aspect, I'm just like, wow, I would not have known to do that. Like, it's just impressive thinking, I'm watching from spectator, I've got all the information, I can see all 10 heroes, I'm not thinking about pressing my buttons, and they're so crisp, so clean, they're on the same page, the communication must be off the charts. I mean, Malady just said it like, we're just doing good things, and I couldn't summarize it better myself just watching it.
Yeah, they're just doing good things all the way around. There was a little bit more hope for Team Spirit in this game because we did see their team fight coming into play. But at the end of the day, I mean, even the numbers don't lie. It's just a little rocky, and it is so unusual to see Collapse with that scoreline as well. He just got shut down.
Yeah, I think he didn't have the best showing this series, but again, I don't think it's so much related to Collapse than it is to how good Yandex are playing. Yeah. I mean, at some point, you meet opponents like that. You're trying to win the game, you're gonna die eventually. You're trying to win the fights. Like there were many moments that were pretty good, but Yandex is just too good at the game. I think everything of how they itemize, as BSJ mentioned, like how they take fights, how they disengage, they just seem to they're so clear basically in what they need to do to win the game, when to back off, when to push the tempo. It's a beauty to watch. And again, yeah, as you mentioned, I think you put it well, it's like when you're watching and you don't find the solution and you don't find the clutch and they find it with like half the info you have, 1/10 of the info you have, you just have to sit down and enjoy seeing some of the best players in the world perform.
Yeah, it's just that simple. There was definitely one team that was the better team today. We called it the grand quarterfinals. I think maybe the level of play, Ryan, was a little different than what we thought. We thought this was going to be more even.
I guess for me, I did think it was going to be more even. And I think it was maybe even a bit hopeful because of the fact that some of the teams that looked very convincing in the group stage, even 1W and Aurora, having just dropped out against weaker teams than Team Spirit, I guess I would say, at least on paper. You never know what you're going to get in these single eliminations. Yandex could have, in an alternate universe, easily just shown up and maybe been off their A game for one series. But instead, if they're performing like this on this stage, under this pressure, talking about the mentality side of the game, yeah, I guess just this confirms everything we already thought about Yandex, that if there were any doubts left, they're definitely extinguished.
Yeah, and the fact that they've only dropped one game so far, I mean, it puts OG back on the map there as well. Makes you wonder what OG did well that was able to that was able to make it to take a game off of Yandex, because
That makes us the second best team of the tournament, I
Hey,
guess.
that's how that works, yes. No, it's all good. We talk about Yandex and they're doing a lot of things right, and you know, we say they outplay Team Spirit, but it's hard to quantify exactly what Yandex does better than others. So I believe, Brian, you're actually going to show us a couple of sequences where it is like, it's the little things that Yandex just does better than everybody else.
Yeah, I was mentioning, like, I wouldn't know to do this if I was watching the game. So in the game, it's pretty wild. So I want to talk about kind of the story that's set up in my head, especially if I'm on the Team Spirit side. You see a position 5 Undying effectively using an ulti and a tombstone to defend his tower. Like, he's going to walk in on Maladich, he's going to pop the tombstone, and there's a lot of things that Malady does where I'm kind of just like, what is he thinking here? He's walking into effectively 4 heroes. He may not know they're there, but he just dies. And there's no meaningful cooldown used by Team Spirit. That's really important to note. And they're going to ping the tombstone. They're going to commit to it. And the second they commit, look at this Techie's TP. Like, there are so many times this tournament that we've seen teams lose a hero for free and then just chain feed off of that. How do they know the difference between doing that and what they're about to do? They have a hero given away for free. Yes, he's respawned because of his passive on Undying, but then they set up this excellent burst on Collapse, who's just clearing a creep wave, thinking nonetheless, and then they take out Rue on the Hoodwink, or sorry, not me on the Hoodwink, and they end up winning that 2-0. Then the next fight, this is the engage into disengage that I was referencing. They're going to go on Collapse, burst him again, then they're going to use the Centaur Stampede to disengage, and we're going to see Chira Jr. walk back, get gone on by Void, and this is the moment where you have to like think, if I break this down, it's hard to understand. So Chira Jr.'s back here getting gone on by Collapse. You see the rest of Team Spirit on the side over here, and they need to connect to their Void who wants the Chrono. And then you're going to see Watson, instead of retreating in the same direction as Chira Jr., he's going to cut off the connecting path of the rest of Team Spirit. Who they're like, Toro's like, come on, I've got Invoker here, I've got Invoker. Instead, Watson ambushes, gets the Chrono on him. Sox is perfectly positioned to use the Taser instantly, nullifying the Chrono. It just feels like every single player is in the heads of Team Spirit, knowing what they're going to do before they do it, and I don't even know how you beat that. I was blown away by these micro plays.
No, it's I think it's very nice to see it like that broken down. These are players in the zone to me. You know, these are players that are not affected by emotions. It's like your Invoker is probably communicating. Jump is, you know, I'm getting jump, I'm chronoed, and it could just phase. Like, you could just phase, you could just get, you know, blurred in your head. Oh, my Invoker's getting chronoed, I want to help my Invoker. So you're going to back off. But when you're in the zone, it's like you're actually dismissing that information. You're like, he's getting chrono. What does that mean? You know, they need to follow up with spells. I'm going to shut them down. Therefore, you know, it's like just hyper focus, playing the games, looking at what's in front of you, just vibing basically, you know, being completely connected with the game. I think, and that's what it comes down to, because honestly, like, a lot of teams would have lost that fight. Like, Centaur's dying on their tier 2, Invoker's chrono, disaster. But just clutch, you know, like pushing the game to its limits, really, impacting it as much as you can. It's impressive sequences.
Super impressive, and it makes it difficult to choose an MVP of the series. We did so anyway, and I think, I mean, it goes to your favorite man of the match, Seb. It goes to Chira Jr. this one.
My boy, I mean, this guy is, I'm the biggest fan, because to me, Dota is about how well you click your buttons. Of course, it's part of it, you know, you love your miracles and whatnot, and he's on par with them, but it's also about how smart you are. Like, this game is just so complex. Everything you have to do, like item choices, positioning in team fight, especially from the mid lane nowadays. I feel like mid laners dictate so much of how the game is being played, where to go, how to use their time, you know, whether it's farming, you know, attacking, which lane to attack, which camps to farm, which rune to check. This guy does everything perfect. It's a beauty to watch. On top of it, he's just amazing at every hero he plays, and he plays a whole bunch of heroes. My personal favorite of the whole season, honestly. Like, to me, yeah, he's on par with the greatest mid laners. Like, I'm not even saying right now, I'm saying like of all time. Like, I watch him play and I'm like, yeah, this is just how to play mid lane, essentially, in Dota.
And he's only 21, so he's got a great career ahead of him too.
That's unfair. I'm actually upset. What do you mean he's only 21? How is it even possible? You know,
that's what happens.
He's gonna be doing this for 10 years or something, 15 years. Just change games if you're looking to, you know, break through in Dota. Maybe just try something else. Like, this guy has it covered for the next 10 years. You know, the place is the spot is taken.
I'm more impressed. Like, where do you get this mindset at age 21? I believe you can click buttons. I believe you can understand your limits and perform. But even DM talked about why this team's so successful and said that we just speak to each other professionally. The way we resolve, disputes of views of the game and how they align on mutual understanding moving forward. Like, that's what blows my mind, especially from the mid lane. It's usually a very ego-driven role. I'm better than the other guy, and
you know what is crazy about it is that it's not even like he was mentored by a more experienced like coach or captain. He's done this by himself because he broke through pretty much the season.
Yep.
This is just him playing pubs, watching replays, playing tier 2, tier 3 tournaments. And coming up with that knowledge and that deep understanding on what it takes to win Dota games at the highest level. Props to this guy. Well-deserved win today. Hopefully they go further. I think he really deserves to lift the biggest trophies out there.
Well, we're going to find out if he can lift this trophy here. Of course, there's a couple more steps in between that and now, because this was only the quarterfinals. We'll find out their opponents actually today, though, for the semifinals, because our next matchup is waiting with Rune Eaters and P-Vision. And we heard Malady on stage, and I would love to get your take on that, as you already did a little bit, but 30% chance for Rune Eaters to beat P-Vision, substantial.
I'd take 30% against P-Vision any day. I'd take 10 at this point. I'd take 5. So 30 is very generous. You might think he was like skeptical or something. I think it's very generous. Like 30% versus P-Vision. This team is considered to be maybe top 3 this tournament. Like they could win the tournament and nobody would be surprised. It wouldn't be an upset or anything. So yeah, really looking forward. I think no one named Yandex as
he did.
So yeah, there's like these two teams are looking at each other, and maybe it's wishful thinking. Maybe Melody's like, get rid of them for us, please, so that we don't have to do it ourselves. I don't know.
I don't know. Malady, I feel like Melody's the type of guy that's not afraid to just say, like, they're going to get dumpstered. It's not even going to be close. 99-1. So the fact that he's saying 7-30, I don't think he's doing that out of pity or anything like that. I think Rune Eaters has earned the respect that if P-Vision doesn't play their absolute best, that Rune Eaters is possible to overtake them with their skill ceiling. I've been blown away by Rune Eaters. Like, they had a 5-game sequence in the last few days where they lost game 1 atrociously, and then they proceeded to win 4 games in a row, and they just don't look like the same team. And to see somebody leveling up like that, P-Vision doesn't need to level up. But today they're going to have to remain where they're at to even, like that's where that 30% is coming from, I believe.
Yeah, we're going to find out how Rune Eaters will do against an even tougher challenge again today, as they have been on a tear. P-Vision versus Rune Eaters very soon. Before we get there, though, we are going to hear some confessions from Kezu.
Was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
This is Kezu's Confessions, or Confessions of Kezu. What do you think sounds better?
Kezu's Confessions, I think.
Kezu's Confessions, yeah. I think
sounds more real.
Well, we'll find out how real this is. Tell us your experience with the team Escape Gaming and their legendary captain.
Yeah, this is like... So this goes back... Cinderin used to be the captain of the team. He's a legendary Dota figure. He's the guy that usually casts with Sunsfan.
Oh, okay.
So I'm replacing one of the
sub.
goats. Yeah, so like first of all, we're very good friends. Shout out to him. And secondary, this was the best and funniest team I ever played for. Lots of big names. There was Yapsor, who's an absolute clown. He's retired at this point. Actually, most of the people on this team are retired. Era is retired. I don't know what the hell he's doing. Koikwa is a streamer. Then there's Cinderin. Well, he's casting. Then there's me. I'm casting. But this team was phenomenal. The first TI we ever played, we got there, went through the wildcards, but then we placed last at TI, kind of disbanded, but still one of the funniest teams I've played for in my life.
So they've all retired. Is that partially your fault, or is it somebody else's?
So I think I survived the longest with Yapsor, so I won't take... Cinderin will take the blame.
Okay.
He's the old guy. He's like 45. You know, he'll die soon of old age. Yeah.
Yeah. What is your favorite memory from participating in a computer game tournament on a basketball court?
Well, the best part about this one is that I actually won that one.
Oh, okay.
The problem is this is Horn Tour, so this game, it was dead. Now it's back.
It sounds like a real, like, pure LAN, back in the day.
Yeah, so the problem is that this ended up on Reddit fails or like live stream fails because the LAN was so bad. Imagine us sitting here, but you can't see us. It's like it's dark as fuck.
Probably
they didn't hire like a real announcer to like call out the teams like Lions Esports Club, you know, like with a real voice. It's just a dude that worked for the company. They were like, "You're the guy. You're gonna."
That's what I feel like at this event.
Well, I mean, we didn't really know. It was one of our first events. We were like, "This is cool," you know. We're like in a top level suite of some like hotel, but it's just a basketball court. It's dark. Nothing works. It was a shit show.
What year was this?
This is like 2012.
Yeah,
so it's a long time ago.
That was about when I started in esports, and that sounds about right.
Yeah,
actually,
and this was in So shout out to Horn Tour Las Vegas. That was the time of my life, baby.
Sounds like the good old days to me. What do you think you made such a different? Trying to spit my words out here.
Let's try again.
What do you think made you such an effective coach for OG?
Dude. Fuck these questions. Whoever the fuck you. Okay. So first of all, we sucked real bad. We were bad. So yeah, there was a lot of shit going on in that team. The good thing is, well, sadly this isn't recorded, but we did qualify to one event.
Okay.
And most of the people said that if it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have done that. The problem is that we still sucked all year round, so I can't take any good credit. It sucked.
It sucked.
Yeah.
I mean, it happens. It happens.
It happens.
Why did you miss an entire year of school?
So, I mean, this is a long story. I'll try to short it down a little bit. So let's see. First of all, I hated school. I skipped school quite a lot. Hated it. I would call myself in sick, pretending to be my dad or my brother.
Classic.
So I do that. Then my mom would drop me off at school. I'd make sure to wear a hoodie, put up my hoodie, go into school, go straight out the next door, walk back home, and play Han. So yeah, I guess the reason I miss school most of the time is that I hated it and I just wanted to play computer games.
I mean, it worked out, I suppose.
I would say so.
Same for me. I really was skiving, they call it.
I hated it. Or even when I had to like go hold a presentation, like, no man, I can't do it.
Who was your Dota idol?
Ooh. So I got a few. I have always really loved Zai. This guy was really good. He should have won a TI before retiring. He always got like top 2, top 3. This guy was insane. I think also Universe. So these are a lot of like older names.
Yeah.
And also Ice. Like all of these players are incredibly good. They're probably better off having quit the game as most of us are, because playing Dota 2 it's a shit show. It's stressful. Everyone just hates on you permanently. Like, it only matters what you do today. If you're good today, man, good job. But if you suck tomorrow, kill yourself. That's what you're gonna read everywhere. And it's like, what's wrong with you guys? Like, stop this shit. But anyway, they're my idols.
Okay. Last but not least, I've been told to ask you to give your best impression of something.
My best impression?
Best impression. Apparently you do a really good specific character.
Is this about Donald Duck or something?
It is about Donald Duck.
Okay, I mean, I don't know why, but when I was in school, I was trying to do like duck voices, so it's only the sound. I cannot speak or something. But
I feel like you got to give us it. That is actually quite good. But that's it.
That I can't like speak or something. It's just a sound. Just a soundboard. Play it up. Record it for what you want. There you go.
That was Kazu's confessions. Thank you very much, mate. Thanks. Yeah.
I hope that was good.
Down here at the STC Arena, once again with Ginny, the League of Legends, continuing through. But we're getting to the nitty-gritty. Teams are getting knocked out. Who's advanced through so far, though, Ginny? Club Championship points very much on the line.
Absolutely. We have the top 8, of course. So far, only 4 have been qualified. We get AGL, HLE, BLG, as well as Genji, who are the defending titles here as well. And HLE also a heavy hitter, considering that they've just won MSI. There's only 4 slots left, and we've got some pretty notable teams competing out there for those club championship points.
Yeah, one of those teams, because behind me on the stage right now, elimination match.
I know.
It's SKT. I'm watching Faker, who could be going out right now.
Yeah, T1 could be going out today. I don't think that's going to happen, but there is a possibility. Okay, anything's possible. Alongside them, when it comes to the teams that are trying to get that last remaining slots. Okay, there you go. going up against Sentinels over on the B stream, which is also a huge match. People are excited about that as well. G2 also fighting for their lives to get to qualify. It would be the next game onto the stage. If they qualify, they'll get some of those heavy hitting points as well. So it's really these four organizations that I'm keeping my eyes out on, and when it comes to who is going further for the CCs.
Excellent. Those CC points are very much up for grabs, so we'll be keeping you updated with everything here on the STC Arena throughout the next few days.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris and Ginny, for that Club Championship update from the STC Arena. I'm sure we're going to hear much more coming out of both of them as we're here continuing with the Dota 2 for EWC, and we are continuing with a second quarter finals of the day. And for this one, we've changed up the panel a little bit. We got Lacoste and Effie. Effie, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. I'm just excited to finally be in playoffs, and I'm excited to see which storylines continue, because during the survival round, we had some pretty interesting things occur, some unexpected results with Rune Eaters making it this far. Can they keep going?
Yeah, everybody loves a good underdog story. Lacoste, can they continue? We heard Malady give it 30% on the stage.
This team is powering up as well as tournament goes on. I feel like, you know, they are getting the momentum. They are getting quite a lot of confidence, especially after eliminating Virtus Pro, eliminating one of the top contenders as well, potentially to win the whole thing, removing them from the pool as well. So, gonna be very interesting. P-Vision, not gonna be an easy task by any means, but, you know, anything can happen. This is like Dota, this is survival, you know, just this BO3 that you play, no lower bracket, so...
You got to put it all on the line. Let's focus on this matchup because a best of 3 is scary and P-Vision is coming in still, Effie, as the clear favorites. There's no way about it.
Yeah, I think even Rune Eaters are going into this knowing that P-Vision are a tough nut to crack. I think we talked to Malik the other day and he mentioned that, yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a challenge, and P-Vision are just kind of raid boss right now. It feels like their drafting is good, their play is good. They have this nice flow with their new coach and Puppy where it just seems like he's giving them the direction that they need and they're responding with the play that he needs, and it's kind of a beautiful harmony building there.
Yeah, I also think that Notice is kind of the shining star of this team as well, after also recently joining to the squad. Like, you maybe needed something fresh, something extra as well. He's pretty much topping all of these KDA charts. Like, the dude at one point, like after the group stage, he was sitting at the only like 0.6 death on average per game, which is insane to think about. Like in Dota, it almost never happens.
Yeah, he had a very stable group stage. And to be honest, all of P-Vision had a very stable group stage. And, you know, they were in Group C, which was not the group of death and not even the second group of death, if you will. And it makes us wonder where P-Vision's power level really is, because we are expecting them to do well. We'll see how they do here on stage today. And we'll also listen to Notice as he talks about how he feels about the playoffs.
In this team, I feel really good because, you know, a lot of good players in this team, and I know these guys, and I'm really happy to join in the end of this season. This is not my first tournament and first season in Pro-Scene. We wanna play better every day, and for win this tournament, we need to play better because we know our mistakes and we need to fix it.
The Satanic gonna get help with a nice back wall from Notice on the 3 here.
Every day we learn something new. We play scrims, we play official games, we play pubs, and we watch games. And sometimes, yeah, we have something new because everything in Dota like changed. You try hard for this, you win this, and that's really big tournament like TI now, you know. I will be just happy. We can beat every team can beat us, you know, and everything decided in your gameplay, individual gameplay decisions, and, you know, hard moments. You know, prepare to every team like our last chance.
we can beat every team and every team can beat us. And that does mean that you respect every opponent you go up against. With that mentality, Lacoste, I feel like they will be prepared for Rooney.
Oh, absolutely. This is the team that didn't play for 4 days, so they did manage to gather quite a lot of information. The meta did slightly shift. We are not seeing like the same picks. We are seeing like new stuff coming out, which is going to be also very interesting because they are also a type of a team that sets the meta. They are the ones who are exploring some of these picks as well. This is how they've been playing ever since they have been formed under a different coach. And now, even with Puppy, you know the ideas that they are going to be bringing to the table are going to be great.
It just brings to mind when we heard from P-Vision earlier in this tournament, was it no one that mentioned that Puppy kind of just put 9class on a leash in the sense where
he's a cage.
Yes, he's making him play regular heroes and regular Dota, and they think that his influence has made them go from chaotic to stable. And stable P-Vision have actually looked scarier than chaotic, we're gonna play Nyx and run mid at level 2 P-Vision.
Yeah, and that means P-Vision has been kinda over the last 6 months been getting a bit of a new identity, but now instead of what scary thing is 9class gonna do, it's like cool, calm, and collected P-Vision that will just be good all across the board.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not like too crazy of ideas. It's more about stability. If you look at his hero pool that he has been playing, you know, it's going to be more like Dark Willows, Keeper of the Lights, IOs. Not too many crazy things out there, but also they managed to stabilize. I think P-Vision, like this is something they talked about with the previous squad as well. The core of the team still feels the same, but also about that like one mistake that they made between 15 and 20 minutes, quite a lot of time. This time around, we're really not feeling it.
They are not fit. We're gonna find out how P-Vision is gonna do against their opponents. Rune Eaters has been a squad that has surprised everyone. They surprised people by being here to begin with, making it out of the groups. Woof, that's the surprise. Every single stage, they were able to move forward. They started in survival round 1. They made it through Aurora, the mini boss, in survival round 2. So they've already achieved so much. Can they take down the giants in P-Vision? Let's find out how Copy feels before the game.
Hello, I'm here with Copy of Rune Eaters. Yesterday, you guys did something very special. You guys knocked out Aurora 2-0. How did that feel?
I mean, obviously it feels great, but how to say it, you know, we're not coming in here with the expectation of losing, so for us it wasn't that special.
Come on, I had to feel amazing. Like, what it was a 2-0. It wasn't even like a 2-1. You're
of course it feels great, but you know, you cannot lose your emotions just yet, you know? There's still more games to be played.
That's true. You have not won. I've been hearing from other talent who've been watching your games all through the group stage. When they've been watching your games, they feel like you guys get better every single game. Is that what it's been feeling like for you guys?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe not every single game, but I feel like we do learn a lot from every game. I think our macro has been improving a lot. Like right now it feels like our strength, even against Aurora yesterday, like we were kind of losing the lanes every game, but we came back. So it feels like we have a good understanding of the mid game right now.
That's really cool. I feel like I would describe you and your teammates as some of the players that got left behind from some of the roster swaps. But you guys improving so much and playing well at the tournament, it must feel extra special. It's like you're showing people that you're better than they maybe thought you were. Does it feel like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always what you want to show when you play Dota, right? You always want to show you're better. Right now, maybe there's some more incentive for us to show it because, like you said, none of us are like got picked up by a big org, I guess. But you know, playing like this is also fun. It's very fun, kind of being the underdog.
Yeah, there's less pressure, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview, and good luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you.
A lot already achieved for a roster that has only existed for like 2 months. With yesterday beating Aurora, apparently, you know, laser focus. No need to get into your emotions yet. Go on to the next one. I appreciate that, Effie. I think Copy is the right mentality for that one.
I do, because you don't want to get caught off guard with like, oh, we beat someone that people expected to be the favorite. Are we actually really good? No, you just stay focused, you keep your head in the game, and you look towards your next opponent. And talking to Malik yesterday as well made me think that, wow, are they really not more enthusiastic or excited? Because he was very chill about it, but they are on a really good trajectory right now, and just keeping their emotions balanced is what could continue that trajectory, because they might be able to catch P-Vision off guard. I don't think Aurora expected to get caught off guard yesterday, but they did.
Yeah, something that we talked about and also teams talked about is whether, like, how much preparation comes into when you're playing against like maybe lesser known teams that comes in maybe slightly different in the group stages, but also like once you are in the playoffs. Day after yesterday, I'm pretty sure that P-Vision, they wanted to dissect every little thing that they have been doing, because this is not a team that you know a lot about. Like, this is a relatively new team. They dropped out of TI qualifiers, I believe, in round 1 of the lower bracket. So not a lot of people were like looking into them and be like, yeah, this is the team that can cause some upsets. But after seeing what they can do, you definitely need to look into them and like dive in deeply to understand what they're actually doing.
Yeah. So we're going to dive into this a little bit as well, because I feel obviously watching that in depth yesterday, how would you describe the playstyle of Rune Eaters?
So it doesn't necessarily feel like they have a stable playstyle yet. They've played a lot of different drops, but they play through Copy pretty heavily. I would say he is their key player in that mid game, and there were situations where they first picked Ember Spirit and they got counterpicked by Viper, and he had a horrible lane, but they still managed to make a couple of key smokes, find their way back into the game, and play through that mid lane. I also think Dark Lord is a very important piece of this team. He's had a very interesting playstyle evolve through this tournament. Initially, he was playing the classic ranged carries, you know, just farm up, play from a distance. But during the survival stage, he just played like Alchemist and Tiny, and he was going for the stuns. He was playing like a mini Duraccio type, you know, I'm gonna stun for you, you guys carry me.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to them realizing that the heroes that you mentioned, they haven't really been winning with them, so they needed to adjust, and this adjustment was definitely correct in this one, making sure that they are getting maybe slightly better matchups, even though Copy talked about them losing the laning stages and what so not. But I feel like this team also has a good amount of experience. Like, these are not unexperienced players by any means, because Eki, he stood in for Team Liquid during the last Wallachia. He got fourth place. Actually, you had Malik, who was standing in for Team Spirit as well. He was standing in for other teams, getting pretty high placement, so they have quite a lot of experience. And with the newcomers as well, these have been always throughout Dota history the most successful teams. You know, maybe some extra bit of experience with the new blood, new ideas, like the guys that can click quite a lot, that can click really well, and for them it definitely clicked.
Yeah, it's also pretty cool to see Puppy versus Mag in the coaching matchup, because those are also two veteran faces, Effie.
They are. I mean, I do feel that Puppy has just looked like the better drafter than any other coach for me this tournament. Watching him, I feel that he has this targeted player kind of vision where he goes up against a certain team, will identify that he thinks one player can only play a handful of heroes, bans them out, and he takes that approach instead of just banning the same consistent meta picks versus every team. And it's something that he does pretty well, and I would imagine he might do the same thing versus Rune Eaters.
Who will he target?
I think Copy, potentially. Yeah? I do feel that his Ember Spirit is like really important, and we might see a first phase Ember ban even.
Okay, wouldn't be surprised for it. For P-Vision, we haven't seen them in a little bit here, Lacoste. How do we feel they're going to do here? You think they didn't drop a beat?
No, I feel like this should be smooth sailing. Like, I would give them 20% on side of Rune Eaters, but P-Vision, they should have this one in the bag.
Okay, well, it's a quarterfinals elimination on the line with this best of 3 winner. Will go up against Yandex in the semifinals. Let's see which one of these two teams comes out on top as we head over to the stage.
Thank you very much, my friends. And Lacoste, only 20%. Come on, what's going on? You gotta hand it to him. But we're back here, and we have our second series on our hands. Before we introduce our team Slacks, that first game, honestly, Spirit are out. Our EWC 25 champions are not making it in the final again.
I really believed, and I would say that my heart is broken, but at the same time...
The key is broken.
The key, there we go, that's why you're here, baby. But yes, Team Spirit being knocked out in such a way was really, really impressive by Yandex. I have to say, that team was no slouch. It ain't old Spirit. So seeing them come in here, it was a hell of a... I cannot believe they 2-0. I cannot believe it. I thought at least one.
I don't think we can believe at least one end of our next matchup because there's something else. But you know what? I'm going to leave it to you to kick this one off.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are ready for our next match. They said Team Spirit might win this one. They said Yandex might win this one. But there's one other team that everybody is sure is going to be taking this one away. One of the top dogs. They seemed unstoppable. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage, P-Vision! P-Vision, my friends, absolutely. You can't take your eyes off this team no matter what's going on. They are through a beautiful golden glaze here on P-Vision. We have the key. We have the players. We have no signs of stopping. These guys look very, very ready. Look at that. He's laughing. This guy's about to go into this series and he's laughing. They will not get eliminated, I think, but someone definitely will be. I'm not good at math, but I think their chances are pretty good then.
Fair enough. But still,
what?
2020 vision is one thing.
Okay.
But they got to face a team of misfits on the other side. Let's bring them out. It's Rune Eaters! Nomming their way all the way here. They kicked out Aurora Gaming to make it here. Honestly, this team of misfits, they couldn't even believe that they would close it out and make it to the Esports World Cup. They knocked out Na'Vi to make that happen. They're here that went through groups. They went through survival, and they're here on the main stage in quarterfinals. Misfits no more. They've proven their name, and here they play against one of the biggest. Sure, but this is how legends are born in the heart, the fire, the volcano. That is EWC here in Paris. I think they can make this happen.
I gotta admit, I love an
underdog story.
I love a dark horse team. These guys used to be pipsqueaks. Now they're grown-ass men. Look at them. They ate Aurora like it was breakfast. So we're gonna see if these dark horsies can make their way through the P-Vision, my friends. All right, are you guys ready to play? Good? You ready? Put those keys in. We have a heck of a match for you here today. Crowd, give it up for me. Are you ready? All right, let's see. There's the handshake. We're ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. Let's head back to the panel to see what they think about this matchup.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're so ready for this one. On one side, we got P-Vision. Barely any resistance in the group stages, 9-1, only dropping one game to the now eliminated Team Spirit on that final day of groups. But other than that, smooth sailing. Whereas on the other side, Rune Eaters, they worked hard to get to this point, coming 5-5, playing 5-5 in the group stages, learned a lot from those losses. And then yesterday, of course, with the 2-0 victory over Aurora, making it to the playoffs in the top 8. Can they continue their run? It's time to talk about the Dota 2 that's coming our way, because we do need to talk about some of these heroes that might be targeted here. If we are gonna see Puppey focusing on all Copy's hero, where is the strength from Rune Eaters gonna come from if it wouldn't be Copy?
If Coffee gets targeted in the draft, I really think that Dark Lord is a very unique player, and if they can just pick some playmaking supports in terms of having a lot of damage bursts, like Lich, for example, with the Chain Frost, and a stun hero for Coffee, they can definitely play through him. He made some really cool moves in that survival stage, and Ake on that Lich went crazy. Honestly, I've never seen a Lich that high impact before in my life. You know, when people pick Lich, I'm like, well, there's nobody left. You know, they want to play for the lane, but he was like making solo plays.
Yeah, this wasn't your traditional Lich. This wasn't your Lich with, you know, maybe Glimmer Cape, Force Staff. This was Blink Short, Aghanim Scepter Lich that kind of dominated the game. He was all over the place. This is what I think the hero is made to do. Like, in terms of the solo killing, especially at the later stages of the game, if it goes to the later stages of the game when you only have one BKB, it does feel like you can wait it out, and then you can solo kill people, and his positioning was really good in that game.
Yeah, the Lich was really cool, and it is something to talk about, but I also do think Eki had a standout performance as well in those survival stages. There was a game when he was Drubic that, you know, stealing Fiend Grips, he was able to turn a lot of the mid-game fights, so supports have a lot on their shoulders here, especially going up against P-Vision supports.
Yeah, focusing on them a little bit as well. Where's their strength going to come from in this best of 3 Lacoste?
And this is the team that also has a very interesting hero pool from multiple roles. I would like to focus on Satanic because his Kez, we talk about Team Liquid, but I still feel that Satanic is the best Kez player in the world. He just plays this hero completely like different. You can tell it's on another level. And also some of the heroes that he brought to the table as well. Like, he is going to be playing Sven as a counter to Drow Ranger. Like, they have these smaller combos with the Darkseer potentially, with the Sven that they've been running before as well. So a team that is going to be using some of the old school strategies thanks to Puppey, because Dota, in the end, it is it does work in cycles, which also means that some of the old ideas are coming back.
Well, that means that I also think that Rune Eaters is going to be well prepared. Mag is not going to be surprised by any old school shenanigans coming in. He'll be very, very well versed on that as well, as we do have the draft on our screen. We've got Rune Eaters on Radiant side and P-Vision on Dire side.
Yeah, I do want to just call back to Copy's pregame interview where he mentioned he thinks they were losing the lanes and they came back in the mid game. That is something that I worry about for them versus P-Vision, because they didn't look like the cleanest team in the first 10 minutes, but then they made magic happen between like minute 15 and minute 25. And teams like P-Vision, if you don't draft good lanes, you're not even going to get the chance to make those moves to come back in the mid game.
Yeah, we've seen some of the teams really struggle in the tournament, especially once we got to survival stage as well, because we saw Extreme Gaming, for example, a team that has been known to play a bit of a slower Dota, which has been punished multiple times for it. And against P-Vision, I don't think you can make the same mistakes. This is the team that is going to overrun you, so you need to have strong lanes. You can't allow enemy team to just get away with it. Like, we haven't really seen those many comebacks as well. Like, we've seen some, but once you were off to a good start, we are at this stage of the tournament where these high caliber, world-class teams are going to be able to close out the games in 30-35 minutes.
Well, let's see what's left in the pool. We have got some standard bans coming our way with the Drow and the Lone Druid, but the Shadow Fiend was left in, and therefore P-Vision will take that as their opening. At the same time, this is not going to be a surprise to Rune Eaters, so I can only imagine that they have got a plan against this. Traditionally, or rather at least this EWC, the counters towards it mostly have been Darkseer, but that's been already banned out in the first phase by P-Vision themselves, so we'll see what Rune Eaters cooked up for that one.
Yeah, Rune Eaters have been opening with like Copy's Ember or Copy's Puck, and I do think this Puck was still left, so do they want to directly counter SF for the lane, or do they just feel comfortable sticking to that strategy of we'll build around our mid laner?
With that Ember ban, that it was already first phase, as you called, Effie, I don't know, Puck's win rate has been so bad. Can Copy be the odd one out?
I think so, but Egg Slitch is the one that takes priority. I mean, I just say, if you haven't seen those survival games, you should watch Egg play this hero, because it was so fun. He was like hiding near Wisdom Runes, solo killing, going in the last second, and he was a big game changer for his team.
And they have a very interesting support duo. Eki, he has slightly more experience when it comes down to competitive play. He did really shine with Team Liquid. I think he also gathered quite a lot of experience being a stand-in for a team like Team Liquid, where he had these were big shoes to fill, because he needed to adapt the playstyle, and he really did. You could definitely feel like some similarities between him and ViCi during that Wallachia, where he was playing kind of the same heroes as well. So very interesting hero coming out, like very interesting player coming out to position 4 that can make a lot of happen. And you know, I always check some of the fun stats as well, Shiver. This is the guy that also loves to ping a lot. He's always going to be in top 5. This tournament, it was hard to beat the Nightfall, I assume, because they also got eliminated, so he was clicking even more than usual. But yeah, Lich, it gives them kill threat. It's also very good damage reduction against Shadow Fiend. So far, very good approach from Rune Eaters.
Yeah, I remember one of the reasons why Eki was chosen to replace Boxy was because he was so vocal, because normally Boxy is very vocal for his team and leading his team in game, and they needed a replacement that would do the same. So I'm no surprise to hear his pings are that high here as well. As we are waiting for our ban coming out of Rune Eaters, we already have the Tiny and the Keeper of the Light ban coming out from P-Vision. It will be Rune Eaters picking out of this ban phase. We'll see if there's any hero they want to address that would pair up nicely with the Shadow Fiend. I'm thinking mostly any melee supports they might not want to face, like a Clockwork or something.
So far, Ducalis didn't play any of the melee supports, I believe. Maybe, yeah, he did play Omni and Ogre. There was that one really cool game that he played. It was like Bloodlust level 2, which gives you 35 attack speed, and it also gives you 6% move speed, which is kind of nice. This is what Shadowfiend also wants to have because of his overwhelming damage. So we're going to see what kind of a pairing they're going to go with, because this is quite a lot of magic damage so far from Rune Eaters.
The Snapfire for Rune Eaters, while it is a flex hero and it can go mid and it can be the secondary support, it's looked best in the hands of Malik. Like, he just provides this like long-range team fight in that mid game that makes it so that Copy can just stun a hero. They've got Malik from a distance, killing the SF, not trading hits with it, and maybe that's the way that they play through it. For this reason, I'd like if they paired it with a melee support, but Ecky's been playing a lot of Batriders and a lot of Rubiks, and I don't really think he's touched those melee heroes, Lacoste.
No, not really. I also would love to see, like we've seen Centaur being one of the best offlaners of the tournament because of the heart, but also because of the fact that we are seeing some of these teams also opting to go for the pipe as their first item after Helm to mitigate all the damage. I feel like this type around, like you might be looking into an offlaner that is willing to build into pipe because of the overwhelming magic damage and the team fight that they have.
I mean, I think Centaur is a very solid hero, and there's not a lot of disables either. Like, if you're fighting Snap and Lich and you just stampede and run away, that could be really effective.
Yeah, they're still ticking into their bonus time, and it will still be the Clockwork coming out for them, so that is the laning partner right there. And it's over to Rune Eaters once more.
Yeah, very simple, very easy to execute type of a lane. Also, Vision gonna be very good at finding Lynch in the backlines, fighting where Snapfire is, using Hookshot to stop the kisses from going off. So, very solid draft, very solid opening so far from P-Vision.
And lots of magic damage coming out from their Willow too, because you see the Lich that was countering the SF, so to speak. You bring out Willow with her Bedlam, who doesn't really care about physical damage reductions.
Are we expecting this Snapfire to go anywhere particular, or are we just keeping this up open?
So I do think Malik has looked very good at it from the offlane, but if there another better offlane pick presents itself, I wouldn't mind if they pivoted. But he genuinely has looked like the best offlane Snapfire in this tournament.
And of course, now that we know the safe lane that's coming out of P-Vision, we are expecting them to, at least in these next two picks, reveal a little bit more. The overall last pick will go the way of Rune Eaters if they want to keep it ambiguous all the way through. They do have to make the decision soon.
I wonder if this puck is in conversation, because if you're not taking it in this phase for Copy, for Rune Eaters, there's the 18 puck where you have no stuns. When you have no stuns, this is when you get stormed, you get pucked, you get embered. Are they willing to let that happen to them?
Yeah, potentially. NP as a response to Nature's Prophet. We've seen NP being used from the mid lane, being used from the safe lane, try to overwhelm Shadow Fiend, just bring that extra hero to his lane because he is the lane dominator, and somehow you need to be able to break those lanes, and Nature's Prophet seemed like a very good option so far from what we have seen. The scaling, like, it's always going to be there, but there is a certain timing where Shadow Fiend just feels overall better because of like his timing where he wants to play with the second Aegis, potentially with the banner, and try to close out the game. This is where Shadow Fiend feels very strong, and then of course once we get to that level 25 talent as well, the hero does tend to pop off.
There is a ton of flex potential coming out of Rune Eaters, because Nature's Prophet, it could be played as their mid laner or their safe laner, or it's a Grandmaster hero for Ecky, who's been playing a lot of Nature's Prophet support. Same goes from the Beastmaster, it can be played from that mid lane, it could be Malik's hero. So it is going to be hard to get a good read on it right now as P-Vision. Just knowing Ecky, though, I feel like he's asking for that Nature's Prophet.
Wouldn't be too surprised if that one came out. Makes it a little bit more difficult for P-Vision regardless, though, and that means they just have to fully focus on what they are comfortable with and what they want, and they are about to pick the overall 18th pick from the game pick and bans number, and that means this is their most important pick of the draft. They can protect it with 2 bans after this one, and taking their time here clearly also shows that they put thought into it, and they keep it flex as well with the Pango coming out. We've seen it both in the mid lane and the off lane this tournament, both very successfully so.
Just a very solid pick here, because you're playing against the summons from Beastmaster and the trains from Nature's Prophet, so you're going to have that extra AoE damage early on, and then you're playing against Snapfire, Lich as backline supports. You just Rolling Thunder them, you try to disrupt their team fighting from the distance, and there's not that much to play off of if Pango is running in the face of these supports.
Shadow Fiend also loves the pairing as well with the extra bit of a minus armor, so the damage is going to be through the roof. He loves also heroes who are going to be providing vision for him. Someone's that's going to be soaking up the damage as well and disrupting the back line so they can't get the free spell casting as well, and also to stun lock them so he can get those right clicks in. So it feels very good, I would say. Like, we haven't seen too much of a Pango. Like, it started the tournament very, very slow, and this people are like, you know what? It's still a very good hero. It's Pango. Like we've seen even in the previous series, didn't have that much success, but Pango is still a Pango.
And indeed, the puck gets banned out, so no surprises there, respecting the hero for copy, despite its abysmal win rate. Let's see, Rune Eaters, if what they're going to focus on. Maybe their bans will reveal where they think that Pango will go.
And it's hard to think that Pango won't be played by no one, because there were moments where I thought they'd flex it to Notice, because it seems like Notice would have had the better lane there, but no one just wants to play it from that mid lane and take over the game.
Yeah,
he did play it offline. Yeah, he did play it 3 times, and it's not an easy matchup for him in the mid lane by any means. This is Snapfire. She probably is one of the stronger like lane dominators, other than maybe like Vipers, Snipers, these type of heroes. But because she's playing in your face with her innate ability up to 35% extra damage, Pango does struggle. Like we've seen this matchup multiple times in the previous patch as well, where Pango just straight up dies. Like he can't lane. Like there's a big difference between two of these. Like Copy against no one. Of course, no one more experienced mid laner always pushes those matchups, but we'll have to see, because if this is going to be the matchup for him, it's not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, Slaughter out. One more offlaner to be removed. Which offlaners would we like Notice to play in this game?
Yeah, I'd be okay with some potentially like even Night Stalker. I think he is. Like we've seen good amount of Night Stalkers at the start of the tournament. They looked all pretty impressive because of the tempo that they could put up. Another Vision hero as well. NP, if this is going to be core NP, and it is going to be core NP most likely. There is a little bit of a flex if they want to be playing it from position 4, but against the 2 supports as well, he loves to play against these heroes.
I do wonder if they want to like pivot the Nature's Prophet to 4 though, and just pick a hero that stuns for them, just something secondary like an Alchemist.
I'm also fine with Dawnbreaker. I think this hero also gives them the counter initiation. I wanted to see whether they're going to go for maybe slightly more aggressive option, but this is more of a defensive, because you have Pango to play with, you have a Clockwork as well who can initiate for you, and it also feels very good always against the Nature's Prophet. If it's going to be a core, it's a very good way to counter initiate against the Beastmaster. So again, very, very solid draft from P-Vision already.
Yeah, maybe this is a reason to put that Nature's Prophet as a support. But about 15 seconds left on the clock. They won't need it. They'll go for the Terrorblade straight away. So that will be the carry coming out for Rune Eaters, as we do see people pick up their heroes. Will be the Beastmaster in the middle lane. And Snapfire Nature's Prophet could get... Now we gotta see the Eki Nature's Prophet as Effie predicted.
It's for sure the Malik Snapfire too. I really thought they'd go for the Alchemist, just so that they could have that like bonus hero to play off of and have the connections from Nature's Prophet. But Terrorblade is a great hero in terms of just fighting that SF in that late game, just standing his ground and hitting him. The issue with Terrorblade though is just if Rune Eaters are not able to control the enemy supports, and they're free reigning that fight, casting Bramble after Bramble, it's not the easiest Terrorblade game in the sense that he's going to be getting bounced around and controlled.
Yeah, good amount of physical damage. I assume that's why they did decide to pick up TB as overall last pick. And Beastmaster from the mid lane as well. This is the hero that you are also going to be building into Helm, because you want to be hitting the timing. This is not the Aghanim Scepter. We've even seen Beastmasters being played from the safe lane with going for the same exact build. So quite a lot of tempo that they can definitely push with this mid Beastmaster and Terrorblade. I think they... Like, both teams are kind of satisfied with the draft that they got, but again, I'm going to give the edge to P-Vision. I feel like this type of a draft scales really well, and the counter initiation that they have, the scaling, it's going to be much more interesting, I would say, than like even I predicted. I gave them good 20% before seeing the draft. Those chances definitely went up after seeing what they drafted for themselves.
For Rune Eaters, if they can just get through that hurdle that they've had in that first 10 minutes and go even, I really believe in what they've been able to do in the mid-game, and their heroes enable them to have a very strong mid-game. So just try to not get skill-checked on these lanes, and their draft is a very solid shot of running the game over.
And do you feel like the lanes, the skill check that you're talking about, is it actually going to be skill-based, or did they also draft better lanes on the side of P-Vision, or is it 50-50?
To me, it seems quite even, which means that it's just going to be about, you know, individually stepping up and trying to have a more comfortable early game.
Whoever has the more comfortable early game will set themselves up for success in that mid game. We'll see which one of these two teams will take the lead for that. Quarterfinals, a lot of pressure. I feel like maybe, do you think Lacoste, that pressure might get to Rune Eaters, or from what you've seen, this is not an issue for them?
I feel like them being underdogs and also making sure that they already eliminated two big teams, two big orgs, Virtus.pro and Aurora. I feel like this also gives them quite a lot of confidence and probably having a better placement than they expected to have so far in the tournament. So I think they're more than good.
More than good?
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see which one of these two teams will take game one of this elimination quarterfinals. P-Vision, Rune Eaters, coming your way with Cap and SVG.
One of the favorites of the entire tournament is matched up against a team that nobody thought would make playoffs. Rune Eaters have surprised many. In fact, I would dare say all of us in making it this far in the first place, but they're matched up against the toughest opponent of perhaps the whole tournament. P-Vision have been monsters lately. This is a very clear David versus Goliath. And Avery, I wanted to give you a funny little stat here about how big of a difference there is between these players and teams. You've got two players on the side of Rune Eaters who have made less than $50,000 in tournament winnings. So already they have far surpassed that just by being able to place top 8. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have a player on P-Vision, no one who's been around for a while. His tournament winnings are 4 times the entirety of Rune Eaters put together.
Only 4?
Only 4, actually.
He's got to be a couple mil at least, so...
Yes.
That's not the biggest disparity I've ever seen, but it's probably up there. I don't know, I think it's kind of nice being that severe of an underdog. It's just no pressure on you. You know, there was... Once upon a time, there was another team that were considered very big underdogs, and... they went on to win 2 TIs. So sometimes it works in your favor. You just come out of nowhere, you surprise people, you have your comfort picks, the meta's working for you, you're just vibing in the games. You don't have to overthink anything. You don't have to bring any baggage into these series. When you lose a game, maybe you yell it out, you move on to the next one, and it's not some recurring argument, right? You just go next. And there's a strength to that. There's a power to that. A lot gets built up over time on some of these squads that are with each other for so long. You don't have to deal with that. So there are some advantages for Rune Eaters in this run, and I always say these teams that surprise people, that win series that everyone says they had no business winning that series, well, they had business winning those series. And you should study what they're doing, because they're likely doing something in this meta that is giving them a big advantage over some of these top teams that they're just not thinking about or not aware of.
Now, our panel highlighted a lot of those things for Rune Eaters, but in your own studies of the game, what have you seen that you feel like makes this team a bit special?
I found the interview before the game with Coffee pretty interesting. He talked about how they don't view themselves as the most lane-dominant team. They're not going to invest in lanes too hard, but they have a very good macro idea of how they want to play the map. Right. And I think that is what you have to respect against the squad. They're not going to crush you in 10 minutes. They're not going to run you over like some tempo team. But they know how to push the waves, get the pick off, have it lead into an objective. And if you look at this kind of lineup, they have no shortage of lane shove. You're playing with Furion, Terrorblade, Snapfire, who are just going to spam push the waves in. They have global connectability, and then you have strong pickoff potential with this Lich. We saw some early all chat with the Ike Lich coming out. Like, this is a hero that thrives in that kind of environment. It's one of the supports that can give you huge pick-off kill threat from that 5 position and just kind of take it and snowball across the map. So this is the type of lineup you need to be really careful with. I think this is something that worked well for Liquid in the games we saw, that they couldn't emulate every time, but man, when it gets cooking, it really can cook some of these teams that just aren't prepared to deal with the map pressure. So I think that's the big thing you have to look out for here. P-Vision, they're a very disciplined team. I don't expect they're going to fall into this trap too much, and that'll be a very different challenge for Rune Eaters than some of the previous series we saw. But again, look for the late game timings, the scale, the pick-off pressure around the map. That 40 to 50 minute mark is where I expect this team to shine.
Well, it's a good thing that winning lanes isn't a part of the game plan for Dark Lord, because we're really seeing this pressure mount up in this bottom lane. But the other 2 lanes are doing very well for themselves. Beastmaster and Snapfire are both ahead, and as long as not too much is given away in this bottom lane, Rune Eaters should be in pretty good shape coming out of here.
Just such a strong lane. With the last pick, Dawnbreaker. Yeah, you got a counter pick with Terrorblade, but that was more, I want Terrorblade for the game as an SF counter matchup, something that can put some damage into the Pango. You're thinking about everything here, not just the lane matchup. Is he going to go down and gets hit by the Bramble?
Trying to make its way, staying out of sight of Noticed.
Good tree cuts.
Very nice.
The thing is, you almost rather just die and come back here.
Yeah, he is missing so much CS at this point in time.
Triple range creep under the tower.
Ike is finally going to be the one to die here. That's going to be first blood. And yeah, this is so much golden experience being missed out on. As long as P-Vision are able to continue to zone out Dark Lord here, this is going to be a massive blow.
You'd definitely rather have just died at this point. This is way too much missed CS to the tower. A lot of missed experience. At least the Lich gets to come back in full. Can bring a salve. Should help the situation. But not what Rune Eaters were looking for in this safe lane. That's going to be a struggle in this series, I think. Because I do think P-Vision, they are just the stronger laning team. Like, it's just objectively true. There's no doubt about it. You have to recognize that. It doesn't mean they're going to win the series. But you have to recognize that as Rune Eaters and kind of just, you know, throw some of these things off your back quickly, right? Like, all right, our safe lane, we missed some range creeps, we got a bad exchange, whatever. Just keep looking for opportunities.
Satanic to turn around with the cookie. Ooh, they get the kill. Malik is the one to die first, so Satanic does get the experience.
That's worth
shared
it,
experience for that kill.
You're not too worried about who's getting the early farm up here, honestly. If it goes to the Furion, he can pay it back.
They do manage to get the turnaround kill in bottom lane, so that bottom lane is now actually 1-for-1 as Dark Lord kills the Dawnbreaker. Now, that of course comes with its own set of problems, as that means the Dawnbreaker is going to come back with full resources. Full mana is usually the biggest issue for this hero in lane.
Got something out of the meta, though. If you can get some pulls off here, not a bad exchange overall. And you can always bring that Furion into the bottom lane. If you expect this Dawn to return and you think you can all in him again or heal this Terrorblade up, go for a kill or a defensive kind of turnaround play, you have that option. I think the mid threat probably not going to be there on this Pango. It's a very nice Pango game in that sense. He has some good core matchups here. No one can do a lot of work. You're maybe a little worried about Primal Roar into some damage, but I don't feel like we've seen that kind of connection on the Pango in this tournament. And if you're only worried about the Roar here, I think your itemization can deal with it in that sense as well. You always have the Dawnbreaker ultimate to bail you out of a situation.
Do you think he's going to go Lincolns?
That's kind of what I was alluding to. It could be really nice in this game. You have some nice spells to block with the Lincolns and not a lot of ways to pop it. I could see it being on the menu here for no one. If he's just going to rely on the Solar Guardian, I think that is enough in this game. So I don't think he has to go Lincolns here. Could just try and scale a bit harder into the Terrorblade, and that would feel pretty nice as well. But it is Copy getting the better of a mid. Beast does win this matchup. He has a nice little CS lead. Looking for the Roar play. Do they have damage on this?
And damage is going to be slow. They have the opportunity to get out the Rolling Thunder. It's going to hit Copy right into a Bramble. Also up the high ground, though. That is a chance for him to escape, perhaps. No, got hit by the Cogs. Really good aim there from Dakalis.
Kind of surprised they went for that play. I just didn't see the damage follow-up. Like, you have a Sprout, a level 1 Sprout for 70.
Yeah,
the Lich isn't even there. Too casual for my liking.
Yeah, if it was Lich instead of Nature's Prophet there, then I could understand why. I still don't think they get that kill, but
it's closer for sure. That's the kind of play you almost have to bring Malik into. Like, TP the snap mid on some cheeky style move and just get that kill, and then he can walk back top. But the wave was pushing into him. Didn't want to leave the lane. Gonna try and make a move onto Satanic with the supports. He should go down here. Nice pickup.
P-Vision just got to kind of be a little bit protective of their lanes. So whenever they make one of these moves, even when Rune Eaters die on it, it just means that they're going to come back to life and teleport somewhere, especially if using the Nature's Prophet freedom.
It's the biggest thing in this early game is what Eki's going to be able to find. If he can continue to find some cheeky kills, get up a fast early fighting item, whether it's, earn, commit for the vessel, whatever it is, start snowballing off that, pump his own net worth up. He's pretty high level here, higher level than the Terrorblade.
Yeah, also higher net worth. This is getting kind of ridiculous. They killed Dark Lord again in that bottom lane. There's no surprise to it, really. Ike gonna be cornered here, quite literally, on the map, and there he goes. Now back through the gate. P-Vision keep the pressure up on Dark Lord, but does Notice even need the help? Between him and 9 Class, they've killed him again. Ooh, nice pickup though in the mid lane. Eki does manage to teleport in and block off no one, allowing the axes to come through and help get the kill.
Man, that Beast did a lot of damage to him. The last axe swing, almost 300 magical coming through, 1,000 from the Copy in total. Even more of a boost for Eki here, who's having the best game of anybody on Rune Eaters by far.
Yeah, it's looking like at this point, it's going to be Eki and Copy have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Make a lot of plays, actually. Dawnbreaker ult is going to go off. Copy trying to get out of it, but got snagged by the Bramble, hit by the stun, probably dead either way.
that just felt like you lost sight of the Solar Guardian being available there.
Yeah.
Because he's mega rich on this beast. He went the early phase boots, going into potentially Helm of the Overlord. You're going to try and snowball this game off of some mass summons that the supports don't deal with well. This is kind of a strat we saw against some Clockwork lineups in general.
Now it's Eki's turn to get picked off. I'm not totally sure what he saw there because Ducalis was, he was next to him. He was killing hordes next to Eki, and Eki still kind of pushed forward and gets caught and gives up his killing spree. So now the two heroes that were having the best game on Rune Eaters have both died and been slowed down tremendously.
Satanic making the rotation bottom. He wants to get involved in this game, and this bottom lane has just been a food trough.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like safe lane tower's a bait, you know?
For sure.
Like you just keep trying to go back to defend it, you just keep bleeding out heroes.
Gotta respect the early fighting power of this Dawnbreaker. It's a terrifying hero when he can have the resources high on the lane. Nobody's able to enter this area unless you're willing to bring multiple cores, which we just haven't seen, right? The cores have not been rotating yet. I do think Malik on the Snapfire can bring you that extra firepower. He's going to rotate to mid with the kisses. This is the exact move that can really punish.
They need this kill so badly, and they will get it. Rolling Thunder not out in time. Copy does take a lot of damage here. They even threw out the blood grenade. They really feel like this is a chance, but there's too many heroes here. Rune Eaters have outnumbered them in the mid lane, and that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, beautiful connections. You get numbers, you get tempo. All of these heroes can play really fast around each other, and I love that Malik rotated there. I think bringing the snap into mid was the most powerful move in this early game for Rune Eaters because the Furion's going to be there no matter what. But you get this extra big ulti on top of the Roar. It turns Copy into an even bigger threat if the Pango's just sitting in that lane. That's the exact type of thing you want to see.
Oh, look at that. They actually passed over the bottle to Ike so he could pick up the Power Rune, which was an invisibility. So Beastmaster doesn't want to be running around looking for kills while he has no ultimate, but Lich can get a solo kill with Chain Frost potentially.
Well, does he go back up the hill?
It would have been so sweet if he did.
Scouting the top camps, just one of those unlucky routes you take because those bounty routes were too juicy to turn down.
Satanic's going to show in lane now. Let's see if they think they have the opportunity. Wrapping around is Malik.
Still go here if you're able to land one of the stuns. Might just run in.
If they don't make this go soon, it's going to be Eki potentially dying back to back here, or it's going to be the Beastmaster as he gets surrounded. P-Vision are just now the ones to be playing around mid entirely. Ike tried to go for that kill, and he's going to be killed by the SF while Ike is rushed down in the mid lane at the same time. So P-Vision are now winning both sides of the map and up to 2,000 net worth lead.
Have to be able to find those openings quickly, or you got to just move on to the next play.
Yeah.
Right? You can't linger in these opportunities against the top tier team. P-Vision are always going to be on the lookout. They're always going to find something. Some bad deaths to bleed here. You still don't have that Beast Helm. Your Terrorblade's going to be on catch-up duty for a lot of this game, so you have to be careful of how much of an early lead you give P-Vision here. Especially this Pangolier. This is the one hero I would be worried about injecting some extra gold into. He got beat on lane, but he's going to very quickly come back here, and this Diffusal can cause your cores a lot of problems in the early fights.
Some heroes that are pretty mana dependent. Pick off on a support, double ults for that. And probably doesn't feel amazing. He'll farm an Ancient Camp as well with it.
You already have Blink on the snap, though, so if you can get involved in some of these smoke plays or behind the Beastmaster pressure, you kind of want to see you pressure this tier 1 mid if you can continue to kill people here. You want to translate these kills into some map control. Maybe you're waiting for Dom on the Beast. Will arrive now.
Yeah, I'm surprised how little damage they did off of their successful mid fight. You know, like 5 minutes ago or whatever,
for sure,
right?
I think those are situations, especially with Furion coming in with multiple points in Nature's Call, where you can just convert that into early tier 1s.
Yeah, instead they went for the Power Rune, then they made this whole Lich play, and obviously, well, that was a disaster. Mid tower is going to be taken, attempted deny from the Helm of Dom creep. Bit of a standoff, but ultimately no one does get that last hit.
Nice sidesteps there. He's going to thwart this smoke. On the P-Vision side, they're going to have to go bottom, where there's also a smoke.
Yeah, Rune Eaters are going to smoke to get out of here, I think, and go through the gate.
Been trying to hunt Satanic a lot this game, which is pretty fair. This SF's a juicy kill in this early game. Before he starts accelerating, maybe you can buy your time for Terrorblade to recover a little bit, because Dark Lord's just on. Poor creep duty, man.
Isn't it too late for Satanic to be playing that part of the map?
A little bit,
Like, it's 13 minutes. Are you really going to be still hanging around your safe lane tower? At this point, it's just more efficient for you to be playing off of whatever ancient camps are available.
Could have lingered bottom for a long time, maybe tried to catch him there. I think that play is just way too hopeful, though. Again, you don't want to be making hopeful plays. You want to be making decisive plays. I still want to see them go for this fight around the tier 1 mid. If they can backstab no one and start with Aurora Kisses on him, that fight looks straightforward. I guess Solar Guardian is always a big issue.
I was going to say, Solar Guardian, even if you kill the Pango, I feel like the Dot Breaker is now popping that Solar Guardian to go after the Terror Blade here. Blood Grenade doesn't land.
That's
they
not
don't
too
get
bad.
the slowdown. This is actually then, kind of out of position now at this point because they failed to initiate on Dark Lord.
Okay, that's an opening. Solar Guardian down, you lose the clock bottom. Now this mid play becomes a lot more enticing. If you can make a fast move and just try and all in this Pangolier, you're going to get a lot of map control off of it. See if Copy wants to commit for it, if he just feels he needs Helmet of Overlord.
Yeah, he's got a haste rune, so if they were of the same mind as you, right, they really could have had the opportunity to do something, but it does seem like they just want to farm up.
You don't have to force that move, I just think it's the next point of attack here.
Right.
Eki messing with Satanic, that is not the man you want to mess with.
Copy's going to come in with his haste rune, but look at all the P-Vision. They stack up here. And, well, it's stack on stack because Rune Eaters went for another little two-man smoke here. They've got the kisses. They're looking for the roar opportunity. Blinking from Malik. Hit him with the cookie, but the rest of the team is too far behind. They couldn't get the roar immediately. Malik is now in no man's land with the rest of his team terrorized away from him.
Too disjointed.
Good.
Way too disjointed to make a play like that in enemy territory where they're going to easily connect with everybody.
Very awkward.
I think all these types of plays have to flow through the Beastmaster on that front line. He either has to be the initiator or he has to be right there when the point of contact happens.
Yeah.
You don't have good enough follow-up otherwise. I mean, maybe if you have like way later Blink Dagger, Shard Lich, sure, that kind of play works, but that's a long way away. We also still don't have an item on this Furion yet. Eki holding 2,000 gold. This is an Orchid Rush that can pay off if you get it at the right time and instantly make it work. It can also backfire because you're just holding on to so much gold in this early game. You're missing some opportunity to invest in a transition item here. Kind of an old school roaming Furion idea that we've seen him do before. It's just very hit or miss. Like if it hits hard. If it misses, boy, you feel bad. Just you took all this gold in the early game and it's just sitting there.
Right. Especially since Dawnbreaker is definitely a relatively early BKB hero. SF can be one. I think it's always kind of good versus Pango because Pango doesn't want to build that item.
Yes. It's amazing follow-up against no one here. There's no Dispel in this game too. There's no natural way to remove it. You're going to need some either utility from the Dawn or just a Dispel item yourself, which he can build. You can go Mantle on this hero. Go Lotus Orb too. You want? Go Lincolns that we talked about. Eki,
good teleport timing there. Well done. Oh, the hook shot comes a little bit too late.
Okay, space created. Yeah. You have your Helmet of the Overlord now.
And, well, he gets an Ancient Ice Shaman.
Expect to see Copy try and accelerate this game right now. If you invest in this from the mid lane, you need to go get towers, you need to get team fights with it.
And play with some aggressive wards. Eki.
Not a bad one.
He gets a nice triangle ward. They might try to play with Blade 2 this, rather.
You have a lot of mobile heroes right now with the Boots of Travel Snap and the Furion. They can both connect on top of that beast play wherever it is. So you have 4 heroes effectively behind where this beast goes. You assume that Ike's going to be in that play as well. A lot of strength behind this Beastmaster right now on the map as P-Vision just continuing to dodge, farm up, push towards BKBs.
All right, Avery, you get your Helm of the Overlord. You think you're going to make a play right away? Eki, he'll die for this. You think you're going to make a play right away? What is the worst Ancient to see in the one Ancient camp that you have? Is it the Ice Shaman?
It's probably the Ice Shaman.
It's probably the Ice Shaman, right?
Does do some building damage, I guess. But he probably has the worst spell, no aura. You take almost anything else here. Lizard's great, Golem's pretty solid. Dragon is usually the best early. The Desecrate is probably the best spell from the Prowler.
For sure. The Prowlers definitely have the best spells, especially for early kills.
Yes, for early on. A little unlucky there. Do get a tower out of it. No response. The response is a little slow down here from P-Vision. Gonna look for some stragglers. You gotta start thinking about 20-minute Tormentor. You want to take all the early objectives with this Beast Helm, if you can.
All right, they all get out. Nobody's going to be caught on this side of the map from Rune Eaters. But P-Vision, they don't really care too much. Sure, you've got Tikala's trying to hunt for heroes, but otherwise, Pango, Dawnbreaker, SF, they're all kind of farming. That being said, Rune Eaters has done a good job of keeping that net worth from spiraling too badly.
Terrorblade will eventually catch up. You just had such a rough early game.
That's pretty nasty. Here comes the combo, hookshot cogs into the Dawn ult for a chain stun combination that there's simply no way out of.
Great find from Ducalis. Best hero to take off the map right now. Just as that Orchid arrived for the Furion too. Get a nice turnaround play.
Yeah, fast kill from Malik and a faster TP with nothing to stop it. Really smart stuff.
Whew. That damage though.
Yeah. I mean, these cores are scaling up pretty nasty. And they have free clearance, apparently, to go Roshan. They've made the call. They have the physical damage minus armor combo. They could do it, right?
Oh, yeah. This SF can take it down very quickly here.
Maybe it's too short on time as we're about to hit 20 minutes, so maybe more attention to Tormentor instead.
I don't think they necessarily need an early Roche here either. You're kind of just playing off Solar Guardians this game. You go Solar Guardian up, you can play really aggressive, you can just out-farm the map. You have your BKBs coming out.
Well, I was thinking about it in the way that I feel like Rune Eaters can really only get one kill at a time, you know? So I feel like most of the time it's going to be roar kisses. And then they're going to kill that person. Maybe they'll do some other damage, get some collateral off with the rest of the kisses, but... So if you have an Aegis, I feel like it's a pretty big deterrent to how Rune Eaters want to be able to play a fight.
Off with the Beastmaster or the Lich with the Furion TP in and translate that into objectives, you can't find that pickup. Because no matter who you go on in this game, it's going to get turned around by Solar Guardian, then P-Vision can connect. All of a sudden, that team fight is not favorable for you. You're losing the window in this game to build momentum with this Beastmaster. And now the targets just get harder and harder to go on. Solar Guardian is not a long cooldown spell.
Yeah, especially with the levels that Notice got off of the lane, and it just continued to farm. Had a very early level 15. So the minus 20-second cooldown there. Rune Eaters have been playing this little corner over here for a while. They stole away the Wisdom Shrine, and they were hoping to get a pick. It's not really a pick, though. It's a full-out brawl in this area, and the slower the fight goes, the worse it's going to be for Rune Eaters. Now with the Rolling Thunder going straight to the TV, doesn't even get the chance to get off a Sunder, covered by both those stuns and the fear of the SF. It'll be 3 dead on the side of Rune Eaters, and all they got out of it was 9 classes Dark Willow.
The armor reduction from this SF is so nasty with this lineup. All the physical coming out from the other 2 cores. The second he's in range of you with that aura, and you get hit by any sort of, swashbuckle, jump, Solar Guardian comes down, you get hammered, you're just gone. Like, you need so much armor in this game to survive the burst physical. Even Terrorblade just kind of gets shredded over here.
And in these very chaotic fights, right? It'd be different if the fight was a little bit more straightforward, or Beastmaster is going in and initiating. Then all that physical damage, well, you can mitigate it a lot with the Lich. But here, you just don't have a clear Frost Shield target, right? P-Vision are hitting 4 different heroes all at the same time. Feels like at this point we're left with Rune Eaters being able to do the ghost shoving and some hitting of towers, but no real game plan to take fights.
You're just also not outscaling them here. Yeah. With the investment in the Orchid on the Furion, the Helm of the Overlord on the Beast, it's going to take a long time for the ultra late game Snapfire to kick in here because it's an offlane snap. Don't have the same level and pace and trajectory as the mid. Like, there's a lot of pressure on this Terrorblade to somehow win some team fights here.
Yeah, checking in on Dark Lord. He's still behind the SF and the Dawnbreaker. 12,000 net worth. Manta working towards a Hurricane Pike, but nothing that is going to be that threatening to P-Vision, especially with the tankiness of their heroes right now. You've got 3,000 HP on this Dawnbreaker. And he doesn't even have an AC. Like, that's just his raw HP, but soon he's going to have a ton of armor. So every fight, he could just take the fight straight to the TB.
It's a really nice AC
battle
game.
It out.
No one battling with something here.
Yeah, well, seems the battle is over pretty quickly. They're ready to go.
I think the minus armor is going to be overwhelming. From presence plus an AC, you throw any extra on top of that, and all these physical spells are just doing an insane amount of damage. You're getting harpoon pulled in, someone's hurricane piking at you. It's going to be too fast, too overwhelming. Pike almost getting chopped up here.
Hookshot going to stop that one, and instantly the Donald behind it.
Too fast.
You do not have a back line against this combination, whether it's the Pango blinking with his Rolling Thunder or it's the Hookshot initiation. Both hit the back line, and then the Donald dismantles it.
They might just go high ground here. You have an amp damage Pango, you have a Aegis for another minute and a half. Why not? What are you really afraid of in terms of that team fight?
It's just looking too easy for P-Vision.
Dawnbreaker pick was way too good.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. You felt like this lineup wasn't really about that first Roshan. It shows so how far ahead they are that they're willing to go high ground with a minute and a half left on this first round.
SF can snowball out of control, and we are seeing it here. As great backup lead the charge, and that is a pre-25-minute range Drax.
They do manage to cut the wave. Copy has been playing around with these Helm of the Overlord creeps plus...
Oh, we get a replay of
was it a fly or something?
Probably a fly.
That's funny. Well, I feel like for the next... oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Admin, get him. Well, it feels like for if the game lasts another 20 minutes, Rune Eaters are going to be dodging the whole time. There's the AC. I mean, you know.
You can reflect it, I guess.
Hypothetically. Avery, like, when does Rune Eaters, what combination of items on what heroes finally puts them in a spot where they could take a 5-on-5? Or do you feel like this lineup can never take a 5-on-5 once you're behind?
It's pretty difficult. The damage has to come from the Terrorblade, which means someone has to go in and tank, and nobody is tanking this damage. So then your backup is you have to control the damage, and that means you need to land a Primal Roar, likely on SF, and try and all-in him.
Orchid, Chain Frost.
Okay.
Actually do get that kill. Now, they're not going to get everybody out. That is for sure. How many heroes get out? One. Both supports will die for the kill on Dakalis.
A little bit of space created. You have to see that kind of chain stun off a Roar that goes onto one of these big cores, where a Chain Frost can do a lot. Wrath of Nature comes through, Kisses on top. You can kind of burst some of these targets if no saving item comes out, which technically there's still no saving item in this lineup. The one Hurricane Pike is on Satanic, so if you go on him, nobody's going to be able to Force Staff Glimmer him or anything. You do have a shot to all in this SF, and I think you have to take it.
There goes the Roar, but it got off the BKB. That makes things awkward. Dark Lord has already been terrorized away, not getting any damage done. They give him the cookie to hop on out of there, but yeah, there goes that chance out the window.
Very fast reaction from Satanic. Oh, it's the flyback.
Put him on camera. Let me see. The fly is
I don't know what the admin's supposed to do, right? It's like, you gotta catch it, bro. How are your fly catching skills?
So got it sharing that reaction speed. Well, maybe some outside forces are bothering P-Vision, but nothing inside the game is really bothering them. 13,000 net worth lead at 27 minutes.
Oh yeah, they're cruising.
Ducalis himself, you know, very greedy build-up. Soul Ring into straight Lotus.
There's your defensive item.
Yep.
Throw this Lotus on the SF. Your ability to all-in him goes down considerably. You can even go into more Lincoln Spheres here. You can also throw them on the Pango to try and just let no one have a free go at it into that Primal Roar.
Nine Class is going to go an Octarine third item. When Essence Distiller, Blink.
Hell yeah, that's
a build.
That's a Dark Willow build right there.
Ike is going to break the smoke. Well, it's going to break him.
That was fast.
Yeah, it really was. Eki might spot a courier. Unfortunately, it's a Clockwork courier. Maybe you could stop the Lotus for a little while.
What a hook shot.
Damn, Ducala is catching him on the gate here. And again, every hook shot is Dawnbreaker ultimate inbound.
Dawn is one of those heroes that...
Malik does get the courier.
You kind of forget how powerful this hero is until you're in one of these games with like one initiator and you're trying to play the map. And then it just feels like you can't make any move.
Yeah.
Similar to Underlord in some games. Or Underlord gets that Ags and you're like, man, every move I've ever made in this game has been into this global ultimate. And then by the time I respawn off of dying, that it feels like that global ultimate is back because teams are very disciplined in not giving openings while it's on cooldown. I mean, this thing is ticking right now. 20 seconds for this Solar Guardian to come back, 10 for your Terrorblade. What is your window here?
Yeah.
There is never a window. So you kind of just have to deal with this spell, and it's very difficult for these lineups that are based around one initiator.
I'd also say the build-up is really frustrating, right? Like, as Rune Eaters, you're trying to push out certain lanes, set up the map in a spot where you can actually make this smoke, dedicate 3 or 4 people's time and effort to go and make a move. Meanwhile, Dawnbreaker's just kind of like hanging out. He's just farming up neutrals, and then like he gets the go from Clockwork. Yo, ult me.
100%. He's very efficient. All the onus is on you to do something in this game where he's out farming you. Maybe we should see more support Zeus, you know? It's the same playstyle. That's all I'm saying.
Those are a little different thing.
It won earlier in the event. Let's not count it out.
That's true. That's true. 4 dropped on Triangle. This is going to be where Rune Eaters try and make a stand of sorts.
They do have VKBs on their course. That's a big deal for the Beast and the Snapfire here. Gives you a little more potential to go in and all in that first target off the Roar.
And Roche is going to be on the top side here when it spawns, which should spawn fairly soon. So this is kind of the only chance that Rune Eaters has. It's the only chance for them to take a 5-on-5. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say win it, but you know, maybe they trade things out. Gold and experience-wise, it's something that's favorable for them. Maybe they get Roshan somehow off of it, or Aegis Steel.
They're just aggressively going through the gate with 9 class.
Got the Organ on 9 class. Chain Frost, not going to be enough damage because it didn't bounce anywhere. And of course, the 2 supports are dead because every single time the 2 supports show anywhere, make any sort of move, the Dawnbreaker is there to kill them.
So much confidence behind these initiations. You just blink in with the Dark Willow. Even if you don't land anything, you still have the backup. And quickly into Tormentor here. Butterfly done for Satanic already. He is 10,000 ahead of the Terrorblade here.
And Tormentor died so fast. Level 23 at 31 minutes. I mean, I don't know, man. We're getting some crazy experience numbers in these games lately.
Free map. They're going to make the most of it. You have to contest this Roshan now.
He has 1,000 experience per minute.
It's not bad. I'm kind of surprised that P-Vision aren't just doing Roche immediately.
I mean,
you don't have to, but...
Yeah, it's the one chance that Rune Eaters has, right? In a way. So if you're P-Vision, you don't have to do anything until you have a clear enough advantage that it's guaranteed.
They just got Satanic on the Dawnbreaker as well. The scale is just compounding here. Try on the Clockwork, it gets Lotus.
That's going to be a Lotus Chain Frost. Not that he was going to survive either way there. Instantly getting jumped by P-Vision. Terrorize goes out. They are actually going to try and save 9 class, but the kids are going to rain in on him. Copy's able to get it with his BKB, but oh no, Dark Lord has been chain stunned. Pango finds him with the Rolling Thunder, and then Satanic just kind of casually walks in and ults. Yeah, that's going to be the Terrorblade issue for the entirety of the game. Pango wakes up very good against him. Does not want to have to build BKB, but if you don't, you get chain stun.
Just a casual fight right there. And now the big items get to arrive. Right there's your Lincoln Sphere. Your ability to go on this Pango just diminished considerably.
You've got an extra life on the SF. When that Aegis expires, he'll have a Satanic to replace that. So you're kind of always dealing with an extra life on SF at this
He's also already almost level 25, which is just, it's going to be insane this early in the game. Very hard to find any sort of clear jump. Yeah, you got the Dark Willow, but I feel like Roaring Dark Willow is a guaranteed kill and an almost concession in the team fight.
Yeah.
You're saying, I'm going to get this guy and get the hell out.
Yeah, you have no staying power.
No. This Terrorblade would need 2 or 3 more items. Like, he would need Satanic, BKB, Butterfly of his own to be able to stand there after Roar goes out on a support. So this is going to be Satanic hitting high ground. He is 3 experience off 25.
Wade spawns.
Unlucky for the man.
He gets 25. Now those Shadow Races have the potential to 1 or 2 shot heroes.
It's got to be one of the most obvious talent choices at 25 in the game, right?
Oh, 100%.
I've never
Souls
seen...
grants 30% cast speed is so whatever.
I don't think I've ever seen someone take that talent. And this is also one of those talents when you get there, you just instant snap it. Like, sometimes you see people debate, you know, I could see a game for A or B, and it's always just jamming the A button.
Yeah, even those SFs who used to go like the Yasha Kaya Blink build and were just all in on their ult, even then they were still wanting their Shadow Rays to do a lot of damage. So, yeah.
Nice talent to grab here, though, for sure. Close to that Dawnbreaker 25 as well. Also a very nice talent. So you got to rat the map. Try and bait him in, get some crazy high ground defense where they overextend. That would be the dream. Amp damage for Satanic, that's also the dream here. In case he needed a little more DPS, hitting for over 600 a pop. Oh my!
Oh, goodbye!
Yeah, you can't do that. Can't get anywhere near this man right now.
Can't let you get too close. 2 lanes of barracks. Rune Eaters. I mean, they're hanging on a thread here. Don't really see even like theory how they could win this.
You get someone in the fountain?
Yeah, with what mechanisms to relocate them into the fountain?
I mean, that's for you to figure out, you know.
Okay.
I just came up with the idea. You figure out the mechanism.
All right. Buy 5 Force Staffs. Drag them somewhat close to your fountain. No, not against the Lincolns, not against Lotus. Copy already at half health, trying to go for the Cookie initiation, follow-up Cookie. They do manage to quickly kill the Dark Willow. But the Rolling Thunder has stopped a lot of things. Now the Dawn ult is going to come in. Once again, Dark Lord is in the middle of this, getting stunned up. Noticed. Yeah, man, he is so tanky. These shots in the Terrorblade do nothing to him, nothing to Satanic either.
Just get a big Sunder.
Still battling back.
Gotta look for the big Sunder here.
Yeah, it's your only option. But P-Vision already resetting. And between the Lotus and the Lincoln's opportunity here, how do you get close enough to get that?
Just gotta send it in. Hurricane Pike in and get it.
Oh, he goes for no one. The Lincoln's was there. There was nothing to break it.
Well, that'll do game 1 here. Very decisive victory from P-Vision. And a lot to think about going into game 2 if you're Rune Eaters, because they've shown some good games here so far, but this was just an absolute demolishing, and on a strategic level too. Like, I think this draft kind of only does one thing. You get some tempo off of summons. You can play some early plays. I think some of that went okay, but then you're kind of designed around splitting them up on the map and finding that pick off a Roar. And if every time that exists, there's a Solar Guardian turnaround, then what is this lineup really doing? Then you're left in the, okay, we can trade farm and scale, but you're not outscaling them in this game. Like, their Tricore is just way stronger, so a little outdrafted, I think. You got to go into game 2 and kind of try and adjust some of those things. Maybe a lower cooldown initiator for a copy in the mid could help a lot. I think it's really hard to play this kind of hero against a team like P-Vision if that's your only go. Okay. So I would like to see that. And I honestly think their early game was fine. Like, their early game was okay to get into the mid game. It just stalls out in this type of lineup because it's too easy to read. You got to make the game either more chaotic or more confusing for P-Vision in terms of how do we react to what's happening in this game, because the reactions are very straightforward. Someone's getting going on, I Solar Guardian in, SF joins the fight. There's even a Terrorizer hookshot to help turn it around. And we're just chilling. We're farming. And the second we get that one turnaround, we go in Roche, we go in Tormentor. This game is accelerating. The Terrorblade had the worst start of everybody, so he can't help you pick up the slack.
Yeah.
And this game just ends up looking really one-sided.
It's got to be very frustrating. Like coming into this, Copy said it, you said it. Rune Eaters had what they thought was a very strong idea of how to be able to play the mid game, and in some ways they did execute that. It was just one hero pick counters it so badly, and a hero that I imagine, we haven't seen much Dawnbreaker in this meta. They probably haven't been running into it at all in this run through. So, yeah, just great drafting from P-Vision. Not much to think about for them going into Game 2, and a whole lot for Rune Eaters.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, P-Vision taking this game in particular was maybe not that big of a surprise, but the way they did was a lot more convincing than I think we saw coming, because we figured this Lich Terrorblade was going to do maybe just a little bit better than what it ended up doing, Effie.
Yeah, that bottom lane was unfortunate, I would say. I think they killed Terrorblade 3 times in 7 minutes, and at some point, Terrorblade had lower net worth than the enemy supports within the first 10 minutes of the game, which that's not a position you want your last pick Terrorblade to be in, because in that mid game, they were bringing Satanic's SF to almost every fight, whereas Darklord just had to sit in the jungle and play for the comeback game.
Yeah, they were putting quite a lot of pressure. I mean, this Dawnbreaker, I don't know if they respected it enough. Sure, the carry-to-carry matchup is okay, but the lane is definitely not okay, because you have nothing as TB to stop Dawnbreaker spells from going off. You have pull from Lich, which you're getting also slightly later. You're also not maxing out your things, so it doesn't feel as good, and they got pushed out of the lanes relatively early on, which does open up, Dawnbreaker to get solo levels. It does allow 9 class to move to the mid lane, contest the 4, contest the 6, and 8-minute rune, knowing that Dawnbreaker, she can also come into these fights.
Yeah, and I think what you mentioned, Lacoste, is you just free up 9 class, right? You get that bottom tower so early on, and that Dark Village just sits mid. And Copy on his Beastmaster did actually end up winning mid, but P-Vision just brought the heroes to him, and they countered any of the plays that he wanted to make, and they couldn't play through their highest net worth hero either.
Yeah, cascading effects there, impacting Rune Eaters quite negatively in that. Why couldn't offlane help more with that? Why couldn't there be rotations coming out from Eki? I mean, he's a Nature's Prophet. Could be everywhere.
I mean, they did rotate, and Malik did come with mid with a few Mortimer's Kisses, and Eki did show up, but it just felt so easy for them to die. And there were moments where they just kind of misstepped and died. Eki walked up mid at some point and just got insta-killed, so I do feel that P-Vision were just a step ahead of them and outplaying them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a point in time where Snapfire, she makes that rotation to the mid lane, but it does feel like it opens up the other lanes as well, because you are playing against Dawnbreaker. She hits that early level 6, which means that in every single engagement, you need to bring an extra hero, because their damage is relatively limited. And P, even though he was having a relatively good time, he was staying, as you said, even had more net worth than TB at one point, opted to go for more a scaling build, try to get maybe some little value out of that Orchid. But also they did shut him down in the mid lane pretty heavily, and I feel like this type of a draft is kind of it needs to do one thing. It needs to snowball pretty heavily if you're gonna be able to push that through the mid game. And I also feel that sure, you have ranged Snapfire, you have your Nature's Prophet from the offlane, they were doing okay, but to see the big picture in some of these mid game and late game fights, TB, he doesn't enjoy having these heroes in his lineup. He wants somebody to soak up the damage, somebody to provide the vision, and Beastmaster, he is kind of that guy, but Snapfire, she also wants to keep the distance. Same goes for Lich, same goes for Nature's Prophet, and he really doesn't enjoy it.
No, and then with the Beastmaster not having the greatest time because he was very focused, it just slows everything down. And that Beastmaster getting focused, I believe, Lacoste, that is something you also want to show us.
Yeah, I mean, the way they played around the mid lane, as we said, Dawnbreaker, she's having that good of a time, and we are going to be seeing... Uno secondo, let me just play that real quick. Maybe the Technologia is not working at the moment, so let me see it again. Yeah, here we go. There it is. We made it work. And yeah, they're making a move onto no one, trying to, maybe get something done, maybe try to relieve the pressure from the side lanes, but they're going to be able to get the kill. They don't have any vision on the high ground. Cogs, they do provide vision. So even if he didn't hit him with the Cogs, it would be a hit from 9 class that could potentially end that Beastmaster in the mid lane. And again, like Copy right now, he's in an okay spot. They're trying to make a move. The Kalis again rotating from the top lane, making sure that everything is going to be okay for his mid laner. He did pick it up, and again, Dawnbreaker hitting that relatively early level 6, 8 minutes in. She's also kind of level 7 at this point, so he's getting baited, and there's going to be another clip where no one this time around, he's the one initiating using Rolling Thunder and immediately stopping it with another Dawnbreaker connection, making sure that they are getting the value out of that hero. Plus, also because the supports, they were having that good of a time. Like we even saw Clockwork being level 6, 7 or 8 minutes into the game, which is going to be, again, removing some of the pressure from the side lanes. Shadowfiend, he also got a kill in the top lane while all this was happening because they don't have enough damage. They don't really have the setup to play against the Shadowfiend. And also, they got to respect the Dawnbreaker. Every single time, you need that extra hero.
Yeah, notice on that Dawn had such a great game because even after countering the Beastmaster, it was also just able to make plays like you just get a hook shot in and then they were able to catch him in the jungle farming. And any play that Rune Eaters were able to make, Notice was just there with a lot of net worth. So it was really hard after some point. And in the same vein that Dawn countered a lot of the initiations early game, so did 9 Class on his Willow. He had a few key terrorizes. There was one smoke that Rune Eaters tried to take where they wrapped around with Dawnbreaker and Lich, and 9 Class got a 2-man terrorize there, and then earlier 2 minutes before that too. So there was the counter initiation from both heroes in that offlane.
Yeah, and I think also something that I respect from P-Vision is that it was clear that they also respected what Rune Eaters brought to the table. Because even though all that went so well for them, you're wondering, like, why wasn't this game shorter? Why didn't they win earlier? It was because Lacoste, they gave that respect.
Well, they definitely did. I mean, this is the single limb, so you are gonna maybe wait for another 5-10 minutes, go for extra Roshan as well. But they understood what needed to be done. They shut down this Beastmaster. Helm of the Overlord from the mid lane can be very tricky. Understanding that both of the supports, they really don't like to play into this. Like, it can overwhelm them because they don't have like too many defensive things against them. And for the supports on side of Rune Eaters, they did not eat well. They had 24 deaths combined, Shiver, probably one of the highest amount of deaths in a relatively short game, because we've seen some long games as well. Like we saw Ike dying multiple times from 2 spells, basically. Presence plus the minus armor from Pango. It's just not fun.
Yeah, is that something that was to do with the play? We talked about them having the potential to get outplayed in this game, or do we feel, I feel that this can be fixed with a draft?
And honestly, I do think they got outplayed watching that. It felt like P-Vision were just better. But I do think, like Avery mentioned in that post-game, he said just a more chaotic draft, something that's harder to read so that you can make more unexpected plays. Because if you're playing on a Primal Roar cooldown, that's easy to read, right? So I don't think that the draft was a huge problem with the exception of the last pick, Terrorblade. But something that makes fights weird, like a puck, would have been better for Copy than the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I also think Dark Lord didn't really have the presence, but we did have presence of the Dark Lord, Shiver, on the other side from Shadowfiend, because he dealt only 8,000 damage. A very, very difficult like game for him, because he doesn't have, again, like, in theory, it works. It's like a good matchup for him if he gets off to a good start, but he got pushed out of the lane relatively early on and kind of never recovered.
Okay, well, in case you hear some noises coming from the back, that is a different stage. We are going to check out what all those drums are about, because Milos is right there on the Kadia City stage.
A little moment for our chicken as you hear here over on the VR stage, the Battle Royale stage, all the energy that's happening because we're seeing Free Fire happening just behind us and all the action through it, though. My good friend Barney is here with me to tell me what's been going on, because this is day 2 of Free Fire, the Esports World Cup.
Exactly, this is day 2 of the group stage right now. So today is the day that a few teams get sent home. If you're in the bottom 2 from your group after today, you have been eliminated from the competition. Our Crusher is tasty. It's grinding up those keys. It's enormous because we have to crush so many at the same time.
You guys have a different sort of Crusher.
We do. It looks like a saw contraption. It's absolutely terrifying. And then the top 4 teams from each group will automatically go through to the finals on Saturday, and those 6 middle teams from both groups go to survival stage tomorrow.
Oh, and from survival, then you'll have to see whoever is able to advance with points enough. But if I'm not mistaken, it's Buriram that's actually the top team that people look at here in Free Fire. How have they been doing so far?
So they are the global finals champions, the champions of 2025, coming into this high expectations, and of course they won their group. Group A today was won by them, so they got to crush the 2 keys from their group, which was very satisfying for them. Another one, EVOS Esports, who are the reigning EWC champions from last year. They're also putting up big numbers. So to be honest, all the teams who have the high expectations on their shoulders coming into this week are all showing up, which is nice to see.
That just means that over the weekend we're going to get even better competition. Thank you very much, Barney. It's good to see you, my friend. I'm so sorry about last night, but hey, today you get all the action. Send it back to our studio and keep it up.
Why did you remind me?
Yeah, a lot of action happening over there, and I'm sure they're going to get louder as the tournament progresses as well, as we do got a couple finals coming up this weekend. Dota 2, of course, on the Sunday will have its finals as well. Yesterday was the closing of the survival stage for Dota 2, and of course things were heating up here as well, as we are going to get a unique opportunity to get some listen-ins with the Saudia radio comms.
Very nice. We got the gyro also. That is top.
Sand TP'd with his pipe.
Yeah, doesn't matter there. You can jungle camps, come back for top room.
Stack now. Send my cover stack. Maybe I go to heal ward this and we play our XP rune defensively. They really wanna fight with pipe.
Nishan me play active.
Where's the run?
Top.
They're missing. They're 5 manning mid tower. I think we dodge.
You think you can snatch it for 4? Or
I don't think so. I think we dodge.
Can you kill me?
Oh, run. Can we kill the stack before they come? Yes? I need a clip.
Тоже они хотят его контестить.
Надо смотреть,
На самом деле, парни, 30 секунд. Но мы можем просто, парни, не умирать тут и в боте уже перебегать.
Парни, я хочу подбежать под пост наш, на самом деле. Я ревел. Парни, смотрите. Я в БКБ, парни.
Я ро, парни,
Свен хуёво, парни. Свен почти умер.
Yeah, blinked. Not sure if he went deep.
Should go here.
Oh?
Yeah, it was switch.
Place vision box.
Also, if we get a nullifier at some point.
On me. Click it, tiny, guys.
Ringmaster stuff.
Click it, tiny. Tiny dead. Keep holding ace.
You took killed all the creeps, so...
I'm dead now, but...
I guess no BKB here.
Ace will cook them.
Aye.
We have good. So I will BKB now. I don't need you. I'm up, son.
Oh, shit, I fucked up.
Yeah, I'll look at the glyph.
I died, but maybe it's enough space.
Dina in trouble.
We tried.
Надо без бая.
Парень, Свена, смотрите, без БКБшки. Без чё. Я бегу мага на него.
20 секунд ГДС сначала.
Там каточка летит.
Накатка, парни. Бай еще, парни, ноки.
Он,
парень, не крайне может. Без ГДС.
Парень, я Свена смотрю. Свен, смотрите. На тебя мага.
Я тебе дал вот это еще.
Инвокер, парни, резнулся.
Свена добьем. У меня Егис, парень.
3 секунды хекс, парни, инвокер.
Я дал ему маледикт.
Смотри, мага.
Давай.
Мне
Малика,
может быть, убьете, да? Какой до конца заебашь?
Я хочу, парень, деревья.
Магисар еще есть.
Заебал. Деревья.
Хорош.
Слава богу, я не на панга.
Экран нету ответа на мой ульт, только на Ларга.
Тут никто не поставился, можно вернуться в шлессы. Может, топ потихо нужно отпушить? Это
я отпушиваю, я уже отпушиваю.
Третий руна, парни, они видели, что я здесь. Я ревил. А парень? Нажал БКБ Ларга.
Че, въебал, парень, спал. Вот тут Фурион тэпается, отменяет МП. Я избавим.
Он нажал БКБ.
Они уже пошли на шлесс. Без БКБ фура. О, этот парень Рошана будет заходить в теории, но фуд Ларга без БКБ, да.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, one, you're done.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
Getting ready for a second game between P-Vision and Rune Eaters here on the stage for the quarterfinals here with Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We're live from Paris and game 1 of this series was a little bit lackluster, a little bit one-sided. A lot of it came, or part of it came down to play, part of it came down to the ending of the draft, so we're going to keep a close eye on that and see if there's different solutions found this time around by Rune Eaters, who are with their backs against the rope, because one more loss here will eliminate them from the competition. Here we have P-Vision on the Radiant side, Rune Eaters on the Dire side, with first pick going the way of Rune Eaters, and a little bit of a change-up with the bans, as we see P-Vision. They don't go for their traditional, hey, we're second pick bans. No, they stick with what has been working for Rune Eaters, with that Ember Spirit ban, Hoodwink and Undying even removed from the pool, leaving a lot of the usual suspects in. I'm not even going to name them all because there's so many.
Yeah, we can start with naming some. Shiver, we can say, you know, Treant Protector, hero that looked pretty much amazing in every single game. Draw Ranger still left the bowl, so it's Shadow Fiend, and even Darkseer, so they get to choose in which direction they want to be going. Rune Eaters, so far, we've seen, like, good amount of Shadow Fiend openings coming out from them. We saw Puck a couple of times. We saw this Ember Spirit as well. This time, yeah, Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit is banned, but let's see if they're going to be switching things around, because so far for them, like, these things have been working out mostly. So I'd like to see them, you know, maybe just speed things up a little bit more. It's just going to be Treant Protector. A lot of the times you don't get the chance to pick this hero because he is most of the time banned in the first phase. The hero that, again, has a little bit of a global presence, a little bit of a global save. We've seen how effective it can be in the previous game, so I want to see what the response from P-Vision is going to be.
I mean, P-Vision haven't had the chance to get their Earth Spirit in a while. It's looked so good for them as a flex. They could opt to do that here. They could also just opt to counter the Treant with a Dispel hero like Enchantress or a Largo.
Or just go back for the Shadow Fiend if they wanted to. This is also the moment where Treant Protector, mostly strong with other ranged carries, and with Drow and Shadow Fiend still in, you have the option to pick one and ban the other if you wanted to. Or leave both in. Also an option. But they still go for their Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they passed the chance over to get it. It's just looked so strong on them. Now Darkseer becomes a question when you have Earth Spirit, because this is like the enabling offlane for the position for Earth Spirit, and if you don't get it, then you can just put it on no one who looks comfortable on it regardless of the matchup.
Yeah, he kind of started this trend from the mid lane during the TI qualifiers. They haven't really been contested on side of P-Vision in the TI qualifiers, but everybody, after he banged it out for the first time, it looked like the OP hero. It looked like the hero we're going to be seeing quite a lot more, because almost like insane good scaling, insanely good laning phase as well, and also the rotation. Like, it makes your side lane so much stronger, because this hero can rotate. Like, you always have something to kill some of these more like meta heroes. Like, it's good against all of the spirits, it's good against Puck. Even one of the reasons actually why Puck doesn't have that good of a win rate.
And I'd be really surprised if they don't ban Darkseer on Rune Eaters, because the pick out of phase goes to P-Vision, right?
You are correct.
I mean, also, if they don't get the Darkseer for themselves or ban it, then SF becomes a much more comfortable pick for the team that took Darkseer for itself. Because you're not afraid of the counter pick.
Yeah, there must be something other than Darkseer that they are considering to ban in this moment. Which other heroes come to mind that might be contesting that ban spot?
I don't think they're going to be contesting Shadow Fiend or Drow Ranger, because they want to be, okay, they're going to remove one, and I assume they're going to be looking to potentially get one for themselves. They get to pick and choose. Like, we are in a range meta. We saw like even Carolina being viable. We saw a good amount of Clinks as well. I think this hero is also highly underrated, considering the performances that the hero did have. Like, it makes him super strong. You're not going to be beating that lane because of the turnaround potential, the stick, the fairy fires, living armor. This time around, also, I think Treant Protector is going to be having a much better time. We've seen good amount of Largos as a response to it. This time around, it is banned.
Yeah, I mean, there's still always Enchantress. I think Enchantress is a hero that, you know, if Puppy's drafting for a team, it's always on his mind. That's one of his favorite heroes, and she functions very well against any kind of need for a Dispel. But Copy's heroes in Ember and Puck get taken out. Dark Lord's Tiny also gets taken out. I think the Puck would have been great for Rune Eaters, but they prioritized the Treant Protector first. The Darkseer does come out, like we mentioned, and honestly, I think it's a mistake. But maybe Rune Eaters are looking to take an Enchantress or something of their own.
I don't know if if I'd be okay with them running like Inch Treant Protector. This is the hero that I got really surprised how strong the hero can be. I said earlier that this can be played from the carry role as well. We saw GPK literally not dying yesterday on the hero. He played it from the mid lane, did opt to go for the carry build. It was pretty much the only 2 times we've seen Lina from the mid lane go for this type of a build where you're scaling with the 4-staff / spike, BKB Satanic. But again, this is also an Eastern European team, a team that a lot of the times you would see them fall back to carry Lina in situations like this.
Yeah, because against Earth Spirit, Lina does quite well, right? If they do put it in mid.
Yeah, if this is also a mid matchup, Lina does extremely well. You're not going to be winning that matchup, but I feel like throughout the game, Earth Spirit is very good against Lina.
Okay.
And if it's a support Earth Spirit, then you happily play carry Lina, because carry Lina versus Darkseer is rough for the Darkseer. Lacoste, I just saw you cringe.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why also Earth Spirit is very good against some of these matchups is especially Rubik, why the hero doesn't have the greatest win rate, why the hero has been kind of falling off, is we are in the Earth Spirit meta, and like, you're not gonna be stealing his spells. It's not like anything great that you can steal. Against the Darkseer as well, it's really not that great. And yeah, I see these heroes inside of P-Vision. It's a lot of setup. It's a lot of ways to disengage the fight, and they are gonna pick Nature's Prophet on top of that as well, making sure that they can... Like, I think this Nature's Prophet is also a preemptive pick against the Carolina that could come out, because NP in general, like we've seen this as a response from the carrier from the mid-roll against all of these ranged turrets.
It also keeps their cards close to their chest, because they can play this as a support Nature's Prophet as well. So your mid between Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet is not revealed at all for the entirety of the draft. Which is cool, but I do think Lina is a great pick in that sense that it can follow around the Earth Spirit wherever it goes. Shiro from ViCi also played carry Lina yesterday, and honestly, it's looking very strong. We've seen a variety of builds with pure right-click, but yesterday he opted to do Maelstrom into Aghanim Scepter, and he was just in every single fight as a carry Lina.
Well, Rune Eaters need to reveal something at this point with this this pick. Again, you see teams taking a little bit extra time for this pick in particular.
Could be a good Doom game if they want to go that route. It's a little greedy, I would say, especially with the supports. I'm also a little worried. I would say Axe could be also okay-ish, but then again, you're playing against Wyvern. This hero kind of nullifies what you want to do. It's a hero that can also punish you in the lane in a sense where you can be rotating. So they're going to go with something that's going to amplify the damage of the Lina, which I really like. A hero that can, you know, just beat a front line. We saw them lacking this type of a hero in the previous game. They really didn't have the Blink Initiator up until like a point where Beastmaster can be the one. But yeah, I think they are fixing some of the issues, but yeah, Lina been very impressed by the hero. I feel like me and Seb, we saw it a couple of times. We really didn't believe for the first 2 times, but it does so much better than you would expect it to be, and now like the hero just feels very, very good.
Why would you go for Slardar over a hero like Centaur?
I think Slardar is actually the mid laner in this scenario, or I mean it will be flexed if that Lina mid looks better, but I think the Lina carry looks quite strong against Darkseer. But CJ has shown us that mid Slardar can pop off entirely and enable his carry, and it would be a good pick. If Earth Spirit gets played from that mid lane because they're laning against Lina, you may want to think, okay, let's just get a stronger support for 9 class so that we can lane against Treant Lina. In that case, Slardar counterpicks this Earth Spirit mid. It is a very difficult lane.
Yeah, and also after seeing the Queen of Pain ban, I would say that this probably wants to be Slardar mid, because this is one of the matchups that you don't want to be playing against. And even though they have like good amount of control, like Queen of Pain, we haven't seen too much of a hero. It could be very good for this game.
I do think that Rune Eaters need some kind of dispel though, because the Rubik isn't really offering you that much. Like, you do have this nice curse that you can potentially steal, but unless he's buying first item mules, you're still going to suffer versus Darkseer Surge and his Ion Shot.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Doom. I think now that they picked up Slardar, there is high chance that they are going to go with Doom, because you also want to be having some scaling. Like, this hero scales insanely well. It's also another front line for your Lina. It's like with Slardar, you're never going to be lacking damage. You're never going to be lacking ability to go for objectives, to go for Roshan, Tormentor.
Mm-hmm.
They'll remove the Timber. Storm.
Right. Is there a chance for like a sneaky Lycan pick for Rune Eaters?
I've been calling out for this pick many times. It never came. Against Wyvern, it's not as good, but it's still playable, don't get me wrong. I assume with this Timber pick, this Nature's Prophet wants to go to the safe lane as well.
Let's see, limited amount of time, 10 seconds as the clock is ticking. Rune Eaters need to select their last pick without P-Vision revealing where everybody's going, and they pick Snapfire, another hero that can potentially be flexed.
Yeah, but it feels like Malik's hero too.
Yeah.
But it's important for the flex to be there. I think Snapfire was one of the good parts of their draft in that last game, and it feels like it was capable of a lot. Now you have a lot of bonus magic damage to be placed on top of whoever gets embraced by the Winter's Wyvern. It allows you to lane against the Nature's Prophet if that does end up being the safe laner. But it's a good pick, it's solid. For me though, for Rune Eaters, I'm looking more towards the Slardar plus Lina combination to be what carries them through this game.
Yeah, the question is, who do they want to run? Because now they have Slardar, which is very good against most of the melee mid laners, so it's Snapfire as well. They don't have many gap closers. I feel like this is one of those games where you could like potentially sneak in some Sniperino as well and get away with it.
Maybe some Zeus too. Got a little bit of global action going with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, is there anything that P-Vision in particular is lacking in their draft? Like, are they lacking damage in particular? Their team fight is definitely there.
I mean, I think it would be nice to just have secondary initiation and not depend only on that Earth Spirit. So Sniper and Zeus, maybe they don't fit into that, but then you have to balance, do we want a playmaker who can go in first for us, or do we want something that can lane against Slardar? Because if you throw that Nature's Prophet mid, it's also a good lane for Slardar.
Yeah, NP mid can definitely work. It also works against Lina, so they have the option. It's just gonna be Pango in the end.
Something that goes in first. They just decided to play for tempo. I do think that the flex is still open, but okay, no one picks it. I still think that's the Slardar favored lane, but Copy did end up winning his lane last game, and it didn't matter too much, so maybe that's along the lines of what they're talking about. They prioritize Pango's ability to jump on this Lina.
Do we feel that they, on both sides, properly dealt with each other's first pick? Is this Dream Protector going to be the absolute menace that gets him first phase banned most of the time?
Yeah, the heroes on their side are relatively tanky. They have quite a lot of saves, like especially in the mid game with Rubik, with the Shard, Cookies as well. Lina, deceptively tanky as a hero. Throw in living armor on top of that. It could be very tricky to kill her. Like, their damage is also not explosive damage by any means on P-Vision. This is a bit more like damage over time once Magnetize kicks in with the Ion Shells on top of that. The Rolling Thunder, it needs to connect multiple times. Couple of right clicks from Nature's Prophet, so yeah, a bit of a slower damage type of a lineup from P-Vision, but yeah, I feel like Rune Eaters definitely improved their lineup from the previous game, and I would give them like even higher chances to potentially win this one.
Yeah, their draft in this game too looks really strong, and the safe lane looks strong. The issue with last game was that their safe lane just died way too many times, and that gave P-Vision too easy of an early mid game. But if they can actually win with their Lina Treant lane, which you should win picking those heroes, it's gonna look like a different game. So I'm just looking towards that, like, is Dark Lord actually going to be a hero in this game too? Because if he can be, he's going to pack such a big punch with the Slardar mid combination.
Yeah, because one of the things that went wrong for them last time is that Night Class had the freedom to move, which brings me to the question, when there's a Darkseer Earth Spirit lane, which there will be on the side of P-Vision, even if that lane is not going well, Darkseer can still get stuff out of the lane while 9 class on his Earth Spirit rotates, right? So
absolutely. Like,
he can still do that.
Yeah, we've seen Darkseer just like, if they don't feel like laning, they go to jungle straight away. They're still getting the CS as well. They can creep skip, manipulate the creep wave as well. This lane can always do something. Twin gate rotation, TP rotation with the Ion Shell on Earth Spirit. So you always have some kind of a play.
Always a play possible when you have Earth Spirit on your team. Going into this game number 2, assuming that that safe lane indeed goes better, is the team Rune Eaters going to be able to play through Copy the way that you want them to, Effie?
I think so, because the thing about Slardar mid is that he's constantly running at you, jumping at you, and splitting up fights. Whereas with Beastmaster, it's like, you know the Primal Roar cooldown, you can track it, you can counter-initiate. But the counter-initiation from the Dawn, that was the problem in Game 1, it's not the same in this game too. Sure, there is a Wyvern, but as a Slardar, you can run in and out, disengage, pick your battles, so much more freedom for Copy.
A lot more freedom for sure, but they do have the Nature's Prophet also on the side of P-Vision. So while it's not a Dawnbreaker, there is always chance and potential for the +1. That could be something that might be causing some troubles for Rune Eaters, but we're going to find out. Will P-Vision be in those semifinals against Yandex, or will Rune Eaters force out a Game 3 to this one? We'll find out with Cap and SVG.
P-Vision in Game 1 showed us why they're one of the most feared teams here at EWC. But now in Game 2, it's time for Rune Eaters to show how they got here in the playoffs in the first place. And we're going to start off with an early smoke that just might net a bit of action. It'll net a kill. Not a hero kill, but a courier kill.
They get the little freebie here, a deep ward as well. You can still use this ward to contest runes. Some possibility for further action here. I think the draft looks a lot more solid this time around. They got the low cooldown initiator that I wanted out of that mid lane. It's going to give them some extra physical scale on top of it. I'm a huge Lina believer.
You are.
Could absolutely carry this game. Could be an obnoxious hero for them to deal with the Slaughter Amp on top of all that long range physical burst. I could see it. I could see this game working out a lot better. Not as one-dimensional. Have a lot more skirmish power. Still a tall task ahead.
Nowhere to go here. Somehow that smoke play from Rune Eaters.
Yeah.
Ends up netting the first blood for P-Vision. It's not even like they're going to get the bounty rune advantage or anything. It's still going to be a 2-2 split. I will say P-Vision, like one of the big problems from Game 1 was the Dawnbreaker really broke the way that Rune Eaters wants to be able to play the game. Do you feel like Nature's Prophet carry is able to do that kind of similarly? Another global hero that's just going to be able to kind of AFK, play the map, push in lanes, while still being able to join in on these fights.
It's not only the Furion that's going to do that, it's the Darkseer too. Like, you have the double side lane go shove that can absolutely cause problems around the map. I view this draft as, I think Rune Eaters are going to have a better chance to win this game, for sure. However, I also think there's a higher chance they get run over even harder if the game starts to go wrong.
Oh, okay.
Just because I think this P-Vision lineup can really take some small openings and just completely run away with it. Like, if you start bleeding out some bad deaths in the lanes, this Furion gets a faster out than Nature, he's compounding the advantage, he can just TP on this Lina. Lina is food in this game for a while. Especially with the natural gap close between the Pango, the Earth Spirit, and the Furion. It's a lot with Lina to deal with. You need 2 or 3 items before you're able to sit there and kind of fight back or deal with it in any capacity. So I'm a little worried that this game could snowball a lot faster than Game 1. However, I do like their draft a lot better. So as long as they can make the lanes work and not give up too many bad pickoffs or something like that, play through the Slaughter, I think Copy could be a force to be reckoned with in this game. They pick the Pango into that Slaughter, will give him a nice laning phase here.
Like earlier we saw him choose not to chase Night Class. Good neutral creep tonight at least, but
not bad.
Yeah, he I thought he was knowingly going like, okay, I can't chase after them because it's a double ion shell melee hero combo that I just can't really beat, and I don't want to just give them away kills. And then he still walked into it anyway, trying to stop these pulls that Night Class is up to. Fortunately, he doesn't give away that much thanks to the neutral creeps, but
one of the ion shells got purged by the Satyr, so a little value there too. Making a quick gank on the mid. Copy feeling the heat in this one from that roaming Earth Spirit. But
didn't have a shell on him. If he can still get the river rune, then it's kind of fine, and he will. So
he's chilling. Still a lot of resources in the bank. You have the living armor as well. The living armor is going to be really nice in this game. Just try and prevent some of those cheeky kills from the roaming Earth Spirit from coming out. And you should guarantee your Lina free farm. So that's going to be a massive difference, as the panel said. This is not going to be a Dark Lord that got completely bamboozled into the jungle early on.
Yeah.
Should have a lot more to play with. Still worried about some of the rotations onto this hero, but if you can avoid some of those and get up to fast, boots of travel, if you're going to go the Maelstrom, fine. I think it's an okay item on this hero. Not as good as it used to be, but totally fine now. Into that Ags, then you're joining fights and you're a powerhouse.
What about the, so the mobility is going to be a problem getting on top of this, Lina. What about the little saves here that Rune Eaters have, right? They have a Treant Protector, Living Armor, Overgrowth, that helps. You've got Cookie, you've got Telekinesis if you get the Shard on Eki, which I think could be kind of big. Do you think that will be enough for you to be able to disengage from P-Vision to save the Lina, or are these heroes just too overwhelming in their mobility?
Copy taking the man fight. I think you can reset the position a little, but I don't think you can ever disengage fully from the squad. If they're going to chase you down, they have infinite chase down. That's what Earth Spirit always gives you. So you have to be ready to stand your ground at some point in this game. And I'd argue getting to that point is more valuable than bringing the saves online.
Doesn't that usually mean the initiation is more important for your lineup? You can't let them just always be initiating on you.
No, I agree.
If you don't have a full reset.
And that's where I want to see them play through Copy on this mid lane. He had a very good game one. Beast is just not a low cooldown initiator. He had to play for a really expensive item, that Helm. The Slardar is going to be a lot faster here. And the Slardar can do some serious work in this game. He gets snowballing.
Oh, managed to get Eki inside of the Sprout. He's got Lotus, didn't opt to pop it. Yeah, I think he could have lived there, but maybe he decided it's not worth to just limp along, especially with Malik kind of being low. Somebody needs to go back and get a fresh round of items for everybody.
Fair way of looking at it. It's not first blood. You're not giving up that big gold injection, as Ike is just battling for these wave pulls. He's going to do his best to be annoying at least. Give some extra information. The Darkseer is just jungling straight up. They kind of abandoned playing this lane heads up, which I think is fair. It's an absolutely fine way to play against Lina Treant. Not the easiest lane to contest for anybody.
No, we've seen that the worst thing for Darkseers is when they try too much to like actually stay in lane. Right, I'm thinking about that Darkseer versus SF. You're triple raise kill, then go back to it, dies again. Right.
If you're not going to contest the lane, then play this way.
Yeah. Especially if you can get to at least level 3. Level 2 Ion Shell clears through these camps a lot faster. Going from 30 to 50 damage is quite the jump.
Noticed having himself an absolutely fine early game. Top of that CS chart, he's got his Helm done. He's already level 4. The wave pulls have done their job, and P-Vision play really well around this hero. There's a reason they took it early in that draft. Noticed has been superb on it, and it combos really well with a lot of their 4s and 2s. So it's going to be a powerhouse in the team fight.
Ike hanging out here. Right on the edge. They are going to turn around and go for Satanic. Now, the Earth Spirit's going to show himself, and they do have the Cold Embrace. They're all focused on Satanic. The Cold Embrace has made things linger so long that Rune Eater's going to lose this fight. They get the kill, but it's a 2-for-1, especially with the Ion Shell that was put on 9 class before he TP'd in. That adds a lot of damage, and now he gets the roll into Eki. They're going to go for the 3rd kill here. 9 class is going to die for it, so Eki actually picks up a double, but ultimately a 2-for-3. Nobody in lane anymore can secure this 2nd Lotus.
And all of a sudden, your Wyvern is almost level 5. And he gets the benefit of all that XP. Nice here to get some extra levels on. Higher level than his carry Furion. Satanic probably not happy about that, but happy to make the trade for the team overall. Does leave this Lina completely alone top. If you're going to put pressure into the Snapfire lane, I think Rune Eaters are totally fine with trading heroes down here. Like, this is a good lane to attack. You're attacking the Furion, which means the Furion can't turn himself into a numbers advantage in a fight elsewhere on the map.
Right.
And you're kind of fighting around a Snapfire, a hero that should like to fight early on anyway. Meanwhile, the Lina is getting solo XP. He's pulling ahead of the Furion. These are kind of all the things you want. So I do like the point of attack there for Rune Eaters. I think that's a fine lane to go into. This is a much more difficult part of the map to attack.
Oh, this kill would be so sweet if they could get a telekinesis toss back into Copy. Managed to get off the shield crash though, and that makes a hefty difference. A little bit more slowdown on Ike, and Copy is now outnumbered. Our Dark Lord's going to come in and try and help Laguna Blade, but no one has already retreated, and Copy is going to end up dying to these Ion Shells. Once again, the Ion Shells are doing some work here. Dark Lord can still clean up a little bit. In fact, he's going to clean up maybe a lot of bit here. As no one would jump back in on the shield crash. That was a crazy move. It's because Satanic said he was going to join in on this fight.
It's so long.
It does manage to stop the TP away from Dark Lord.
Oh, he TP top after the Treant went there.
Yeah, that is rough.
I'm not sure he would have made it out anyway. That damage was a lot with all the Treants hitting him. But an unfortunate long TP after a great team fight for the Lina. Ultimately go down.
Oh, Ike's going to try and get there. Oh, and notice he didn't go straight to the shrine, so he thought, you know, oh, I'm just going to farm up these neutrals, clear them out so it respawns at 8 minutes, and then I'll take the shrine. Well, Ike does manage to take that away from you at least.
Double waste of shrine advantage. If the Lina were here a little faster, this fight's going to look a lot better because you missed a lot of time to put damage in onto the amps, and that's an Arcane Rune Slaughter. Like, Copy's going to get a lot of amps off here. He's going to get multiple crushes. The Pango almost burned out as well from the slow burn. That would have made a big difference. These little things adding up. You can still see the power of Dark Lord. Like, he doesn't even have items in this game. But just the power of the amp damage, or the amplification from the Slaughter, is going to give him a lot more firepower to work with.
Yeah, you got to about 2.5 seconds, so if it was a TP back to base, I think he still dies.
Yep. Enough to make the long walk as he works towards that Maelstrom. Still scouting these heroes top. They kicked the heroes out of bottom, so see where Satanic goes here. I don't think he really wants to go back to this bottom lane. It's a little spooky being down there, again, especially against Snapfire ulti that just got used. Okay.
Bonks notice. And no need for an LSA. Doesn't have it. Just pure damage is enough to burst down Notice really easily. Meanwhile, the roll into mid lane. Going after Copy. But Copy, he already saw this coming. And with the sprint, he is way too hard to track down.
Another big kill on this Darkseer, slowing down that Helm progression. Always nice to see.
Shout out to Notice, though, before he died, he got off the wall. And he has been able to keep the creep wave out of the tower. So he doesn't miss too much farm off of that death.
Efficient for him.
How many times they're going to go after Copy like this?
They are really putting pressure into this Slardar. They do not want him having free reign on this map right now. And for good reason.
And the supports are not going to go to the Slardar on the side of Rune Eaters, which means 3rd time's the charm for P-Vision.
Brutal for him. You're going to steal double bounty rune here as well. Free resources for no one.
Which means this play on the other side, I feel like it's relatively telegraphed and it needs to work out for Rune Eaters, and they're just there a half second too late to catch Satanic.
Little timing's making all the difference in this game. Should be able to trade towers here, but you wanted that Furion kill, especially if Satanic went back into this lane bottom that he had the TP out of. It's a move you want to punish.
Hanko actually coming for this. The Rolling Thunder, he wants to stop.
Okay.
Make a play for this tower, but if Dark Lord does a good job dodging the Rolling Thunder, then that's a pretty big wasted ultimate. Eki stealing the Arctic Burn. Won't be able to fly off the map or anything. Kiss is raining in. Actually, maybe Dakalis dies. Is it outside of the range? Are they not going to be able to get the damage on him? They do. Call to Brace is not going to out-heal the magic damage burst that comes from the Snapfire when those globs land.
Satanic back in here defending his tower. Probably end up denying it. But this Furion got to exist in this bottom lane for a long time without the Slardar ever getting down there.
That is a dead Helmadom creep. Dark Lord just Laguna bladed instantly.
Why not?
He also didn't get the last hit.
Okay, well, that's a little sad.
Yeah.
Showed it who's boss, though.
Yeah, he did. He did.
And he's the most farmed hero in this game. You have to be careful of this Lina. I feel like I've been warning people about it for a while now, but like, this hero is an insane late game carry now.
Ike is not having fun with these ion shells.
Nope. It's a rough matchup.
I feel like P-Vision are showing the best combination of Darkseer from any team. I feel like too often you don't actually get to utilize these ion shell TP plays, but Night Class, he's making it look really good here and has secured them a 2,000 net worth lead at 12 minutes with some of these towers doomed to fall soon. This mid tower is healthy for now, but P-Vision own plenty of the area. We're still chipping away at it.
Diffusal for the Pango. Ion shells can go through all these melee heroes and the Furion can connect. Very solid early game team fighting that's very efficient around the map. They're even going to get the haste rune at the 12-minute mark. One Copy would have liked to pick up here with this Blink Dagger, but he'll be unlucky in his endeavors. And this is where you'd want to get the Slardar more involved in the game. You have bots on the Snapfire. You have a Lina that can connect to the fight as his bots are also done? Yes. So you have 2 Boots Travel Cores that can play off of this Slardar going in and starting fights. You want to get it cooking a little bit. Or if you can't find the fight, at least force P-Vision off the waves. Like, they should be scared to show on some of these waves.
time to inflict some terror. 3-man smoke up from Rune Eaters. Kind of showed that they're a threat, otherwise P-Vision's just going to be out-farming them on the map. It does look like P-Vision made a read of the situation. It'll become more and more obvious as this mid-wave pushes all the way into the tier 2. In fact, Copy has already given up on this play. He's going to go back, show on the mid-wave, and P-Vision. They're the ones who are going to make the move here. Quick little kill on the Dream Protector. It does mean that Dark Lord has a chance to get out here unless somebody hits him. Ooh, that was close. Ninecloth is actually kind of close on the Rolling Boulder. There could have been a vacuum. Just the tree, though.
Not the worst smoke break. That was a haste rune in the bottle for the Pango. A lot of time wasted for these 4 heroes top, and you get your carry out. You'll take that straight into an Ancient stack as well.
Yeah, about 13 minutes. So once again, the carries just start abandoning that safe lane area to play much safer areas in the center part of the map.
Still want to see a little more action for this Slaughter, though. I feel like it's been a very quiet game for Copy.
It has.
He got the treatment in the lane phase. He got this blink, but unable to really get any of the power runes or any sort of fight going his way. See if maybe he can get the 14-minute power rune here. P-Vision swarming all over it. It is an amp damage bottom.
Oh, Copy's not sure. Can I take it? Can I take it? Will I die if I go and take it? Blinks away at the first sign of danger. Eki swashbuckle down to the low ground, but there's no one on the other side. Goes through TP way. They have a stun, and that is the Winner's Curse.
Somebody's got to pay the price for that rune. Seems to be Fate. Nice rune to stag, though. Gives you a lot more single target burst damage threat on the map right now.
So if they're not able to make action happen with the Slardar, like how bad is this? Because it does seem like Rune Eaters are just kind of chilling for farm right now.
Not that bad. You have double boots of travel. You have a lot of map presence right now that you can play a little greedily with. Like, you're not going to fall too far behind. This is a Furion Darkseer lineup, so they're always probably going to outfarm you a little bit. Just with the jungle efficiency with Wrath of Nature across the map. However, I think you're confident in your Lina Slardar scale here for a long time. It will come down to late game teamfight execution. The Wyvern could be a big factor. You can land some big curses. Will absolutely decimate the fight. Same with the big vacuums, right? If you can vacuum 3 or 4 heroes in this game into some Pango spells, Earth Spear spells on top, that teamfight could just be over. BKBs will be a big deal for Rune Eaters in this game. You're going to want them on multiple cores for sure. And you will have a very nice timing with that.
Which is where, like, at least Rune Eaters will still have effectiveness against the BKBs with overgrowth, with being able to have bash from Slardar.
For sure. They're not too worried here.
All right, well, there's the Shard. There's another timing for the Slardar that he usually wants to play through. Blink Crush is all the more deadly if you just get an instant Corrosive Haze on these heroes. You also almost have level 12 on Malik. Oh, he still wants his Blink Dagger.
They lose another power rune.
Yeah.
Luck has not been on Copy's side this game. So it could take a fight here. Amp damage has about 10 seconds left.
Both sides have vision here, but one side is smoked up. They're going to make the jump on a Copy. Copy put in the corner here. But he is super fast in the river. Might still have a chance to run away, get some distance. No one. Most of the Rolling Thunder is going to be out here.
Can look to go back in.
Yeah, definitely.
Got some big spells out. They're just on the run. No interest in reinitiating that fight.
I feel like they're playing a bit too scared here. If Rolling Thunder is down.
There are some small openings in this game to potentially take advantage of. It's not easy. But
even if it's not like
the top team.
Forcing a team fight, just taking some of that map area away, right?
For sure. You could play aggressively here. Like, you could be swarming into Vision's jungle right now, trying to get a deep ward out or look for that pickoff while the big ults are down. You assume they're going to either split up or play scared.
And again, that just says to me that, well, Eki, he's going to be magnetized, TP away, and downside of these low levels of Rolling Boulder, you get one stun, that's all you're going to get. Copy, though, does get jumped on the other side, and Satanic is able to show up and collect on the bounty there.
He just has no game on this Slardar.
No.
Hounded from minute 3 or 4. Can't show on the map, can't get the fight going. It's been a rough time for him.
I mean, it's probably the worst farming hero of all 6 cores in the game, right?
Yes.
AFK hitting neutrals like every other core beats him out on that. So you want you're like part of your game escalating is getting kills.
He wants more action for sure. You have Ags on the Lina now. Can join the fight. Took the magic resist axe plus the damage, so this is the carry Lina talent tree. We'll scale up pretty nicely here. Great game for the magic resist actually.
Almost have that blink dagger on Malik. So there is another playmaking tool. I mean, pieces are coming together for Rune Eaters. I think we both have wanted them to be a little bit more active, searching for kills. But if they don't do it this round of items, then I don't know what to say. It would imply they just have an entirely different idea about the game.
Or they're just getting stifled across the map. I mean, there's some respect to be put for P-Vision and how disciplined they are. Yeah. Not giving too many openings to exploit. Very good at dewarding, very good at controlling the vision. They get scanned on the bottom gate as Rune Eaters. They do have everybody down here.
They spot Dark Lord. They hit him on the wall. The Rolling Thunder's going to chase after him, but they already caught Takalis, and Lena's not going to die easy. You've already pointed out how tanky this hero can be, especially against magic damage. Oh, but Malik is a whole lot squishier. Got bursted down there. Nice overgrowth to catch the Surging Wave Darkseer. It is still Rune Eaters winning this fight off of a better initiation from Rune Eaters and a failed initiation on that Lina.
You have to respect how tanky this Lina is, especially in the Flame Cloak. It's only Satanic that's really going to threaten him in the middle of the team fight, particularly if the overgrowth and the tree and armor are up. You throw living armor on this guy, he just becomes even more beastly. Not a bad team fight at all. Equalize this game a little bit, give you a chance to maybe just do that Tormentor with your nice Slardar lineup here too.
Yep.
That'd be pretty juicy.
Ooh. Ward spotting the placement there from Dakalis. A little unfortunate. He didn't see it there, which means Dark Lord knows this area is warded. He'll come back to deward at some point. It actually still gets caught, though, not respecting.
He's still tanky.
He can do. He's going to fly over the trees here, trying to stay out of sight. Pulled by the River. Oh, no, he got
what
pulled
a curse.
into the Ritter's curse. I think he might have gotten out.
I think so, too.
But Eki, with the stolen geomagnetic grip, he wants to show off.
It's not a bad idea.
They try and hunt him down. It doesn't work. And now maybe Copy is the one to die here. Malik, he grabs a shielder. Oh, no, this gets just snowball so badly. Malik's going to die as well. This is what you were talking about, where if
100%.
Things go bad for Rune Eaters, it's going to go bad really quickly.
You just can't afford to give up these bad kills. The map's going to collapse so fast. This is what happens with the Earth Spirit lineups. The chase down potential, the map mobility, especially with Fear and Darkseer at the same time. You're going to get all the lanes and you're going to farm so much gold. One bad team fight in this game is going to be 6, 7, 8K net worth going P-Vision's way, and probably an objective on top of that. That was max range.
It really was. And now 22 kills in 21 minutes for P-Vision. This kind of team fight just breaks things open entirely. That means they're going to get a massive net worth lead. They're going to be a round of items ahead. They're going to get Roshan, a Satanic for, or excuse me, an Aegis for Satanic, not a Satanic for Aegis.
That would be cool.
It would be cool. And we'll also have a BKB very soon. So he could be hyper aggressive. He can teleport wherever he wants.
Also might stifle this Rune Eater's move right now. They're going to run right into him. Normally a great target.
Oh, God.
That might not be the worst, honestly, that he TP'd out on them, because I think you want this smoke to land on the rest of the team if you can.
Yeah, no doubt. The smoke is going to break on Dakalis. He probably knows the Train Protector is here. He's already flicking away. They try and make a Rolling Thunder initiation, still hit Copy, while the Train Protector's in trouble. Going to be silenced up. No chance for an overgrowth, which means these kisses are a lot worse for wear here. Dark Lord doesn't know where to run to here. He doesn't have the Flame Cloak, so he can't just fly off the cliff. He's kind of stuck, battling it out, hoping for an Aegis kill. That's it. Back-to-back team fights that P-Vision just work Rune Eaters with ease.
This is where this game can snowball faster than game one, because you're just going to devour the map. I mean, look at, oh, what a perfect block.
Oh, it's
Rampage.
Rampage across the map for Satanic.
Too fast, too easy. He is just shredding everybody now. You give him an inch, he takes a mile. The threat's supposed to be the Slardar Lina and maybe an Overgrowth landing on him without a Dispel item. Now he has BKB available, still has his Aegis for 3 minutes, 13-1. for the young gun here, as he is just running over this game. Maybe you didn't want to TP out of that game.
Yeah.
Maybe you can kill him twice while the team is trying to salvage the situation, because these types of fights are just not going to work out for you. You don't have the same AoE control. You don't have the same presence, with, especially without a BKB on copy. You just can't enter the team fight.
It feels like to me, Rune Eaters, they're behind like they were in game 1, and they're now trying to wrap the map, but they can't do that against an Nature's Prophet.
It's impossible. The lanes go in too quickly. Between the Darkseer, the Prophet, even Pangolier, and then Earth Spirit's hunting you.
Furin's like, I missed that kill, oh well. And then he thought about TPing into the mid-tier 2. His team finds the Train Protector. Oh, Satanic goes on the Rubik in the top lane and does manage to kill him with the Nature's Wrath, crashing down on Rubik's head.
Map control disappeared so fast.
Hey, these heroes need to stop just showing. Malik, he just rushes down the mid lane to kill the wave and will make a successful TP.
Space created.
A little bit of space.
Satanic just threatening the TP on this Lina top with the ward sitting in that jungle, though I don't think this ward actually sees anything. Pretty awkward.
Dakalis, love the early gem pickup when you're up like this. The only play that Rune Eaters has is to be able to abuse information to get on the map, potentially get pickoffs, especially with the way that P-Vision is playing right now, which is basically attacking all 3 lanes at once.
Look at this TP top. Knows exactly where Dark Lord is. Won't snag him, but that's forcing an enemy carry into their base at 24 minutes. You're not sad about it by any means.
Not at all.
And instant pings bottom. Like the second anybody from Rune Eater shows on a wave, they are being attacked. They're going to send the Mad Dog in 9 class bottom to try and chase him down here.
All he has to do is land 1 stun. That's probably enough for Satanic to complete his TP. Ooh, good attempt. Close. Tries to blind catch them on the gate. Malik has already made his way through, but of course they know he went through the gate, which is where Satanic is there to welcome Malik. Hello.
Trapped him again. He has had his number. Just cannot get the lanes out. This Aegis. It all started, that one death on the Lina that snowballed has turned into an 18k gold lead in like 5 minutes. That's how top team does it right here. You just never look back.
Double wards up here. They tried to find it. They dropped 1 sentry, found neither of the wards. I will say this is the weirdest ward I feel like I've ever seen.
Yeah, this one I was talking about.
Vision.
I think it got placed when they were making that team fight and the trees were cut.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's not criticize it too heavily here.
That's fair, that's fair.
Full Silver Edge done as the Lina finishes Hurricane Plague, so the Furion is definitely ahead by a little bit here. Entire item. You're still looking for the copy BKB, man.
I mean, he's still looking for a harpoon to get out of these sprouts.
They're going high ground while this is happening.
No carry, no problem. The funny part is Rune Eaters don't really have a choice in the matter. Like, it doesn't...
Oh, the kick out.
Nice.
Not even safe in your base against this Blink Aether Lens Earth Spirit. He already has all of that.
You get sent far.
See when they try and pull the trigger on actually going high ground in this game. Option is definitely very available. 20k gold lead, just like that. Took him about 5 minutes.
The perma shovel.
Yeah, what is that shovel doing?
And that is a, it's the neutral item, right? But the tree got cut down while it was... That's what I assume it is. So now it's shoveling for eternity.
Trying to dig up some hidden treasure. You're going to need it in this game.
Dig a way out of this map.
Hey guys, I found 20,000 gold.
If you found, let's say 10,000,
you'd be even between your 2 carries.
What would you give?
That is correct.
What would you give Rune Eater's chance of winning this game if they had 10,000 more gold than they have right now?
Is it all on one hero, or is it like spread out? I mean,
let's say it's split among the 3 cores.
Probably goes up 10%.
10%. Kick back into Rolling Thunder.
Oh, look at that execution.
Really, I mean, when you're able to do fun stuff like this, show off while you're owning the map.
He finished his BKB though.
He did. He
buys out.
They're going to need it. DeCall's looking to make the initiation. There's the vacuum. Where's the curse? Caught him on the end.
And kick him in.
The Lina in off of that play. Push him to the other side of the curse. He goes for a TP up, but he got the bash.
It's already done.
It's the LSA. Kisses are raining in on these heroes, but they're so tanky. They're just not able to do enough damage to hit him with the overgrowth. Dark Lord's trying to kill something here. Nightclass still survives long enough to get the roll in. He hits the Lina, then dies to the projectile following him.
The execution was here today for P-Vision. Honestly, this Earth Spirit just looks terrifying in a lot of these teams' hands. It's a flex hero. If you can compensate for his kind of weak early game, he seems like the strongest support in the mid and late. Like, what he does just breaks the game completely. With the chase down, the map control, the team fighting, the displacement, the save with the grip now that's guaranteed. You have to have a game plan for this hero in the team fights, and it's very hard to game plan against him.
Which is where Nightclass, who's so experienced at pulling those waves, combined with Darkseer off lane, right? It's like you're kind of guaranteed you're not going to win that lane, but you are going to get by with enough.
Exactly. You just need to get enough that you can find that one kill that kind of evens out the game, and then you're chilling.
Jump in from Copy. He gets broken, sprouted. Malik, he jumps on top of Satanic. They do get a lot of damage on him, even with the BKB going off, but there's the geomagnetic grip, so he's going to be pulled away. And that was the only hero that had taken damage from Rune Eaters. The rest can go in. Ooh, Dark Lord saving himself there. Close call.
Does hit level 20. A little more damage upgrade for him. Just never got a chance to get to those big scaling items before Satanic ran away with this game.
Yeah, ran away with this series.
Luxury item time for P-Vision. We're only 30 minutes in. Amp damage in the river. No one, he's going to be a nice little lad. He's going to leave the bottle for Satanic.
Very nice.
What a mid player.
Satanic, who is once again getting 1,000 experience per minute. A little less impressive on Furion than SF, but still crazy good. Luxury, luxury, luxury. Disperser. No one. If you needed any more mobility to assault the Lina. Dark Lord's going to try and go back for a BKB. If you don't get that BKB quickly, even if you get it, then like, are you going to still have damage? Malik, oh, down to the telekinesis.
Not like this.
Not what you wanted at all, Eki.
You gave it to him.
Troubles with the Winner's Curse interaction as the repositioning of the stolen geomagnetic grip was terrible the first
Dark Lord wants out of this one.
The telekinesis is the game ender. Oof. It was exactly as dominant as everybody predicted. P-Vision versus Rune Eaters was no contest.
They were favorites for a reason, and they're one of the favorites in this event. A nice run from Rune Eaters. I think they surpassed a lot of people's expectations. I don't think they're going to be too sad about this tournament overall. Considering you were just trying to get in here in place of Dota, learn along the way. They had a strong showing, but P-Vision, they're top dogs for a reason.
Yep.
Right? And they're just going to slap them down here and say like, no. You had a nice run, but we are the real deal here. There's not going to be any choking, no shenanigans, no poor drafts. We're going to play our game very solid. And the second you mess up, they just take the entire game over. And the scary thing about this team is, you could say like, yeah, this matchup's very one-sided, but we've seen P-Vision do this to other top dogs in this event. Like, they are capable of doing this to anybody. That's the scary part about this team. When they have a carry for Satanic that can both scale and join the early mid game, I think that is when this team is the most diabolical. Like, that's why the Kez, the Furion, this archetype of hero, it's insane what he can do. And that, you see, he almost ends up with these KDAs that come out of nowhere. It's like you click them, it's like 15 minutes in, he's like 10-1. You're like, oh shit, here we go again. You know, like, you just feel that coming. So you can't let him get away with this kind of play style and this archetype of draft. And we'll see who can challenge it as this team goes deeper in the event, because, man, they look good.
The team to challenge it is Yandex, which, again, these are the two teams coming into this tournament who were the favorites, without a doubt. Many of the teams are talking about how good Yandex is. P-Vision have been really consistent for all of 2026. They've been pretty good. A lot of first places and looking very good going into the tournament especially. So this matchup on Saturday, Yandex versus P-Vision, I feel like that's going to determine the favorites for the grand final 100%.
It might give a slight edge to P-Vision just because I think their drafts have been on point. Like, I think Puppy is doing some work in a lot of these series, and they're very confident in it.
All right, well, that was a fantastic performance by P-Vision, and, well, we saw Rampage from Satanic. Let's see what he's up to.
Yes, we are here on stage with Satanic. It's P-Vision victorious, and they're going up against Yandex later on. Let's give them a quick shout. There you go, Satanic. Congratulations on the win. A big moment for you, but it's no secret that you're seen as one of the best teams here at the tournament. Do you think that adds more pressure, but also seems that people can read you better in games because there's so much VODs and games out there for you?
Not really. I think there's not much pressure on us. It's only about how we play good or bad. That's it.
And then speaking of that, you're playing Rune Eaters on the other side. There's not as much visible out there for preparation. How do you prepare for this game and in games like that in general?
I mean, PPA just preparing drafts for us and we play.
You got someone to really trust in this. And speaking of drafts, you know, some people are picking new heroes. You guys are sticking to the same stuff that works. Why? Any reason to not make any changes?
I mean, I think we have a lot of heroes in pool, and we just change them a bit by bit. It's like same heroes, but we change them in every game. That's it. I don't know.
Fair enough. And next up, you'll be playing against Yandex, a team that we've seen succeed very much here at EWC and in general. What do you expect out of that game?
I mean, I expect that who wins that series will win tournament. I think it's going to be hard for us, and for them I think it's going to be hard as well. So it's going to be a fun match, and it's cool.
Very much looking forward to it. I'm looking at that camera right there. Say something back to Yandex. Come on, get them ready for that game.
I'll destroy you guys.
Oh, Satanic with the big word. Speaking of which, you're going to get to destroy your opponent's key for Rune Eater. So let's bring over P-Vision. Come on over, gentlemen. Come on over. They're discussing the game because they're in their heads, they're already prepping for the next one. That's how it goes, right?
Yep.
Always on point, always ready to go. P-Vision joining us on here because it's time to crush some key. Let's go all together to the back, my friends. It's time to crush your opponent's key, and I know you've gotten used to doing this here. We're gonna open our door. We're gonna reveal our crusher because it's time to get this one done. Rune Eaters are out, and gentlemen, you're going in. All of you coming in. Noticed is gonna be the one to crush the key in this one with the rest of the team around him. Let's get a close POV in all of this. It's really heavy out there. Look at it coming in closer. Noticed, ready to take them out. P-Vision victorious. Rune Eaters, they are out. The crush is done. Whoa, yeah. Ooh. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's not break the machine. We got a few more weeks to go. That's the key done. That's Rune Eaters out. And that's P-Vision moving on to play Yandex later on. Congratulations, gentlemen. That is it from here today. Let's send it to our panel and break this game down.
Oh, there was still a little piece left in the crusher, I believe. That little extra push while it was already crushed. Definitely very nice.
This is equivalent to fountain farming in Dota 2. You're just waiting that one last blow that they're going to do. But yeah, he really crushed it. He pushed it in. The Keymaster also almost couldn't get it out.
He couldn't. We didn't see it at the end. He's still trying. I'm seeing right now. There's still being effort put in. I'm sure we'll get that sorted. But this game also, Rune Eaters was crushed. And we did see a clear difference, I think, Effie, in terms of play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they were just better. Every move they made was better. The laning stage was better. Every time Rune Eaters tried to make a play, it felt like P-Vision had such a good read on it. 9 class in particular, I felt like he knew exactly what Rune Eaters were going to try, and he made sure to be there preemptively with his Earth Spirit, and letting it go is a big mistake. You cannot give this team Earth Spirit.
Yeah, GG, no Re-Shiver, no Rune Eaters left. Unfortunately for them, the journey ends here, but nothing to be ashamed of. I think they should be very proud instead because they made quite a lot of things happen for them. And decided to just show up and eliminate two like really big teams. This one was not evenly matched. P-Vision just on another level when it comes down. And something Satanic said in an interview is also, you know, whoever wins the next series between them and Yandex is going to be winning the whole thing.
Oh, that was spicy.
I don't think he was
very
wrong.
Confident there as well. And yeah, for Rune Eaters, 2 months and 2 days. That's how old, like young, their team is. So coming top 8 here at EWC is an incredible feat, and this game too is not a representation of you know, their skill level overall. They were outclassed, and a lot of teams do get outclassed by P-Vision. I think that that offlane with the Earth Spirit Darkseer, oh my goodness, that is just dirty. Every lane getting pulled. This was supposed to be a lane where also Dark Lord was able to get a lot out of, but at the end of the day...
He did. I think this was the lane where, like, he was staying on top of the network, so they played the lane really well. The one thing I didn't really like that they did have is this double boots of travel on, like, your position 1 and 3. Like, in theory, it should match the aggression that P-Vision's bringing, but also your team fight is not as powerful as theirs, especially if you're playing it from behind. It feels like there's a lot of dead network on the heroes. This is like 4,000 gold, plus you also have a Blink Dagger on the Snapfire, so that's like 6,000 gold, which isn't really being utilized because P-Vision, they are running at them, they are getting a pick-off, which they can't really respond to, so a lot of the times these bots, they're not really getting the value out of it.
Yeah, but I just also think they mis-executed a little bit. Like, at some point in that game, it felt like P-Vision were the ones making every single move, and we didn't really get to see Rune Eaters try anything. Like, every time I looked at the screen, the Lina was being run out in the jungle, or someone was getting teleported on by Satanic in that bottom lane, that dud lane, if that's what you're going to call it, and they just could not react, I think. For Rune Eaters, I do believe there was a window of time where had a few of their moves connected and worked, then maybe we would have seen a different game. Like when they ran into that triangle around minute 7 or 8, I don't remember when it was exactly, but when they ran in with Treant, if Lina had connected maybe a few seconds earlier, we would have seen a different outcome, but again, P-Vision read every move and they were there.
They were there, and in a game like this, especially when it is that one-sided, it's pretty tricky choosing an MVP, I'd say. But it was done anyway, and it was a very clear reason. At the end of the day, there's only one player that got themselves a rampage in this game. It's Satanic. Satanic with the MVP, I think Effie no surprise.
Yeah, I mean, Satanic's so good. Like, his SF in that first game, it must have felt so oppressive. Like, you just can't fight into it. He's so good at laning, but then also joining fights, but then also farming at the same time. Like, as a carry player, he's capable of all 3 things, and it doesn't feel like he has one specialty anymore, when in the past he used to be more of a hard carry. Now he just kind of does it all, and in this game too, on his Furion, he just delivered. What can you say? Bro is getting a global TV rampage.
Yeah, a lot of momentum. Like, this guy really rides the momentum that he does have. A lot of the times you'll see team sacrifice for him, knowing that he is going to be like, there's a lot of trust in this team, not just between the players, but also something that he talked about is the trust that the drafts are going to be working out, because he says, you know, Puppy, he picks the heroes, we play the heroes. It sounds easy, but it does take a lot of trust, because, you know, we have information that we're seeing so far at EWC, but also prior to the scrims. I assume those are also going really well for them, because everything seems to be on point, and this team, like, even because they're going to be playing against Yandex next, I will give slight edge to P-Vision because of the execution. Like, it seems like everything is super crisp, like their moves that they're making across the map. A couple of these niche heroes as well. Not many people are playing position 4 Earth Spirit. They are, and 9 class, again, finding a hero for himself like he does at every single tournament and utilizing it to perfection.
Yeah, and Ducalis mentioned in an interview that he thinks Satanic is their most valuable player because not only does he carry them, but he controls their comms. He was like, oh, he just plays everybody's hero. He tells us what to do. So he is the classic carry in the sense that he, at every stage of the game, has a vision and is allowing his team to play off of that vision.
Maybe then extra value having him on a hero like Nature's Prophet that adds value everywhere on the map.
Oh, he sees everything. Yeah, he's ready to join in some of these early engagements, and I think we also got to give credit to Ducalis. He has been on point with these curses. The chemistry that they have between him and Notice with the vacuum into curses, like he pulls them back in. It was just beautiful to watch this time around, and just the whole squad. It seems like everything is clicking for them, and this is what you want to be seeing, like this confidence, like this dominant performance that they are like transitioning from the group stage into the playoffs and saying, you know, a couple of days that we had off, like we still understand everything's still working for us.
Yeah, still very much on top, and unfortunately, of course, on the receiving end of this series was Rune Eaters, and we'll say goodbye to them with some final words from Eki.
Hey, I'm here with Eki from Rune Eaters. Just got knocked out of the tournament. Tough loss there. What are you feeling right now?
We feel pretty devastated, of course. I mean, losing sucks, but I think still quite satisfied that we still got to beat some teams. We still got to go to the last 3 days of the event. Like, top 8 is not a bad result, but obviously we wanted to go further. We wanted to do more, such as life. We come back stronger next.
Yeah, I mean, there's 24 teams in the tournament. You got top 8. That's amazing. You guys won 70K. You got club points. A lot of good things going for you. What was different about today versus yesterday when you guys played? Because I know you guys were firing on all cylinders yesterday. Everything looked good. Why did today look one-sided?
I think today it's the nature of our opponent. I think they had a very good strategy going into us. They had the way they played the map was very punishing for us. I think we didn't have the best answers. We kind of had to improve as the game is going on. So I think they just did a really good job, honestly. And they kind of stopped us in our tracks, you know, in a lot of ways. But I think they're just a very, very strong team, like one of the contenders. So that's just life.
Yeah, I agree with that. They definitely improved a lot. What's it like playing in those late game 2 moments where it feels like you can't even kill a creep wave? Like, what do you even do? What do you find on the map? Like, where are you supposed to go?
Yeah, I think in those scenarios, you know, everyone already kind of feels it's coming close. You just always have to like be optimistic and go look for the one play. Even at the end there, you know, we're like, okay, well, we're gonna get BKB, we're gonna fight second Roche. I guess that's all we can do. You know, if we give them Aegis, we're gonna lose, so we might as well go. That didn't even come to it because they had just attacked us before that. But that's the kind of thinking you're going. It's like our job is just to play and try to win, no matter the circumstance. But when it's over, everyone kind of knows it's over, you know?
Well, you guys definitely played to win many series of this tournament. I'm happy for you guys for getting as far as you did, and thank you for joining me for the interview.
No problem, thank you.
At the end of the day, Eki says it too, P-Vision just a very strong team and definitely a contender. And as we see here today, both our series were 2-0s, and these two teams, Yandex and P-Vision, they will play each other in a semi-finals. One of these two guaranteed in the grand finals, and that semifinals is already looking pretty stacked. I know this morning we started the day with having our grand quarterfinals. I think we might have our grand semifinals coming your way as well at some point, but this is the bracket for you guys. We have one half of the bracket filled in with the quarterfinals. Effie, one more to go.
One more to go, and I mean, these ones are exciting too. We have ViCi, who were a big surprise yesterday in terms of how they were able to just get more confident and get the win versus 1Dub, which nobody expected, versus Flacons, which are, of course, one of the best teams in this tournament. That's going to be pretty exciting. And Lacoste, it seems like, you know, Nigma are back here.
Yeah, it seems like they are back for a 50th time, and for real, this time they might actually be back. And we've seen like the underdog stories from Rune Eaters. We're seeing a little bit of underdog story coming out from ViCi Gaming as well. Nigma Galaxy, I wouldn't even call them underdogs because they just like played so well, and like in TI qualifiers as well, they already shown what they can do in the group stages here at EWC. Everything looked very crisp. They got that first place as well, and not going to be an easy matchup for them by any means, but should be a very interesting one. Like this series, I feel like it's just going to be a banger.
It should be for sure. Of course, all of that is tomorrow, because today this was the end. I do want to know what stood out most of today. I will go first if you need me to, because the thing that stood out most to me was how well Yandex and P-Vision both played, and I can't wait for those semifinals. Took that one from you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now I need to think of something else, and we will do it on the spot. Shiver, as we're talking, we're still thinking about the things that we are going to be saying. Jokes aside, I feel like, Yandex and P-Vision, both of these teams, they looked very stable, and it's going to be, it's going to come down to, the smallest things when it comes down to the drafting, the execution, because they looked so stable, in the whole season, pretty much. So, going to be very interesting. These are the type of teams that are, going to be winning the tournament, and as he already said in an interview, Satanic's one of the two teams that we have right now is probably going to win it, and he's not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame that we won't get a grand finals between Yandex and P-Vision. One of them are just going to get taken out early on, but I do think the winner is there between those two, and whoever faces them in the grand finals has a really, really tough wall to climb, because it feels like they're just the best two by a big margin.
Yeah. Maybe we all just have some recency bias here, because of course we saw the teams play today. Potentially at the end of the day tomorrow we'll change our tune, but if you want to find out that, you got to of course tune back in tomorrow. As said, this was it for today. First half of quarterfinals done, second half coming your way tomorrow. But if you missed any of today's action, don't worry, we'll leave you for now, but we won't leave you empty-handed. Enjoy the STC recap of the day.